Okay. We're going to also make sure that our campuses are safe. Can I turn this over to my, recognize my Vice Chair Bowers?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you, Representative Hubb, for being here. Thank you for sharing parts of your story. I'm sorry for your loss. I have eaten at that very Luby's in Killeen. My husband, a retired Army veteran, Gulf War veteran that was at Fort Hood at the time, retired at Fort Hood, will not and would not go in that Luby's anymore, like many people in the community. My heart goes out to Jasmine. I have to say that in this time because, like many, I'm sick to my stomach up here on the dais. I'm surprised. I want to say this too. I represent in Dallas, and I was at the Dallas ambush with my children, when those officers, those 5 slain officers, were lost. And in the situation of an active shooter, I don't know if I would want anyone else to have a gun other than law enforcement. Because no one else had a gun but law enforcement and that active shooter. And you better bet I was pleading with my God for law enforcement to do their job. I needed them, whether they were in uniform or plain clothes, to do their job. I felt like in that moment when we were there that they did. And I just don't know, because we've dealt with training, and I know that Chairman White has and Chairman Lozano have certainly taken the time to bring people to the table today like yourself that have been through things, and our hearts go out to all. But I just don't know, because when we were out there, that's what I kept saying. Just please do your job to protect not only myself, but my children. I just know, I'm going to assume as a responsible gun owner that you're trained, but I just don't know.
Madam Chair, I totally understand your concerns, and I understand the I hate to use the word, but the fear that we all have now. We carry that with us, I think, in public places now. While I understand your concern, and it's one that I've heard many times, the facts and the statistics, I hate to use that word, just don't bear that out. When there is an armed citizen in the area, the accidents, the injuries, the possibles typically don't happen.
Well,
so is it possible? Yes, ma'am. But let me also, if I could add to that, and this is going back a ways, but you remember the UT shooter?
yes.
You know, he was in that tower shooting people like fish in a barrel. And what stopped him from being able to do that was dozens of armed citizens, not police officers, citizens, that grabbed their rifles. People grabbed their rifles out of their campus dorm rooms, and they held him at bay until someone could get to him and kill him.
Were you in that moment, and I hate to take you back to that horrific moment, you were looking for your gun, correct?
Well, I reached for my purse because I was used to carrying it, and then realized, yes,
and you
ma'am.
had left it in the car.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to say, you talked about the table being up, and you talked about everyone being down. I want to say you would have been prepared to shoot, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just know that the average citizen, and I can only speak from my experience, my daughter who was having an asthma attack, that seeing plainclothes officers with a gun, when we were running for our lives. And I just think that there is a moment of panic. And maybe that's sort of what we're here to talk about today. Because you can have that, as you said, tool, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You can have it in your hand. We're talking about seconds when we're talking about lives, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All the training in the world. I mean, I think Jasmine spoke to it eloquently, that nobody takes those active shooter drills seriously, correct? And I forgive me, but there is a moment of panic in those moments. I think about, as we all have heard, the children who had cell phones that were calling police. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
I have been sitting at home watching, just like everybody else, watching the stories of families and teachers that were trying to figure out what they could do. And I speak on experience because though I was not under contract, I have been in a classroom where a parent had a gun outside that door. And there were children that they needed to go to the restroom, but they were afraid to go beyond that locked door or between the two locked doors, whether it's a portable and a main building. Just that short distance. And as the responsible person in the room, the teacher of record, I had to figure out, is my door locked? How do I protect these 25, 26 kids in this crowded classroom? How?
And you can't go up against a guy with a gun with your ruler.
And
I get that.
And them not thinking clearly either, right?
But listening to you, I have absolute faith based on the obvious care and the love in your voice, that if you had chosen to carry a weapon, when somebody came in to hurt your babies, you wouldn't bat an eye, you'd take them out.
Thank
Well,
you.
and thank you for your comments, because all of us that have been in the classroom that have probably had those situations, and we would say if you're not comfortable with a firearm, you definitely should not use it. Thank you so much. Excuse me, I think I got another light here. Representative Goodwin?
Yes.
Yes, Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry for your loss. I think every gun violence situation is different, and so I think it's good to hear about different situations. But I wanted to change, and something you said caught my attention on universal background checks. A lot of times we hear, well, the vast majority of guns go through background checks now. You said that by making it universal, having every gun go through a background check, every gun purchase, it would be a de facto registration system. And I guess on the one hand, I feel like if we know where guns are, where they came from, who they were purchased from, et cetera, maybe someone could be held accountable in situations where a gun is used in a crime. So I guess I don't understand the argument against the background checks. You know, the vast majority of sales do go through a background check. There's only some instances where they don't. Wouldn't tightening up that step in the process perhaps eliminate some deaths? And wouldn't that be a good thing?
It is my belief that, first of all, when you look at, let's just say Western Europe, let's not even take all of Europe, just Western Europe, having a higher death rate of mass shootings, and yet getting a gun over there is extremely difficult. So I don't believe universal background checks would make any difference in what I think you all are here to work with or deal with, which is the mass shootings. But secondly, I believe the largest mass murders in history have been committed by governments after their populace has been disarmed. So yes, ma'am, I don't believe, and this is a secondary thing to what you all are here for, but I personally don't believe the government should know who or how many guns are out there.
I mean, I've heard numbers already. Don't we know how many guns are out there? We know how many are anyway. I mean, the comparison to Western Europe, I think of, we live in Texas, we live in the United States, we can do better. Right now, we are losing far too many children and adults to gun violence.
Yes, ma'am, agreed.
If there is something that we can do to make that situation better, by God, we ought to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Oh,
Thank you.
excuse me. Representative Johnson.
Thank you. May I ask who invited you to present testimony today?
I believe the chairman did.
I did.
Yes, ma'am.
I did.
And I know you said your husband had a different expertise. I know that you were an activist, and I know that you have been through the experience of a mass shooting in the 90s. Have you continued to do any work with regard to public policy, public health, or the issue of gun violence and safety?
Yes, ma'am. In a secondary way, obviously, since I'm not in the legislature anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know you mentioned we should get rid of gun-free zones. I was curious if you know that recently in Houston, when the NRA came, and I know you were the first Texan to be awarded a lifetime membership and rewarded by that organization, were you aware that they made it a gun-free zone?
Yes, that is, and I'm not privy to their inner workings. So, do I think that was ridiculous? Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank y'all very much.
Chair now recognizes Andrew Pollock. See you. Okay. Yes, go ahead and state your name and who you're representing, Mr. Pollock, and your testimony.
I'm representing the children of the country. That's who I'm representing.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Andrew Pollock, as you all know. My daughter Meta was murdered in 2008.
Okay. Mr. Pollock, your volume is just not coming through, and I just, according to the House rules, we have to be able to understand it. So,
Give me a second.
we just may have to just go without your testimony. Can you submit written testimony, please?
Can you give me 1 second?
Well, I got to move on. I got to move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. That's okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. Right now, members, we're going to go ahead and take the police chiefs. They're not here yet? Okay. So let's just go ahead and stick with LBD. Chair recognizes Ted Holliday from the Texas Legislative Budget Board.
Good morning. My name is Ted Holliday. I'm a senior analyst with the Legislative Budget Board. I've been asked to discuss school safety programs and funding that were enacted in the 86th and 87th legislative sessions.
Thank you.
My testimony in this presentation will focus specifically, we've kind of been asked to focus on programs that were authorized under Senate Bill 11 at the Texas Education Agency and at Texas State University. On slide 2 of the presentation, you'll see a list of those programs that I'll be speaking to. At TEA, I'll be discussing the School Safety and Security Grant Program and the School Safety Allotment. At Texas State University, I'll be discussing the School Safety Center. I'll also touch on the ALERT program, which is actually not part of Senate Bill 11, but did receive new funding in that session and is administered by Texas State University. So talking about the first program, school safety and security grants on page 3 of the presentation. Funding for this program was included in Senate Bill 500 during the 86th legislature, which was a supplemental appropriations bill. There was $100 million in funding provided from the Economic Stabilization Fund for this program. The program was authorized under Senate Bill 11, so that bill contains the governing statutes for the program, and the program is administered by the Texas Education Agency. This is a grant program that provides funding to local education agencies, specifically for infrastructure enhancements to improve public safety, to improve safety at public schools. The second bullet covers the allowable uses for this grant program. I'll just run through those quickly. Allowable uses for the grant program include exterior doors with push bars, metal detectors, vehicle barriers, systems that monitor school entrances, exits, and hallways, active shooter alarm systems, two-way radio systems, security fencing, bullet-resistant glass or film to cover glass, and door locking systems. As I said, the grant programs administered by TEA. Awards are granted on a formula basis, which is based on school district size. Award amounts range from a minimum award of $25,000 for the smallest districts up to $3.4 million to the largest school district in the state. As of May of this year, about $85 million of the $100 million that was appropriated had been paid out. Moving to the next slide, I'll discuss the school safety allotment. This allotment was established under Senate Bill 11 during the 86th legislature, and it entitles school districts to an amount of funding per student in average daily attendance under the Foundation School Program. The rate of funding per ADA is set by appropriation in a rider in the General Appropriations Act. The table on this page shows the rate per ADA that each district receives, and then the estimated total allotment on a statewide basis. As you can see, the appropriated rate was set at $9.72 per ADA, and it is held constant for the last for the four most recent fiscal years for which we've written a budget, and the total statewide allotment has come to roughly $50 million statewide. So turning to page 5, this covers allowable uses of the school safety allotment. The allowable uses for this are a little broader than the infrastructure grant program, although you can see the allowable uses there. Securing school facilities is also an allowable use under this program. Other allowable uses include providing school security, school safety and security planning and training, suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention programs. And that's just kind of a high-level summary. There's more detail in statute on those allowable uses. So moving to the next page, page 6, the next two programs are located at Texas State University. The first is the School Safety Center. Included in House Bill 1, which was the General Appropriations Act in the 86th legislature, there was $9.1 million, an increase of funding for the School Safety Center of $9.1 million. This brought the total level of funding for the School Safety Center in the 2020-2021 biennium to $11 million. And this level of funding, $11 million, was maintained at this level in the subsequent biennium, the 2022-2023 biennium. So just a little bit about the School Safety Center. It was established in 1999 and it provides training and oversees compliance in the field of school safety to K through 12 school districts, charter schools, and community colleges. So Senate Bill 11 included some provisions that were, it kind of expanded the scope of the School Safety Center. Under that bill, each school district or public junior college district shall adopt and implement a multi-hazard emergency operations plan for use in the district's facilities. The plan must address prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery as defined by the School Safety Center in conjunction with the Governor's Office and the Commissioners of Education and Higher Education. The School Safety Center reviews and verifies these multi-hazard emergency operations plans that are adopted by school districts and junior college districts, and the review is done on a random and needs-based cycle. Finally, the last slide deals with the ALERT program. ALERT, that stands for the Advanced Law Enforcement Emergency Rapid Response Training Program. So it was not actually included in Senate Bill 11, but it did receive funding in the General Appropriations Act during the 86th legislative session. In the GAA from that session, there was $4 million in funding for the ALERT program. This funding level was maintained in the subsequent biennium, the 2022-2023 biennium. And just quickly, the ALERT program provides active shooter response training to law enforcement, EMS, and to other governmental first responders. And this concludes my prepared remarks. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Niave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to go back to slide 3 on the school safety and security grants, $100 million from the ESF. Can you tell us how many school districts were awarded those funds? I represent Dallas. Did Dallas get any of those? Did Uvalde ISD get any of those funds?
Yes. My understanding is that every school district in the state received at least $25,000. That was the minimum award amount. So even if it was a very small school district that otherwise would have received less than that amount, every school district got at least $25,000. A district like Dallas, which is one of the larger districts in the state, got substantially more than that because it was based on attendance. And yes, Uvalde also received funding under the program.
Okay, and I'm sure a lot of my colleagues want to know whether their school districts. Can you circulate to us a list and how much each school district got, please?
Yes, we can do that. We have that information.
Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin.
Okay, I don't recall you saying anything about the loan repayment program, but I believe in Senate Bill 11 there was some call for a grant program intending to increase the number of school mental health counselors or licensed specialists in school psychology. Do you have any information on that?
We were asked to focus on programs that were located at TEA and at the school and at Texas State. It's possible, and it sounds like Chairman White mentioned that there's going to be a subsequent hearing related to some of the mental health programs. So it's possible that program, which is located at a separate agency, and that might be covered in the subsequent hearing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, members, we're going to go ahead and take testimony from our Texas police chiefs. The chair calls Chief Perdue, Chief Standridge, Chief Noakes, Chief Colbreth, Chief Rubin, and Chief Hunter. The rationale behind this group of police leaders is that they represent various geographical areas of our state, and they serve along with their colleagues in rural areas, urban areas, and suburban areas. So, Chiefs, thank you so much for being with us. And as we've discussed before, what do we need to do? What will it take to get it done? Who needs to do it? And who should be held accountable?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Who do I give these handouts to distribute? Or we can do it if need be. Thank you. I'll let that occur while I'm talking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to be present and part of this hearing. My name is Jimmy Perdue, and I'm the Chief of Police for the City of North Richland Hills and the President of the Texas Police Chiefs Association. As the representative for our association, and before I begin my prepared comments, I need to issue an apology and say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the families of the victims who suffered an unimaginable loss. And I'm sorry to the entire Uvalde community and to every citizen in the state of Texas. That day in Uvalde, the law enforcement community failed you, and we must do better. I'm sorry that our failure caused the incident to occur the way it did, and we're here today to discuss a path forward and are committed to improving our profession. I'm joined today at the table by 5 other police chiefs representing small, medium, and large agencies, as well as an ISD police agency. They will be in turn providing each of you their own perspective on the Uvalde tragedy, as well as recommendations on how to improve the 3 charges laid out in your notice for today's hearing. While there may be some areas of duplication, I have asked each of them to focus their comments primarily on how the tragedy and subsequent recommendations impact an agency of their size and responsibility. As the voice of professional policing in Texas, the Texas Police Chiefs Association, representing over 1,300 members from across the state of Texas, we feel a special responsibility to come to you today with our suggestions and recommendations. There's no way in the time that we have allotted that we can cover all information that we would like to impart, so we've provided you a short position paper that provides some greater detail in our thoughts. These recommendations are focused on prevention, preparedness, response, and review. While there are some specific recommendations, many of the topics are intended to be broad and allow for further discussion. And rather than go through each of these points, we'll let you read through them and ask any specific questions that you might have as a result of those writings. I've also provided you 2 additional documents which were created by the Texas Police Chiefs Association in 2020 for the House Committee looking at mass violence. While they contain many recommendations, most were never implemented, but are still germane to this discussion. Law enforcement plays a special role in our society, and we are blessed in Texas to have an overwhelming support for our communities. However, we understand that as it relates to the incident in Uvalde, we as a profession failed. We failed to honor our oath to be willing to put ourselves in harm's way for others. We failed to protect the most innocent in our society from evil. And we failed to demonstrate our commitment to the values and principles that we all hold dear. While it's true that the number of officers actually involved were small, the repercussions affected all 78,000 Texas peace officers. We must each now examine our own thoughts and beliefs and determine how to prevent this from happening again. The Texas Police Association is committed to the professionalism of law enforcement and is willing to critically examine our failures so we can learn from them and avoid the same mistakes in the future. This is what we're doing here today. I'm going to now turn the microphone over to my fellow chiefs and look forward to answering your questions and providing any additional information you might need from us. Chief Standridge.
My name is Stan Standridge. In addition to serving as the police chief for the city of San Marcos, I've also been an adjunct instructor for ALERT for the last 18 years. So I'm going to provide some very specific recommendations for you to consider so that we can ultimately mitigate this in the future. First and foremost, we must stop checkbox training. Checkbox training is where a chief sends an officer to a class and expects that those skills are still equally known and refreshed 2 years later. We all know that these skills are very perishable. Training must be topical, but it must be recurring. We are asking that you would make a requirement for a minimum 16-hour alert level 1 operator course in the Basic Peace Officer Academy, the BPOC. It is currently not required. Consequently, there's no consistency across the state of Texas as it relates to how officers will respond to an active attack. You have heard perhaps heard Tico testify this week that we do provide active shooter training in the academy. Specifically, sections 35.23, 24, and 25 talk about active shooter. It's a very high-level overview. There is no minimum or maximum time specified on the course curriculum, and there is zero practical application currently in the BPOC. We believe that is time to change. We need you to mandate that the alert level 1 operator course must be part of a Peace Officers Academy. We also believe that at our level, at command level, we must receive active attack management training. We must receive at least a minimum of 8 to 16 hours biannually as part of command staff leadership training. Senate Bill 11 required active shooter for school-based law enforcement, SBLE. It's known as Course 2195. When this was originally passed, John Carnut, whom you will hear from today, he's the Assistant Director of Alert, he and I were invited to Austin to help develop the course curriculum for Course 2195. It is 8 hours. We asked the obvious question, why are we reinventing the wheel? We already have a 16-hour alert level 1 operator course. Why are we going to develop yet another course that's only 8 hours? Additionally, we asked, can this course be taught only by alert certified instructors? Last, can alert at minimum be considered a course equivalent to Course 2195? The answers were no and no. We asked that change. Now you should know, as of last week, TCOL reversed that decision. Alert is now considered a course equivalent for 2195. We would submit to you that should have been done from the onset of that course. School marshals, as authorized by the Code of Criminal Procedure Article 2.127, should require that school marshals receive 16 hours of alert level 1 operator course. It may surprise you, they are required to undergo 80 hours of curriculum, but none of that requires participation in alert level 1 taught by certified instructors. That needs to change. School behavioral threat assessments. You will hear a lot about that testimony, especially when TSSC and TEA testify. We would submit to you that the threat assessments need to be ultimately deposited into some type of a central repository so that when they are done, that information is now known if a student is taken out of one school district and placed in another, because currently that does not travel with the student, to the potential safety demise of everybody at that new campus. Mental health. Peace officers need to be given legislative access to what's called the CARES system. CARES is the Client Assignment and Registration Entry. The CARES system is currently administered by the HHSC and DPS. What is it exactly? If a Texas citizen receives inpatient treatment at a state hospital and or receives local services from their local mental health authority, they are entered into the CARES system. Your peace officers do not have access to the CARES system. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, when we contact a mental health client who may or may not be in possession of a firearm, we have no idea that they are a mental health client. Yet, if we make a decision to arrest them, and we take them to the local county jail, your jailers have access to the CARES system. We need to give peace officers access to that CARES system so we can make least harmful decisions in the field before the arrest and ultimately make our communities safer. We are asking that you would please consider grant funding to embed mental health clinicians in our 911 PSAPs and in our field units that predominantly respond to mental health units. We need embedded mental health clinicians. We need funding to build the capacity. Lastly, if you provide grant funding for any type of equipment, you heard the DPS director testify that we need breaching equipment, we need helmets, we need shields. I would add to that equipment list that we need medical equipment. I'm going to actually ask that you attach that to completion of an alert operator's course. In other words, don't just give out the equipment. Require that they accomplish the training before the equipment is actually then issued to each peace officer. Thank you, Chief Perdue.
Good morning. My name is Chief Rubin. I'm the police chief for the city of Blanco. Also, I am the chairman of the Texas Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. I wanted to kind of talk to you all a little bit about just the perspective from a rural agency. I think a lot of times things kind of get lost. We look at big cities and resources that are available to them. So I want to start a little bit by talking about mental health. You know, one of the charges was what needs to be done. And I just want to relay just a real quick story about 1 week in our lives about a week ago. We came in contact with an individual having a mental health crisis. Ordeal lasted a couple hours, had the individual calm in an ambulance. Family members got involved, agitated the situation. Individual got out of ambulance, struck a family member. That individual ended up having to go to the hospital. And I don't want to go through each step, but we dealt with this individual 5 times in the course of 1 week. We tried to get mental health treatment. In our particular area, there are no hospitals in our county. Mental health providers are not in our county. They have to come from a neighboring county. We pleaded, myself, the EMS chief, personally pleaded trying to get a mental health bed for this individual. They did not have insurance, and we could not get them a bed. During the course of the week, the individual wound up committing domestic violence. Officers had to use force against the individual. The individual was ultimately put into the county jail, where we were finally able to get this individual a bed. We tried to prevent the use of force. We tried to prevent the violence. We tried to prevent all of that, and we had no resources available to us to get this person where we needed him to be for his well-being. The facility he was put in, basically the emails we're getting, they couldn't control him. He caused damage there. He was ultimately released, and last I heard, the individual's living in one of our parks. So we know we're going to be back and do it again. While we're out with the individual, his mother is actually crying, "This is how school shootings happen." And it was a helpless feeling for us to be there. Mom's crying, stepdad's assaulted, and we're dealing with this individual, and we just can't find help for him. So, resources for us to deal with these people when we know their potential problems. We're very limited on resources on how do we try to find these people care. We try to send all of our officers through mental health officer training. We understand that 40 hours does not make us mental health professionals, but it does give us a little bit of training. Recently, TCOL has changed the requirements to get into that class. They added prerequisites. So officers that had scheduled to go to the class are no longer able to go to the class because they don't have prerequisite classes. So in a small rural area, we try to get classes when we can get them. And so now I can't send my officers to that training because they don't have another class. I get, if we don't want to issue certificates to say you're a mental health officer, that's fine. We don't need the paper. We just want the training so we can provide the best service that we can to people on the street. Other resources, Chief talked a lot about training. My agency, we do use Alert and only Alert. And when we use Alert, we bring in all the other agencies from our area, because we know on any given day in my county, there's a total of 6 schools. We may have 5 to 6 officers on duty in the entire county between all the agencies in our county. God forbid something happens, we couldn't send one officer to each campus, let alone enough guys to one. So we work with the state park police, we work with the constables, and we all train together. And we need that cooperation. But we need to retain control of that situation if it's in our city, because the trooper who's there may not be the trooper who's there tomorrow. It could take us an hour to get a trooper there. The park police guys are there more constant. So, you know, command needs to be at that local level, but we do definitely need to cooperate with all of the agencies who are within a responding distance. A lot of our small cities, we're on an island. The next closest municipality to mine is 15 miles away. That's a long time when something bad is happening. The chairman asked who's responsible. I think ultimately in the media we're going to wind up responsible if we are not. It's going to be the police chief who's there. But I think that responsibility is shared with the school district, the superintendent. Many of us don't have ISD police departments. We provide school resource officers. And there's that funding issue. You know, in SB 11 it talks about funding per students, how many students are in seats. And that might work for teacher-student ratio, but if we have a small student population, if the school district has 1,000 students, we still have one elementary school, one middle school, and one high school. And so I'm not good at math at any weight, but I think under SB 11, our district may get $50,000 a year, which doesn't provide for one officer, let alone covering 3 campuses. So I think resources are definitely needed. I think that a lot of the smaller agencies we do train. I think we have the standards in place, but it does take cooperation from multiple agencies to respond to a lot of these incidents. And I think preventive measures with mental health is a key. I just think that we can identify a lot of these things in advance. Granted, not all of them. Sometimes there's no indicators, but having the ability to deal with potential issues is very important. Thank you.
My name is Todd Hunter. I'm the police chief in Kilgore, Texas, in East Texas. Just to follow up with that, chief, one of the things that is occurring with mental health is we have students in schools that end up being documented. If that child goes to another school district, do you know that that doesn't follow that child? That school district doesn't know about that. They're blind. That child may have been building a bomb or thinking about some other type of mass destruction, but it will not follow that child, nor will local law enforcement know about it. I've been asked countless times why these shootings occur. My response is that they are a result of deep societal issues that we cannot fix overnight. We can, before the first school bell rings, put proven measures in place upon all of our school districts. First, we've got to change the culture, though. I too often hear, it will never happen in my school or in my school district. The Region 7 Learning Center just hosted a school safety leadership symposium. 80% in the class were law enforcement, meaning that only 20% came from academia. The keynote speaker even noted that. Academia oftentimes is not engaged in school safety. A few weeks ago, I toured a campus and learned that multiple magnetic locks unlock every 49 minutes. This is to give ingress and egress to the students. They automatically unlock. There's not staff there. Anyone from outside can come and go. We've got to change this. We've got to change the culture. I've had schools built within my jurisdictions and never been included in the design phase. Law enforcement needs to be included in the safety design of all schools. In 1958, there was a school fire in Chicago in which 92 students and 3 nuns perished. Due to the smoke, heat, fire, and toxic gases, they were cut off from normal means of ingress and egress throughout the corridors and stairways. Many more were injured as they jumped to safety. This disaster in 1958 shocked the nation and surprised educational administrators across the nation. The disaster led to major improvements in standards for school design and school safety codes, many of which are used today. Our nation has never had another school disaster in which students have died in a normal school fire since 1958. Why can't we change the culture? It starts today with lawmakers. It starts today with you. You can make that same kind of change, and we're here to be with you to help you. I just implore you, just please work with the school districts. Too often, we're not included in those conversations, and we have to be included. Very quickly, I will talk about school mapping. This goes to the post-incident. I have a school in my school district that was built in the 1930s. It's been added on to 5 times. There were no blueprints for the entire school. We needed those to be able to respond to that. So this is what we were first given. So someone responded from outside, one of the other agencies that we're talking about, they couldn't make heads or tails of this. They wouldn't know where north was. That's the first map, if you can see that. Thankfully, we now have this kind of mapping system. It's interactive. I have an app on my phone. I can tell where everything is. When I walk in that school with my phone, my FirstNet phone that will work when others won't during that time, I can see where I'm at as opposed to other officers that are in there. I can go to their aid very quickly. We can give this to first responders as they're coming in to assist us from other areas because they're not going to be familiar with our schools. They're not going to be familiar with the layout. Time is of the essence, as y'all know. School mapping must occur. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, good morning. My name is Ken Colbert. I am the police chief at Spring ISD, and I am here to represent our ISD police chiefs in this matter. And so I've decided to take a slightly different approach than my colleagues, but to make sure I'm linking all of our perspectives, is offered 2 items: short-term and a long-term solution. School districts are part of the critical infrastructure in our communities. They hold our most vulnerable products and our most precious gifts, our kids. And so most often, as we are attempting to educate them, things like this slip through the cracks. And so as my colleague mentioned earlier, it is changing the culture of what, if we say safety is first, safety must remain first, and not just when the tragedy happens. Some of the short-term goals is schools will start opening in the very near future. And so school districts need to create a plan that we submit to some governing body, if it's TEA, if it's our local regional education authorities, to make sure that we have plans in place for openings of school, not just today, but in the weeks prior. Not only that we need to make sure that we have collaborative relationships with our law enforcement partners, our district attorneys, and most important, our mental health professionals in our area. Oftentimes, these students are on someone's radar, and so we need to have them identified prior to, so we can provide them the additional services required to make sure that we are giving them the wraparound services in addition to the educational opportunities that we should have. Then next is our long-term strategies. SB 11 has done, I believe, a great job of helping school districts address the hardening of campuses. There's a couple of approaches you can take to the hardening of campuses. You can look at creating infrastructure, evaluating the infrastructure on each individual campus, and then collectively bringing that from a district lens, staffing as well as systems, safety staffing as well as safety systems that are on place. Some districts may have cameras, may have shot detection systems, and others very identifying measures that helps law enforcement respond faster, or measures in place that prevent the gun on campus. And that's something we should look at for all districts, not just some of the larger districts. And then creating a safety recognition program so that school districts are recognized for the implementation of safety measures. Oftentimes we talk about the incidents after, what is done, what's best practices. Oftentimes allows systems like this will allow us to create patterns and collaborate with one another so that information is spread throughout the state and not just within regions. And then lastly is I have 2 more points, is increasing the capacity of ISD professionals, law enforcement professionals. Oftentimes this side of the community, I left another larger agency, this side of the community is left to really lean on our larger partners for some of the services that we should have in-house. I'll give you an example. would be online threat assessments. Some districts are really moving into the practice of being able to identify when a student makes an online threat on a campus that they can take care of that problem in-house. Some districts have to rely on partners to take care of that. That's another time lapse in providing services, and also in addition to finding the threat and dealing with the threat then, if it is an authentic threat. So increasing that, and also increasing the funding. We mentioned earlier the requirements for Alert. Alert is a fine organization. They provide us a great service on our end, but I believe after this tragedy, there's going to be an enormous amount of requests on them to provide services. So they're going to need help, both with funding and also opening up that pipeline so that chiefs as well as districts get the services, and those requests don't pile up at some point until we're at the end of another semester without agencies receiving that training. And then lastly, and I believe it's one of the most important pieces, my colleagues mentioned the threat assessment tracking process. That is a very vital component for us, allowing us to identify those students. But the mental health component, those practitioners, the law enforcement community, social workers, combining efforts in school districts in order to help identify those students. Some of those students obviously have attendance issues. They have outcry issues. Some of them have information leakage where they've already outcried about the potential plans. That needs to be linked, and those services need to first address the student's mental health before we address any other issues, both criminal or punitive on the school campus. Lastly is the opportunity to remain collaborative and keep accountability where the accountability should stand. And so if we create these collaborative partnerships, if we're required to make documented reporting to the right authorities, and we remain focused on our kids' safety, truly our kids' safety, and create a culture of safety first, I think we'll get some accomplished. Thank you.
Chairman Watt, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely a pleasure to be before you today and to sit at the table with my esteemed colleagues here. To not belabor the points they've already made, I will tell you I agree with everything that's been said up to this point. Just to give a little context as far as perspective from, my apologies, Chief Neil Noakes, Fort Worth Police Department. Thank you. I am representing the Fort Worth Police Department.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for getting me back on track.
Okay, that's all right.
And speaking of Fort Worth, Fort Worth is the 13th largest city in the country, the 5th largest city in the state. We have a total of 257 TEA listed schools within the city of Fort Worth. 13 different ISDs have schools in our city. Fort Worth ISD obviously being the largest, and also the 6th largest ISD in the state. Currently we contract with 6 of those ISDs to provide school resource officers, SROs. That costs us about $13.9 million. That's shared between us and the ISDs. We recently did a study to see what it would cost to put an officer in every single school for every grade level in the city of Fort Worth. We found it would cost an extra $66.3 million, $80.2 million, up from 13.9. And the only reason I bring this up is to emphasize the point my colleague made about target hardening at schools, about systems at schools that provide safety, about surveillance cameras, about cameras that we can access as law enforcement agencies in those schools. SROs are an extremely valuable resource to schools. I do believe they need to stay. I do believe we need to enhance their numbers where we can, but they're not an end-all, be-all. It must be in partnership with the schools to make sure they're doing everything they can to be safe as well. To that end, we've reached out to every leadership team for all ISDs who represent Fort Worth to meet with them to find ways we can partner with them better to make things happen to keep them safe. Another thing my colleague brought up was the social media online investigations. That is absolutely critical. Those oftentimes come in after hours on the weekends. We can't wait till the next day. Those have to happen right away. Not every agency has a real-time crime center, a regional fusion center, or a homeland security unit. I believe more funding to assist with programs like that to enhance the capacity of the agencies who do have those types of units to assist other agencies could be of vital importance to ensuring the safety of our students. A couple of things I think we could act on that would actually improve the consistency in response, consistency in training, because we can't just assume that everyone will respond the same way. And if you look at the governor's recent orders for the alert training, some agencies may not have the staffing or the facilities to be able to provide that kind of training, and for Texas State to do it for the entire state will be quite daunting. My recommendation would be to set up regional training hubs throughout the state in agencies who have the capacity, who have the classroom space, who have the space for scenario-based training, which is one of the most critical aspects of this type of training. When scenario-based training is done correctly, it elicits the same physiological response that officers, staff members, and civilians would feel in an active shooter scenario. So whenever they, God forbid, have to encounter anything like that, they don't have to remember a PowerPoint. They don't have to remember a lecture. Their body automatically responds. This is, I've been here, I've done this, and they respond appropriately to keep themselves and keep others safe. The resources we would need to get this done, obviously, locate the agencies who have the capacity and the willingness to get the training done. We would have to have certain supplies like simunition, which is a very safe, low-velocity round that's used. Actually, SOAP is the projectile that simulates the situation for officers as it would be if they were actually in the situation in a school, for instance. Who will be held responsible? For the agencies, it will be the leaders of those agencies, the chiefs, the sheriffs, whoever it may be. For the schools, the superintendents, the leadership of those schools. And also I think we'd have to look at the chief of school safety and security within the TEA, which is the new position the governor just ordered. In 1967, President Johnson, he had a commission that he put together. It was the Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice. They put out a report that was titled The Challenge of Crime in a Free Society. Of all the recommendations they made, and there were several, there was one quote I read in there that was very profound. The commission has found and discussed throughout this report many needs of law enforcement and the administration of criminal justice. And although that was 55 years ago, we're still discussing many of the same things today. But they said, but what has found to be the greatest need for law enforcement is the need to know. The need to know. The need for us to get out of our silos and find out what's going on. I love that my colleague had short-term and long-term goals. We need to act now. We need to act swiftly and decisively and get things done. But I also believe that we need to act more to engage with academic institutions so we not only bring anecdotal evidence and data to bear, we bring empirical, scientific-backed data and evidence to all the decisions we make regarding keeping our citizens, our schools, our students, our businesses safe, the training that we use, and getting the academic and practitioner perspective when we make decisions going forward. So it will be my suggestion, resources we need to get it done. We need grant funding to support research for these types of studies to make sure we're getting the data and intelligence we need. Who will get it done will be the law enforcement agencies and the leaders of those institutes of higher education, and the ones that we held responsible, again, the leaders of the agencies and the leaders of those academic institutions. I could go on for much longer, but my time is up. Chief Perdue, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chief, very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to come together. I know you have some questions.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you allowing us to do that. Hopefully,
Let me go to my colleagues first.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Dutton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And excuse me, and members, there's a board here that lights up, so if you just go ahead and hit your button, then we'll know to come to you. Go ahead, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for what you do. I have a question, though. Would you agree with me that there are far more guns on the street these days than, say, 3, 4, 5 years ago?
I'm sorry, that there are more guns on the street?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that.
And would you also agree with me that we're less safe than we were before we had all these guns?
That's going to be a very locally based answer to that question, because what is safe in one environment, one community, is very different. As you look at the landscape across the country, We all know that there are communities that are struggling more with violence in their communities than others. And so I would say it's going to be very specific to that neighborhood.
Well, I was speaking generally, that you agree with me that we have more guns, and I wondered whether that you agree with me that we still seem to be unsafe.
I agree that both things are true, that there are more guns and that we generally, the crime has increased and there is a feeling of unsafeness. I won't quite make the connection between those two, and maybe as directly as maybe the question is implying, but I do agree that both those things are true.
You mean you don't agree that there's necessarily a connection between having more guns on the street and being unsafe?
No, sir. I don't believe that there's a direct connection between those two things, that empirically that I think you can prove those two things.
So,
I know that anecdotally that is true, that there are more guns on the streets and that we generally, again, crime has gone up, crime is increasing, we are combating, but I think there are so many more societal issues that are compounding that problem that we are having to deal with, that it's not just a simple one-to-one relationship.
Between having more guns and being less safe.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to follow you. I'm trying to get to a point, but.
I think it's important to recognize that the Texas Police Chiefs Association supports reasonable gun reform. We support what you all call assault rifles, minimum age of being 21. We also would advocate that there needs to be a penalty provision within Chapter 46 of the Texas Penal Code that makes it an offense at the state level for a straw purchase. A straw purchase is if Jimmy is ineligible to purchase a firearm, perhaps because of a criminal background, he approaches me as a friend and says, will you buy the firearm for me? And I'm aware of his background. If I do that, we believe that should be a state offense. It's currently a federal offense that's prosecuted at about a 2% rate. I also want to point out, your Texas peace officers already have lawful authority pursuant to Chapter 573 of the Health and Safety Code to seize firearms from persons we take into protective custody because they're a mental client. So if we take protective custody of them under an emergency detention order, we can seize their firearms. So we already have that lawful authority. Chief.
Well, and I guess my last point is a question, rather, is so should this legislature, in response to us being less safe, should we do anything that increases the number of guns on the street?
As Chief Standard has said, the Texas Police Chiefs Association believes that there are reasonable measures that can be put in place to restrict access to certain individuals, whether that be because they have a mental issue or because of age, whatever that age happens to be, determined by the legislature. We believe that there are reasonable measures that do not infringe upon the Second Amendment right. What those are, we'll have to work through those, both with working with the legislature as you make your recommendations.
Well, I don't think you answered my question, Chief, because I'm just trying to get to a point where.
I'm trying, sir. So.
Well, I'm trying to avoid it. But what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not, well, let me back up. One of the things this legislature has done over the last 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions is we've obviously increased the environment for guns in the state.
Through the open carry.
Through all the things we've done.
Yes, sir.
When you add them all up, it results in a increasing number of guns in terms of availability and in terms of what people having access to these guns are. And I just wondered, when I looked at that and I looked and saw, well, we seem to be more unsafe, I wondered whether or not there was a connection directly or indirectly between the two, between being unsafe, and if it's not, then if it bears no relationship, then maybe what this legislature ought to do is mandate carrying guns if having more guns on the street make you safe.
The The TPCA during the last legislative session was very clear in our opposition to eliminating the requirement that training accompany a certification to carry a firearm. Not that we oppose the constitutional right for somebody to carry a weapon and have always been supportive of that. We just believe that it was not inappropriate to require someone to go through a certain level of training before they're allowed to carry that weapon. The legislature chose differently, and they chose to act the way they did, and we support the legislative actions, and that is the way it is.
Did you see the recent today Supreme Court opinion regarding access to guns?
Today, no, sir, I have not seen.
Well, they've just issued an opinion, and I haven't read it completely and don't fully understand it, but it seems to suggest that almost that any infringement on a Second Amendment right is going to be suspect by the court, and so. But anyway, I thank you all for being here. I have another question. I'm from Harris County, and one of the things that always concerned me, I started looking at Harris County and the surrounding areas, and we have some 87, I think it's 87 different policing organizations. They don't talk to each other. They don't have radios that communicate with each other. We'll have a Harris County sheriff going one way on 1960 to an event, passing by a constable going the other way to another event. And I wondered if you had any thoughts about whether or not we have, why do we have differing policing agencies?
The requirements to start a police agency in the state of Texas is very minimal, very, very minimal. And there's been a tremendous growth in police agencies, particularly in the last several years, predominantly around ISDs. So, one of the recommendations that we have is there should be some improvement, some enhancement of the requirements in order to start a police agency, because we believe that, again, the agencies are authorized by the legislature, and you have the ability to choose whether to restrict that or not. But there has been a growth of those. We have a tremendous number of agencies in the state of Texas. You're right, when you have more people, more agencies like that, sometimes there is a conflict or when they don't get along in a particular geographical area. Some areas are more relationship-based than others. I can speak from us in North Texas with Chief Noakes here in Fort Worth. We have a great relationship. We work together all the time. Our two departments cooperate all the time. I'm not from Harris County. I don't know, but I know that with the concentration of agencies down there, communications is difficult. Communications is not always the easiest, and there's not always the same level of cooperation that you may want to exist. So it's both structural as well as political, as well as some technological changes as well, because if you can get communications together on the radio channel, then that improves your field operations, but it has more to do with leadership and whether we get along together. And again, from the North Texas standpoint, I know we do. Chief Colbert, you're from Harris County, I believe, or the area?
Yes, we are. We're located in Harris County.
Right.
So to speak specifically about the response capabilities, we have a great relationship with our constable as well as our sheriff's office. And so it's incumbent on, as the chiefs mentioned earlier, on our leaders to build those collaborative relationships and hold us accountable for not having those if they're not existent. But as far as responding, it could depend on where the police officers are in relation to where the call is and the geographical boundary is established within that political subdivision. And so sometimes that will delay. If some police agencies have what's called beats or zones that have a certain amount of law enforcement personnel assigned to those, that could also help mitigate some of that confusion. I know Harris County, we have the ability to link radios, channels, and so we can switch over to other channels to talk to other agencies. Could we do a better job? Yes. Could we do a better job of putting that into practice for some type of training or exercise? Yes. Yes, we could. But for the most part, our relationships, I can really only speak from my area. We have very good relationships with our law enforcement partners.
Right. Well, and I was, one of my colleagues said me something, but I was thinking it the same way. We don't have fire departments like we have police departments. We don't have a school fire department. We don't have, a Harris County Fire Department, and on and on and on. And it just kind of a thought I had about maybe we ought to be looking at providing a better response to crime by looking at having a homogeneous law enforcement agency that says, hey, we're the, I mean, why have a school police officer? What's the difference? I mean, why not have police officers that are trained in policing? If you wanted to have a department that dealt with schools, why have housing police? Why have park police? Why have...
Representative Dutton, if I may.
Yes.
We believe that what transpired in Uvalde was not an equipment issue, not a radio issue. The reality is they had rifles inside, they had shields inside, they had multiple agencies inside. What transpired in Uvalde was a commitment issue, not an equipment issue. And I think we need to be committed to that. We can make ourselves as resilient as possible by spending millions on technology and or equipment. It would not have ultimately resolved what transpired.
And I guess that raises the question I was asking, is if there was one policing agency there and anywhere, for example, would you have had a better response?
So let me speak to the component of local control over those. So you have those, it's obviously sometimes it's a funding opportunity for ISDs to create their law enforcement agencies. Right. And so if the local county or precinct, they can't provide the funding for the service to put police officers on campus, then obviously the legislation allows that opening for that. So you would have to restructure the funding mechanism or the partnerships within the community in order to fix that. And most communities want the opportunity to provide for services for their children, quite frankly. And to answer the question of the difference, this is my third year on, I'll say this side of the house. It takes a very unique police officer, and I'll repeat that, a very unique police officer to be an effective campus officer. You must have the component of being an effective community policer. That has to be owned from the top down. You have to understand how to be a problem solver, to help people solve problems with the resources you have available to you, and support kids in a way that typical law enforcement measures don't build in. You also have to have the capacity and the ability to do what we're discussing now in Uvalde. You have to be able to turn the switch on and go deal with a problem that not most people have to deal with on a day-to-day, and that's the watching or participating or watching children die. And so it takes a very unique person. And you heard me mention earlier about allowing school districts to restructure very similar to municipal police departments. If you look at a municipal police department, there's a lot of specialty departments in there, or units. And that allows that agency to provide a level of service to that community beyond what would have been done if it's just a general law enforcement services. And so you don't see that as effective. Some of our larger ISDs, they have that or moving that, but not every agency has that capacity or ability to do that. And so if you put everything, in my opinion, if you put everything into one general pot, you're going to get general services.
And if I could piggyback on that, you may hear testimony today that you all should just relegate all of these issues to the Department of Public Safety, that they're going to make better decisions as soon as a trooper arrives on scene. Please know the Texas Police Chiefs Association is strongly opposed to any such position. Reason being, you have troopers, just like you have peace officers throughout the state, with varying levels of training and experience. A 1-month trooper or a 1-year trooper or even a 5-year trooper arriving in the scene of San Marcos for an active attack is not going to make better decisions than I'm going to make. Do not use a one-size-fits-all approach to this. We had a commitment issue. We didn't have other types of issues. So we would encourage you not to think that it's as simple as just pushing this to a single entity. It is not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope my voice stick with me long enough to get my question out. Thank you all for being here today. I'm a little disappointed that my chief is not here, Chief Garcia, Chairman White. But thank you all for being here. Earlier today, we heard testimony about the no gun zone, no gun free zones, and testimony about school districts that allow the teachers to carry guns. I would like to know you all's position on that to get a better understanding, because I mean, I don't know. I don't see how someone would allow a teacher, because what I've been hearing from the teachers in my area, they don't want to be police officers. They said if they wanted to be a police officer, they wouldn't be a teacher. So I'm just curious as to you all's position as it relates to allowing guns in a school by educators.
It is our position as an association that that is a local issue, a local control issue, that because the dynamics and the unique politics and the societal issues within that community will dictate whether or not they are comfortable allowing their teachers to be armed. If they make that choice to do so, we simply ask that they be properly trained, that they go through a minimal amount of probably 40 hours of training in order to make sure they not only know how to properly use that weapon, but the circumstances that when they would be allowed to do so. And then from our standpoint, that there be some measure in place to identify them if they have to use that weapon or display that weapon, so that a responding officer can identify them more quickly. So we are not opposed to it, but again, it's a local control issue. But I would like Chief Gilbert to talk about that from an ISD standpoint.
From an ISD perspective, it is, again, we agree with it's a local control. Not every community has the same resources, which was referring to earlier about the generalization. But most teachers do enter the profession to teach and to educate. And so the ability, as I mentioned earlier, to be an effective ISD police officer, to be able to, what I say, turn the switch on, sometimes it doesn't sit with everyone. So if a district or an ISD employee chooses to do so, we believe there needs to be some very tight and structured requirements for them to make sure that they have the right training, they understand the processes that the local law enforcement will respond if something were to happen, and also vet those employees to make sure that they have the right mental capacity in order to follow through.
So let me say this. So a lot of seniors turn 18 before they graduate. So what if a senior is 18 and they decide to bring a gun to school, which technically they would be allowed to do it? They wouldn't?
No, ma'am.
Why not? If we saying, I'm just saying, if you have what is it, a gun? No gun. Yeah, if you have a no gun free zone and you allowing teachers to have a gun, and you saying the legal age is 18 to have a gun.
Texas penal law has places weapons prohibited. And of course, there are going to be exceptions for like a school marshal and or a guardian that's appointed by the school board of trustees. So there would be exceptions to the penal offense. An 18-year-old student is not an exception to the offense. It's not a defense to prosecution. So in your scenario, the 18-year-old would actually be committing an offense. We are strong advocates of the school marshal program because, again, as the chiefs have testified, that every community's needs are different. And I think too often we try to put this in a convenient box to say, well, teachers want to teach. It's not just teachers that are school marshals, coaches, associate principals. There's an associate principal in attendance today who stood up the school marshal program for Abilene Wiley. It's remarkably successful. Not every city has immediate resources in Abilene. I'm a retired Abilene chief. It would have taken us over 9.5 minutes to get to an Abilene Wiley campus. They resolved that through a school marshal program. So the school marshal program, in many cases, they're retired peace officers who the school districts hire to come aboard as a marshal. The school marshal program requires 80 hours of education, continuing on a biannual basis. You have to undergo a psychological evaluation. You have to undergo a background. The school marshal program is robust and doing well in the state of Texas.
Well,
and to your point, we just asked the chiefs to provide us some chiefs, and they provided the chiefs that we have.
Okay. To defend Chief Garcia, who would be glad to be here had I asked.
I know.
So I didn't ask him. So.
Chief, well,
Next time he'll be here.
okay. I want to go back because I guess I hear what you're saying, Chief. they put y'all in just in here, so I'm not for sure.
Chief Standridge.
Standards, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm referring to the test, like I said earlier, we heard testimony that supports no gun free zones. Am I saying it right? Yeah. Yeah, no gun free zones. So if in Texas, I'm just saying because that was the, if we, I mean, I know I would think that my colleagues wouldn't do this, but I'm just saying if we had all no free gun zones, you're saying that in that case, the student would be committing offense?
Yes, there's a current
Or not
offense.
just as it currently is now?
That's correct. It'd be an offense against the state penal code.
And you said the number. What
So-
number is that?
Rosamond Rose, I want to make clear, so if you're kind of projecting forward into what could be,
Right, because,
but we're saying what is now, if, I would hope going forward, if there was a desire to to get rid of gun-free zones, that there would still be a restriction for students in a school campus setting.
Okay.
Those two things are not mutually exclusive of each other.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad that you all stated the fact that Texas is not a one-size-fits-all state. But we need to take that approach with every issue. So while some of my colleagues in the Amen corner, they need to know that that should be in reference to every issue that we discuss. So thank you again for being here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Chair recognizes Representative Kemple.
Yeah, I think it's on Darby.
Oh, okay, Representative Darby. Okay, I'm sorry. They must have got this thing messed up here, this lineup. Okay.
I'll pinch hit for him.
Okay. Okay.
Well, first of all, thanks to the association for coming. I feel compelled to make some comments since my name is on one of these documents. And my name is on one of these documents because I chaired a select committee on mass violence.
Yes, sir.
And in August of 2020, you submitted some recommendations to that committee, and they're almost word for word for the submissions that you've made today. Now, that tells me a couple of things. It tells me that while time has moved on, we probably have not changed much. And whether you insert the community of Uvalde into the discussion, or you substitute Midland, Odessa, or El Paso, or Dallas, or Sutherland Springs, we have policy in this state that needs to address these concerns. That's why this committee, I'm extremely optimistic that we have the commitment on this committee and the commitment in the House to actually address these issues. Now, the committee that I chaired and Representative Guerin and Representative Landgraf were a part of, we traveled throughout the state. We heard a lot of issues. We had concluded at least 2 of the 5 charges that we had, but COVID in March of 2020 took over.
Yes, sir.
And we became focused on how do we restore the Texas economy after the pandemic. And then Winter Storm Uri hit. And so from my standpoint, I am extremely sorrowful and remiss to say that the legislature did address some, but certainly not a significant portion of the concerns that this association has brought before us again, 2 years later. That's embarrassing. And so, without going into the specific items of your recommendations, because we have looked at those, and
yes,
certainly there are quite a few of them with merit, and we need to address as a legislature. I do have a specific question of Officer Culbreth. Is that from Spring?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a background in the school safety or the school? Are you a school officer, or are you kind of responsible for that area? My question relates to one of the aspects of how this state deals with these type of issues and the reporting and the communication and the transparency is through the Texas Department of Public Safety fusion centers located throughout the state. And I was just, part of that responsibility is to process information between law enforcement agencies and the public and school districts to report behavior that is suspicious and might rise to the level of investigation. And one of those tools is an application on your phone. It's called iWatch Texas. Does any member of this select committee even know there's an app out there that is designed specifically to report Texas suspicious activity? Yes. I just downloaded it on my phone. It looks like the chairman has already have it on his phone. Representative Schaefer has it, but I don't know that the public knows it, because one of the concerns I'm getting from teachers is we know who these students are. We know. We've watched them since they were 5 years old. But we have no efficient way to communicate those concerns with somebody who can and will do something.
Right, great question. So we, as part of the SB 11 process, we have the threat assessment component that's there. One of my colleagues mentioned, and we was also reiterated, there is no current process that allows school district to transfer that same data from district to district. So that's an awareness piece, or a piece of legislation that we need to address, because that's an operational concern. If students can move around, if a counselor on one school district does a really effective job of identifying a student and provided them services, whatever that tier support is, or wraparound services, they then transfer to a neighboring district. They have no knowledge of that, and therefore they cannot provide that student with services. And so that only exposes the most vulnerable for that. So if I make sure I'm answering your point to completion, is that's one component. The other is to make sure we are remaining aware and creating awareness within every community in Texas about mental health, to make sure those things are addressed and allow the communities to understand how to exactly report. And in Houston, we have what's called the Houston Fusion Center, where we report everything to when it rises to a level of deep concern. But it goes also back to those, we do this, it's probably, if you look at our data, there's probably multiple days where we have that same type of concern arises in a community, and we deal with it locally. We share with our neighboring partners if the child happens to live outside of the county, but reside in, or we provide academic services to them. So it's the information's there. It's making sure that we create legislation to make sure that it's done fidelity across the board throughout the state.
Well, thank you for those comments. I intend to ask this question to DPS and to Commissioner Morath when he comes before this committee about what kind of coordination do we have between TEA, the school districts, and the Texas Fusion Center about how that type of information is processed and moved along for investigation and or conclusion. So thank you for what you do. I quite frankly am embarrassed that almost the same list that you provided in 2020 is intact and delivered to this committee in the same format that it was 2 years ago. And I hope and pray to God that as we meet in August of 2024, perhaps, in this committee or others, that we don't have to talk about the same list. Hopefully we can minimize that list and make some progress and do something as people want to do something meaningful. So thank you for what you do. And again, you have my apology that you have to present a same list that you did 2 years ago with almost word for word verbatim in the same issues. I'm embarrassed by that. I think the members of this committee ought to take heart that we now have a direction. We need to start checking some things off your list. Thank you for that.
Representative Darby, I appreciate those comments, and the intent of providing you the same documentation was simply to point out that very fact, that it is an issue that has not gone away, and it is still the same issues predominantly that were there before, and we will do that. If I can, Mr. Chairman, just a minute, I want to clarify something real quick about the fusion centers, and I'm going to ask Chief Noakes to talk about, because he has one of the fusion centers. But one of the challenges is the location and the communication, because school districts, as in general, not universally, but in general, are reluctant to share a lot of the information that you're talking about with the police departments, and that therefore it's difficult for us to be able to act on things we don't know about. But on the fusion centers, there's a few of them around the state of Texas, but they're not necessarily all DPS. Some of them are locally based. And Chief Noakes, if you would explain how yours operates real quickly.
Absolutely. We stood up our fusion center, regional fusion center, a few years ago, and it has been one of the greatest assets we have, not only in the information that is provided to us, but the information we're able to provide to other agencies. We're able to partner with local, county, state, and federal agencies to look into any kind of threats, to get ahead of threats. It's been an absolute vital resource, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to investigating online threats at schools. We've been able to locate not only the person making the threat, the computer or phone they're using to make that threat. We've been able to find out where they're located. We've been able to single them out and make sure that no threat was actually carried out if there was a capacity to do so in the first place. That's why I mentioned the fusion centers earlier, and the fact that they're a great resource for all of us. And as Chief Perdue pointed out, not just DPS. And let me say this: we have an outstanding partnership with the Texas Department of Public Safety. We value that relationship very much, but we can't put everything on them. They have limited resources as well, which is why we're glad to have that fusion center in the city of Fort Worth as well.
Well, through the leadership of Chairman Bonin and the Appropriations Committee, and I know we increased the funding from some $12 million to the fusion centers to nearly $24 million. So hopefully we've delivered resources to those agencies to perform the tasks that we signed them to do. The question we would have moving forward is, do they have the resources necessary to protect our schools and protect the public and do what they've been tasked to do? So thank you for that.
Well, just to be clear, there's Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, El Paso, Houston, and North Texas fusion centers. So if you consider, back to Representative Rose's comment, this is a big state. It's very diverse, and again, particularly as we talk to some of the rural areas, not everyone has access to those fusion centers. I'm not advocating there be one everywhere, but we probably need to take a look and see what their reach is and how effective they truly are across the entire state, not just in the 35-45 corridor of Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Noakes, the information that I believe it was Chief Hunter provided with the maps, and it shows up on his phone. And your jurisdiction is in multiple counties. As Fort Worth's in multiple counties. Our 41 municipalities in Tarrant County plus multiple school districts. Would that type of thing be, would that enhance your ability if y'all had to go into schools, and is that available to you?
Great question, Mr. Guerin. I had a meeting with Danny Garcia, who's the Executive Director of Safety and Security with Fort Worth ISD just yesterday. That was one of the issues we discussed. Fortunately, Fort Worth ISD is in the process of changing out their entire camera system to a system that we actually use at Fort Worth. What that's going to allow us to do is, through our real-time crime centers, have direct access to the cameras in the school. The problem was with the previous system, it was quite cumbersome even getting on the system, and once we were there, we could see the cameras, but we had no idea where that camera was in the school. There was no map. There was nothing we could use to direct officers if we located a threat in the school. That's something we're working on correcting with this new system with Fort Worth ISD. Having that capability with all the schools that touch the city of Fort Worth would be incredible. Some schools, I believe...
Castleberry ISD, which is one of the oldest and poorest districts in Tarrant County, you provide the police for that.
Yes, sir. And some of those schools, quite frankly, may not have the resources, financially speaking, to have that kind of system in their school, which is where any kind of grants or funding to assist those schools with those camera systems that we could actually not only access, but have the map. Let us know where they are, because if a school calls in about a threat and we have access to the cameras in that school and we're able to locate where the shooter is in the school, but we can't direct officers to where that person is, that's frustrating. So anything we can do to make sure the systems not only provide the footage, but provide direction through mapping would be absolutely critical to our response.
And in particular, Fort Worth ISD, which is, a lot of the buildings are very old, and we have multiple temporary buildings. They've been temporary for 30 or 40 years. And it would be necessary to provide the mapping of the, I mean, there's 4 Fort Worth ISD schools within a mile of my house, and they're all old, and they all have temporary buildings. And so it would be important to be able to connect and see which one of those buildings that it's in. Would that not be the case?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Representative Guerin.
Could you restate your name and who you're representing, Chief?
Yes, I'm Todd Hunter with the Kilgore Police Department. We were the first ones in the state of Texas to receive this certain type of map, our mapping system. But we believe, for the Texas Police Chiefs Association, that it needs to be standardized across the state.
I agree.
Because we can go to different jurisdictions. I could be called to different jurisdictions in East Texas for such a crisis, and my app needs to work in their jurisdiction. And this could be something that the entire state could have, and it could be standardized. As the chief just from Fort Worth, my colleague just stated, those cameras can be also integrated into those systems as well for our CAD system, our computer-aided dispatch, and things of this nature. The fire department could use them as well. And as you had stated, you have 30-year-old portable buildings. This map can be updated annually. What we found in Santa Fe was that the school had changed since their previous mapping system, and it caused delays. These need to be looked at annually, and they can be changed. The mapping system that we had, you saw one part of it. One of them was a 1934 architectural drawing. We need to update ourselves. Yes, sir. Well, it was a great one at the time, but at this point, technology is caught up, and we can use an app. The app will show where I'm at in the school. If I'm unfamiliar, but I know that the officers are already at that scene, all I have to do is follow them. It makes it so easy. But I would ask that y'all look at a standardization across the board, as we have with Alert. Alert is great, and we're standardized in that training. It would need to be the same thing with a mapping system. So if we crossed boundaries or jurisdictions, we had no trouble reading it. Thank you.
Well, Chief Noakes has got, I don't know how many different school districts that he represents in 4 counties?
13 school districts.
Yeah, in 4 different counties.
Yes, sir.
So you're dealing with different sheriff's department, different constables, and in some cases, different PDs, because a city may be completely surrounded by Fort Worth.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And Chief, thank you for coming down here today.
My pleasure.
Thank all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, thank you. The chair recognizes Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the police chiefs, Texas Police Chiefs Association, for the great job y'all did in Uvalde. Y'all put out the word, and the next day, I think there was 75 of them there. The next day, there was 200. Before you know it, there was hundreds of folks from the different departments around the state, and they were badly needed. Yes. You have 20-something funerals that you got to do traffic control for, and 1,000 different media outlets. It was helpful, so we appreciate you doing that very much.
We're honored to do so.
Yeah, and I did want to ask you, there's been a lot of talk about the response, and you know, every officer, it's my impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, every officer in the state, they know what the mass training protocol is since Columbine. I mean, they can quote it to you versus scripture. Every single one of them can. So anybody that goes out there and says, well, that would never happen in our department because we know the protocol, well, I would say that everybody knows the protocol. And some of those officers involved in the Uvalde thing were I know some of them personally. I know a lot of them. They were very, very well-trained officers. They knew the protocol. Whatever reason, they didn't do it, but they knew the protocol. And I'm assuming, and this is a question to you, that there have been many instances across the state of Texas where potential mass shooting incidents were thwarted because people did follow the protocol. Is that not correct, or have there not really been that many?
I will look to my other colleagues to say, I don't know that we have a specific case we could point to where there was direct action as a result of the training they received, because most of the time that we identify someone is somebody acts suspiciously, and the behavior is brought forward to a teacher, and then we interact with them. Chief Coverall was actually talking about an incident that occurred at one of his schools just today with a fake gun that was brought onto the campus, and there was action taken for that. But again, the action specifically to the alert level training where we are told to push until we eliminate the problem is one that I don't think has occurred.
Okay, so that leads to my next question is, human nature being what human nature is, no matter what the training is that actually a realistic protocol?
Yes, sir.
To expect from a human being?
Yes, sir, I do believe it is. And I will tell you, I would personalize a little bit more so.
I would hope it is.
I share this.
It's an honest question.
I believe it is, and I'll let Chief Standards, who's been teaching this class a long time, but I'll tell you from a personal level, the commitment, and it comes from a personal commitment, is I've been married now 37 years, and my wife is, all I've known is, all she's known is me as a cop. And after Uvalde, when I came home, and after we cried and talked about it, she made it very clear to me. She said, I love you, and I don't want anything to happen to you, but I would have expected you to go in that door, because that's what you do, because that's what you are committed to doing as a police professional. And so, yes, sir, I believe it is reasonable to expect that, and I believe that we have officers around this country, around the state, that will, in fact, do that. Stan, do you want to?
I would just say that we have, after 20 years of training peace officers all across the nation, in excess of now 200,000 through the ALERT program, we have had some difficulty, speaking specifically to your question, how do you convey the information, then allow the actual student to understand the information, then do it, and then remediate it, and then finish the mission successfully. So we have ultimately boiled it down to 3 concepts. We need to stop the killing, we need to stop the dying, and then we focus on rapid casualty evacuation. The issue for your Texas peace officers is they don't do those on a daily basis. They investigate burglaries, they conduct traffic stops, they do any number of things that do not contribute to the very perishable skills of stopping the killing, stopping the dying, and rapid casualty evac. So from a theoretical, your question is a great question. It speaks to the very heart of what ALERT is trying to accomplish, not only in Texas, but all across this nation.
Well, and I'm not trying to defend or detract from any response that was there. I mean, everybody wishes that they'd gone right in there. I mean, me, certainly people in this room, and for whatever reasons, and we're still finding out all the reasons, they didn't. And so that's the reason that I asked the question, because it's great to have a protocol, and it obviously on paper it is the protocol. But if it's unrealistic, given the type of folks that are responding to these things in a normal basis, you're not talking about guys from the Special Forces in the Army in Iraq or something like that that are used to that, or going through doors where they have no clue what's on the other side. That's what they do. And, maybe we need to think about that.
It isn't unrealistic. The protocol is not unrealistic. And if we expect it, then we need to inspect it, which is why we are asking you as a legislative body to mandate every peace officer has to go through the level 1 operator's course at minimum. Currently, that's not required. So you're expecting peace officers all across Texas to be able to do those 3 principal strategies. Many of them haven't even been trained.
Well, and everybody in the state can quote those strategies to you now. I mean, we've read it in the newspaper 1,000 times. We've heard police officers in every other department do the Monday morning quarterbacking on it. You know what I mean? And we all know the strategy. Everybody can quote it to you. So what is level 1 training that you're talking about?
Level 1 training is 16 hours long, occurs over the course of 2 days. You're introduced into what is an active attack definition. It's done in collaboration with the FBI post-2013 with Sandy Hook. ALERT is recognized as the national standard for active attack response. We spend 16 hours going over the curriculum. We spend very little on PowerPoint, speaking of what the chief said. Instead, we get up out of our seats, and then we actually go through scenario after scenario after scenario. We culminate with doing actual force-on-force training. We mentioned simunitions. Those travel about 400 feet per second. When you get shot with a simunition round, whatever you were doing, you will stop doing. it's a self-teaching error. And so we replicate the stress. Through the art classes, we have lots of role players. And so we try to throw everything at the officers so that they walk away with a keen sense of awareness. Now, where alert is ultimately going to go, and John Cornett will ultimately testify to this, is we then have to provide the refresher training. Training has to be topical, has to be recurring. That's where we need to land this plane.
And I'm assuming that type of hands-on training is expensive.
Yes, it is expensive.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't
It's an
spend it.
investment.
I'm just being realistic here.
Yeah, it's an investment, though. It's an investment in our most vulnerable.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative King. Now let's go to Representative Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Standridge, I wanted to get some clarification from you on the school marshal training, the 80 hours that they go through. You made the comment that it was mostly just curriculum and not as much of the actual training. I went down to TCOL and witnessed some of their training on the active shooter end. Are you saying that we're not doing enough, or has that changed? Or
No, I'm not saying we're not doing enough. John Cornett and I, John, again, you'll hear from him. He's Assistant Director of Alert. He and I were actually involved in the initial curriculum development for the 80 hours. It's not just practical, not just theoretical. It's a lot of practical application. What we are saying is you need to include in that 80 hours or add an additional 16, y'all have to decide that, an alert level 1 operator course. There are only currently 2 academies in the state of Texas who can teach school marshals, TEECS and the Abilene Council of Governments. Their academy, those are the only 2. Those instructors are local instructors. They're going to be a sheriff's deputy, they're going to be a peace officer, they could be a constable teaching those active attack concepts and principles. What we're saying is, for consistency of curriculum and to ensure that the remarkable exposure to the force on force, you need to include the level 1 operator course. You won't hear us critique the 80 hours of curriculum. We're helpful in actually developing it. We just need to add to it.
So in the 80 hours that we have now, we do not have the level 1 training, but we do have some active shooter training.
You have the
Just not to the
localized level that's overseen by TCOL through those 2 local academies, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Representative Goodwin. You recognize.
Thank you. So y'all spoke of threat assessments, and in speaking with my school districts, that was brought up. Similar situation, but not even just when students move from one district to another, but when they move from one school to another within the same district. It can be an issue of that record being lost. But I'm curious about what the threat assessment can lead to. If you see a student, for example, harming animals or what have you, and you say this student probably needs some mental health help, if that student's parents don't agree, there's really nothing you can do, because in state law, you have to get parental consent. So I guess my question is, what is done with the threat assessments, and is there any tying that to whether an individual can purchase a firearm?
No, it doesn't control the individual from purchasing a firearm. Obviously, they're going to be students, so typically they're not going to be of that age. But it does prevent school districts from providing, like you heard me say, that the tier support or wraparound services. And so the student may lack the ability to receive counseling on a campus from when they go from middle to high or elementary to middle. Because if that record isn't kept or transitioned, that student may lose that opportunity. To speak to parents' inability or refusal to provide, we have some mechanisms through CPS. Also, if you have your officers, our ISD, and most officers are certified in the ability to commit the student if they're in harm, if they're in fear that the person is going to harm themselves or the public, we can have them committed to a local facility. And so that could be done probably a little more fidelity within the districts. And you heard me mention earlier about increasing the specialization within ISDs to make sure those resources are covered, and we're not solely relying on DPS or a neighboring agency to provide that. But the records, we can do a better job. of making sure that the records are transferred through legislation, in addition to some of our private vendors who may have an opportunity in the business side to help us create platforms, or there may be someone in the state that can do that. But we definitely do transfer that information and have the ability to I don't want to say track, but watch those students.
Okay. It just seems like with all that information and knowledge, do you feel like it's enough to have the information and knowledge, or is there some policy that would allow the next step to ensuring the threat isn't carried out?
I would say definitely a policy that through the state that it's required that we link all of our information to some central depository, very similar to what we mentioned about the fusion centers. And so that allows agency and district to district to be able to see that threat and deal with that threat, in addition to deal with the mental illness. If we look at all of these shootings, there is a large component of mental illness that we are also forgetting to address. And so we have the ability to help kids thrive in their environments that they will hopefully grow to be. But if we continue to focus on mechanisms to keep a school safe, but we forget to deal with the mental illness and those wraparound services for students, we're going to be back here again.
All right, and then I had one question for Chief Stanridge. You had mentioned that the Police Chiefs Association supports raising the age for buying assault rifles. Is that as differentiated from hunting rifles, and how would you make that distinction?
Oh, that's a good question. I think most legislators would describe an assault rifle as either a caliber of .556 or 7.62. It's akin to what you would call a military-style rifle. That is probably going to be the official position of TPCA versus a hunting rifle that would be typically a single-shot, single-bore weapon.
So there is a way to define that in law, so it's very clear what age limit applies to what kind of gun.
Yes, and I would offer that we would be glad to assist with the creation of such language.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you very much. In 1991, when Luby's incident happened, I remember vividly. I was a junior in high school. I appreciate very much that each of you have said that the culture needs to change, and I would say the culture has changed. I was not raised with active shooter drills in school, but every child that we've seen has been. And so, and I see an officer shaking their head. We're not doing active shooter drills in school. I see you shaking your head. I'm giving you an opportunity to respond.
Well,
No, ma'am.
Yeah,
Find that some
excuse me, Chief. Since you're coming back, could you state your name and who you're representing, and could you get into a microphone there?
Yes. Todd Hunter with the Kilgore Police Department. You'll find that all schools are not following those guidelines, and that's where it's dependent on you to check. But you'll find that they're not all doing that. And in fact, in some school districts, you'll find that some schools may be doing it, but not all of the campuses are doing it.
Do you know if in Uvalde those children?
Ma'am, I would have no idea.
Okay, well then I don't want to get into that.
Okay.
But we have already heard testimony from a child who has gone through active shooter drills since pre-K and expressed a concern and a fear of going to school. I did not grow up in that culture, and I am concerned that we are raising a generation in that culture. So I want to acknowledge, I think this body is here to try to honestly figure out this culture change and what our commitment is to going forward. And while we all want schools to be safe, I worry about the term hardening. And would it be fair to say that as a deliberative body, we should contemplate processes and policies that are not traumatizing to children? Would your group agree with that?
Representative Johnson, the answer is yes. Security in any facility is always problematic. If you tell me how secure you want to make something, and I can do that, but with every layer of security, there is some loss of freedom, loss of access, and all that. And so, yes, you do have to balance those two. And yes, I too, my daughter is a high school teacher. We talk about this, and I am concerned about this perpetual continuation of having these drills and over again. We're teaching them to be afraid of that, and so is school a good place to be? So yes, I think as part of the deliberation of this body and the Senate and us as professionals, we need to evaluate the impact that those continuous drills and continuous layers of security are having on our children as they're developing forward. It is part of a societal issue, and again, as I said earlier, this is not just a single issue, and too many people, I think, want to find a single thing and point that is the problem. That is not the issue. We have a societal, larger context, and that is one of the things.
Thank you so much for that take. Talking about mental health, because that seems to be one of the overriding things that comes out in response to this moment. I see you all in uniform, which means you're in law enforcement, and I know you recognize crime is not committed by people with mental health issues. I mean, there's lots of crimes that are committed by people that do not suffer mental health issues, correct?
Correct.
And so if we oversimplify this moment as mental health, we may have an unintended consequence of re-stigmatizing individuals from seeking mental health treatment. Would that be something that we should also take into consideration as a deliberative body about not oversimplifying the term, they have a mental health issue, or nobody could do this without being mentally ill? Because you all have seen the counter, correct?
Right. So sometimes we oversimplify this issue by trying to box it into, well, it's a firearms issue or it's a mental health issue. The reality is it's a myriad of complex societal issues that ultimately come together in crisis. I think what every chief here would say is the mental health issue is growing at a rate faster than our resources can accommodate. What we have to do as a state is we have to establish co-responder units, what we call multidisciplinary response teams. You have got to pair peace officers with paramedics, with an embedded mental health clinician, if we're going to have a substantive impact on the mentally ill.
And so just to clarify, because I started with you and then it took someplace else at the end where you said to have an impact on the mentally ill. So I want to make sure, are you recognizing that a child that's having difficulty in school or being bullied in school, that if they're looking for counseling, we're not suggesting that they have a mental illness,
No,
right?
specifically, your local mental health authorities will typify a mental illness as one of 3 diagnosed illnesses. Sometimes we over broadly attach mental illness when in reality there's no diagnosed illness. We would fully concede your point.
Okay. So in that respect, again, not to oversimplify or misuse terms of mental illness with the need for mental health, crisis intervention, de-escalating, more counselors in school, response to children that are being bullied in school. There are a lot of other things that we can address. That's a fair point that maybe we ought to look into. Is that
And I would add
fair?
absenteeism. You've got to take a look at truancy, especially in this specific instance and what went wrong. So yes, we would fully agree, but add absenteeism.
So if our committee had heard last fall that we were in the middle of a mental health crisis, that we needed to expand coverage for TCHAT, would you agree that that is something that we need to take as a priority at the moment, which is to provide assistance for mental health and counseling, and not mental illness, but talking about mental health services for kids?
Absolutely. Yes.
If there was, and I think Chief Rubin talked about an incident where having an individual in a crisis where there was not a bed, we experienced that a lot with not having a bed, not having a place for services, and this individual being uninsured. If there was the ability or a program that would allow coverage for the uninsured, would your organization support the idea that Texas accept participation in a program that could provide insurance coverage for the uninsured to be able to ensure that people of all ages are getting mental health or counseling where appropriate?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I think we would support that. And you know, in that issue, again, in some of the rural areas is not just paid versus unpaid. It's the mental health system where you have different catchment areas. Where we're located, the closest hospital is in a different catchment area. So you have to worry about continuation of care. Once that person is released, if they're notifying the local mental health authority, that's not where this individual originated. So that insurance or the ability to insure someone would really make that approach, I think, more holistic, where we're more well-rounded, where there's continuation of care. You know, that short term at the facility is probably not the end of the care that's needed. So we need to look beyond that.
And so if what I'm hearing from you is that failure to have coverage for individuals who need it ends up having a public safety and a law enforcement impact.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
On your, I'm afraid y'all won't be back. I want to have a chance to visit with you, but I'm also in a situation where we don't know yet what happened in this scenario with regard to law enforcement. But we do know that there were hundreds of officers out there. We know that there were multiple agencies. So if I may, and I know that you all have described that you're from varying jurisdictions, in a scenario where there is a local police department and they are first on scene, procedurally, do they maintain command of that scene?
Command is maintained until relinquished. So when you're in command, you're in command until you relinquish that command. The arrival of someone else does not normally alleviate you of your command.
So we've seen movies where somebody flies in and says, hey guys, we're here to swoop in and save the day. That's not realistic, correct?
That is correct, and I'll go one step ahead. The fire, I'll talk to my fire brethren in just a minute. The fire departments are light years ahead of us in this issue of command. When they go to even a small motor vehicle accident, the first responding units take command, whoever that is in that scene, and they retain command until they relinquish it verbally, audibly, and everybody communicates. They have now so-and-so is in command. That is the step. I know in my jurisdiction, we are starting to push that onto our officers and try to verbalize that so there's clear delineation of who is in command of that particular incident, regardless of what it is. So that is, so yes, we should have that passed on, but the first person there, and again, that is irregardless of rank. The first person there who is in command takes command, and then not until that is relinquished to somebody else. Sometimes it's a higher authority, sometimes it's not. It depends on who is the first one there. One other comment to yours, we will come back as often as you invite us. So just so you know.
You also mentioned, and I can't recall which one of you said it, but you basically said if you're on scene and a 1-month-old trooper comes in, you don't want to come in and say, hey guys, we're here to save the day. So just to be clear, if you're on scene and you're on command, but let's say you have somebody that comes on scene that has 20 years experience, that's been in a hostage situation, would you expect that those agencies or entities that arrive who have expertise or experience would provide support?
Yes, ideally what you want is what's called a unified command. So if this were to occur in San Marcos and I arrive, I am simply one aspect of a unified command. I need my fire chief there. I need my superintendent at unified command so that we can make decisions collaboratively. And when we establish unified command, if he's the fire chief, I do not allow him to walk away from me. We stay put. And together, again, multidisciplinary response, that's what you want in the state of Texas.
And so if you arrive on scene and you see that somebody is struggling, or they don't have access to communications that you would expect, would you provide assistance and try to enable greater support for them?
Absolutely. I would walk up, stand shoulder to shoulder, and say, what do you need? I'm here to assist. And then ultimately what should happen is we begin doing a unified command concept so that we're making better decisions. Plans failed due to lack of counsel. That's what I always say.
And I want to, if I can, go back to an issue on, now we're coming back to where we were with guns, and I understand what Representative Rose was saying, because we did hear from somebody earlier today who just said, no gun-free zones, everybody can carry, that'll solve our problems. And I see you shaking your head, and I appreciate that you would probably recognize that may not be where we want to go as a state of Texas. And so that's not where we are. We have areas where you can't take in a weapon, and we've talked about some of those, and I do want to get into the school marshal issue. For school marshals, the requirement is that they have a current LTC, and I see this from one of the slides from law enforcement. Would you remind us what LTC means?
License to carry.
And to get a license to carry, what are the standard conditions that you have to go through?
Well, please remember, in the 87th legislature, we undid the license to carry. And so you don't have to do the certification courses anymore. But a school marshal, as part of their 80-hour curriculum, on a biannual basis, will have to prove proficiency with the firearm. Those requirements did not go away, regardless of what you all did with LTC.
So I will tell you, since the 87th regular session, when I run into individuals who are gun owners, many of them are shocked to know that we have eliminated the requirement for what they thought were background checks and training under license to carry. And so I don't know that the public in Texas, just like the app, recognize that now anybody can carry openly without having this training. So I want to talk about what you all recognize is what you would see or expect from somebody who is carrying around children. 80 hours of the marshal course, correct? A psychological exam.
Yes. So for initial licensure, first and foremost, your school board of trustees has to approve. They have to promulgate policy. The marshal, upon selection, has to undergo a background investigation and a psychological evaluation, and then the initial certification for 80 hours. And then on a biannual basis, they have to do, Scott, 16 hours?
It says 16 hours every 2 years.
Yeah, 16 hours.
So you have to do a renewal.
Right.
And so if we talk about for people to get engaged in the school marshal program, we want them to go through psychological exam.
They actually have to by law.
By law. So we do have those requirements. And you mentioned mental health and taking a weapon. And I know that our second speaker said she was going to get back to us on these provisions. From my experience, a mental health detainer is not necessarily an easy thing to get. It seems to be a more higher risk. And so I want to come back, and I know you said you support this, which are extreme risk protection orders. Somebody's charged with a domestic violence, we may have a protective order that says you can't have a firearm right now. If somebody was putting out provocative tweets or threats that didn't rise to the level of a terroristic threat, because I heard that about social media, you're not suggesting that if you arrived at the home of a 19-year-old boy who's making 10 days left statements that currently under the law you would have the ability to intervene and take their weapons, are you?
That's correct. But even given the circumstance that you said with the domestic violence,
two different
we
things.
can't even do that one.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm actually conceding your point on both fronts.
Okay.
The only way we can lawfully seize a firearm is pursuant to an emergency order that's referenced Chapter 573 of the Health and Safety Code. That's it.
So if somebody was suggesting that right now there were laws in place that allowed us to intervene and take firearms, would that be an overstatement of your ability to do such a thing as a law?
Unless they are evidentiary, that's an overstatement.
Thank you very much. And thank you. I know our chief in Spring ISD. I have a relative who's a ISD police officer. You all are an incredible part of not only keeping the community safety, but establishing a healthy and good relationship between law enforcement and our youthful population. And so I know that we all very much appreciate the fact that you have an incredible job. And thank you for being here, and thank you for your guidance and recommendation to us on how we could make your job and our schools safer. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Representative Johnson. Chair recognizes Representative Niabe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank your association for testifying today and for your service. Before I ask my question, I also want to recognize Chief Noakes from Fort Worth PD. My husband has been there almost 30 years as a deputy chief there, and I know that y'all are doing lots of good work in community policing, so just wanted to thank you for coming on. But so we're hearing really at the federal level how there is bipartisan legislation that is hopefully going to get passed and signed into law by the president. We hear about a lot of gridlock in Washington, D.C., and I know that here in Texas, I think that I feel like we've done a much better job of Washington, D.C. and being able to pass legislation on a bipartisan basis, even though we don't see eye to eye on some things and butt heads. I think one of those issues is if the federal government is able to pass bipartisan legislation on gun safety and gun reform. In your handout that you gave us today, you talk about the background check system. So I'd like for you to share with us and speak to what Texas can do, what are the gaps that we need to address with respect to getting universal background checks, closing these loopholes to be able to make our community safer.
I'm sorry, we were having a discussion about who to take it. So we believe that we should strengthen the ability in order to do background checks, in order to be able to make sure we identify the people who are suffering from some sort of diagnosed mental issue, or there is some other criminal episode that has occurred. One of the things, as you've heard about, is the NICS system, the National Incident System, where people can get a background check. Texas is not a full access site. We put information into that system, but we do not get information back from that system because we are not a full access site. We believe that is one of the measures that the legislature should enact so that we can be a full access site and have access into that system when a background check is done.
And what kind of information would that give you?
I am not the best person to see if anybody in the group, you got it? Okay.
So as an example, at 2 o'clock in the morning, a peace officer pulls over and conducts a routine traffic stop, and they come across a person in possession of firearms. If an agency enters information in the NICS system, it's only one-sided, so we never get the return. So the person that we're engaging at 2 o'clock in the morning, we have no idea if they can lawfully possess the firearm. We have no idea because the federal system does not provide information back to us. In other words, we're single point. We enter, we cannot receive the actual information. So if we conduct a traffic stop, you do have a firearm, there's a presumption you could lawfully possess the firearm, when in reality there may be empirical evidence that's just otherwise.
And do you know, I guess how easy it would be if we were to pass a law to have Texas be a full point of contact state? I mean, how long would that take? Do you know?
I don't even know if it's in the legislative purview at the state level. It may require federal legislative change since the NICS system is federally coordinated.
Okay, and then in your recommendations you have about the closing loopholes that allow prohibited individuals to avoid such checks by purchasing firearms online or at gun shows.
As mentioned, not the gun show, we're talking specifically about the straw purchases, as we talked about, as somebody that you know it cannot legally purchase a weapon by themselves, but yet you go buy that weapon for them. That is something that is currently not against the law in Texas, and we believe it should be.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping that on this issue we can have a serious conversation, Mr. Chairman, and very soon about getting something like this enacted. I think if, there's room here, and I think your voices in particular are going to be important with respect to the background check. Last question, with respect to raising the age for the Representative Goodwin touched on, would an assault rifle include like an AR-15 that was used in this case when the shooter purchased it when he turned 18?
Yes. If I can add one thing, we completely agree that there could be at the state level, and actually should be at the state level, some type of a law promulgated that would make it unlawful to conduct a straw purchase with knowledge. Also, I want to make one more plug. We've got to know in the field when we are dealing with a mental health client so that we can identify a least harm solution, which is usually not incarceration. But you do not give us that authority. When we run a CCQ, continuity of care query, through the TLET system, we do not get the CCQ query. It's there, but it's hidden from law enforcement because we're not given lawful access. But a jailer that only goes through jailer standards and training for certification, not nearly the equivalent of a peace officer, does have lawful access. And the reason you all did that is because you want them at the jail to know, so that eventually they know that they have a mental health client that's about to be housed. We are saying move that upstream so we stop putting the mentally ill in incarceration, and give us the authority to know at the time of the stop whether or not they're a client, so we can identify the least harm solution.
Are you okay, Representative Yave? Okay, thank you so much for those questions. Vice Chair Bowers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you to this what was the 13th panel. I'm so glad that the police chiefs were moved up for whatever reason. Thankful for your service. Thankful for the information that you have shared today and that you continue to be willing to share. And thank you, Chairman White, for bringing them to the table. I think I want to change the conversation to more towards training. And I know we talk about preparedness a lot in our committee. We talk about, sometimes I felt like that word training was a bad word, but Chief Standridge, I hear you loud and clear, and thank you for saying that training is necessary. What came to mind, though, is what about the police shortage? And I want to hear more about, Chief Perdue, about the shortage, what your stance would be on if taking those officers off the street, because that comes up sometimes, too. And I just can't let it go without saying that we appreciate your service and the work you all do, and thank you.
Representative Bauer, thank you very much for those comments, and we're honored to be here. And you are correct. This is a challenging time in law enforcement right now for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is staffing. There's not a police department in the state of Texas that is full staffed, because we are having a difficult time, as are a lot of employers, but certainly in the police world, to try to find qualified people who want to join the ranks of law enforcement. We've been struggling with this for years. It was exacerbated in the last couple of years by a lot of discussion that were going on, a lot of societal issues that were happening, and so we are struggling with that. And so yes, as the issue of training, while we are a strong proponent of training, we do understand and are very sensitive to the fact of the implications it can have on agencies, particularly Chief Rubin, and I'll let him talk about the small agencies and the more detrimental impact it has on them, which is another reason why we advocate for there being some additional funding and or some broader scale of having that access to that training, not just so he doesn't have to send his officers to Austin to travel to do the training. It can be more in-house, but maintaining the professionalism of that training as well. So we are fully aware of that. It is a conversation. Again, most agencies in the state of Texas have less than 10 officers on it in that agency, and most of our members represent that group. We understand that, but we also understand the importance of the training and think that it needs to be done. Chief Rubin, would you talk about that quickly?
Yeah, training's really important, and I think the smaller agencies, I think we recognize that maybe more than some of the larger agencies, just because of the limited resources we have out in the city at one time. So the portability of training without sacrificing the quality of training. I know we keep using Alert as an example, but one of the like Alert, that training comes to us, so we can maximize the number of officers that we send to that training. And it's not a class made up of people from all different places. If I sent my officers to Fort Worth, that would be a lot of officers from that area. And so when you can only send 1 or 2 officers at a time, a lot of times that's what you wind up with. When we can bring that training to us, it's us, the other municipality in our county, the county deputies, the park police. So those officers who are going to initially respond to that are training together because we're able to bring the training to us. It is difficult with a small agency. You have 1 or 2 guys per shift, and if I send someone to school for a week, I'm covering shifts or someone's covering 2 shifts. So it does make it very difficult, and again, 70 to 80% of the agencies in Texas are 10 officers or less.
Yes, thank you. And I think you all have spoken to this, and I hate to keep going back to you, Chief Standridge, but I want to talk about something you mentioned that was the unified command, and I think, Chief Perdue, you added a little bit to that too. And I appreciate that. And I think you all have called for standardized. I know we definitely know that it's not a one-size-fits-all. I've heard that from my colleague today. The state of Texas, agencies are different sizes and have different needs and need certainly different resources because of that. But so talk about that unified command. I mean, that I think that you all are calling for standardized across the state of Texas that hopefully can be addressed at various agencies.
So,
Good.
Sorry, just real quick, and I'll let Chief Sanders go. So already within our association and our accreditation program, one of our standards is that the agency adopt the NIM standard, which is that unified command system. So that's laid out, police, fire, EMS. It brings in all facets of a response into that unified command system. So the system is out there. It just has not been adopted by all agencies.
Thank you.
So we're not specifically saying that you need to create something. It is already there. It is simply an adoption by most agencies and putting it into practice, because most everybody has gone through some level of NIMS of training. But again, the accreditation program guarantees that if you are an accredited agency through TPCA, you have agreed to adopt that into your program.
The only thing I would add is to piggyback on your previous question, we have to maintain the fidelity of the training delivery. And so Chief Rubin mentioned that the unique thing about alert is alert comes to you. Alert comes to you with either adjunct instructors employed by Texas State University or certified instructors. And we bring literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment. Please do not pass such nondescript legislation that says active shooters shall have to be increased. You have the gold standard for active shooter. You have the nationally recognized standard by the FBI post Sandy Hook 2013. It's in our backyard. It's in San Marcos. Please don't just say we have to have active shooter training. You need to connect that to the fidelity that's been maintained over the last 20 years through the active program at Alert.
There are a lot of other organizations that teach that. A lot of agencies teach it on their own. And I think, as mentioned earlier, that every officer in the state can recite something. Well, reciting it and going through the practical training enough times where you have that muscle memory where you can act it without thinking about it is a totally different thing. And so there is a difference in that level of training when you just mandate active shooter training without any more qualification. That there will be somebody puts together a 4-hour PowerPoint, everybody will sit there and watch it, and it'll be those of us that are gearing up because we don't want to get hit by a 400 feet per second piece of soap, which is a lot better reminder. So
Thank you so very much. I appreciate the panel.
And not just refreshers, so to speak, but opportunities to train with the folks that you're likely to execute these. These are very, very complex operations that you're talking about. People watch on TV, or you go take a course and you just come back home and just fall into a stack and everything's going to work. It could, okay, but there's confidence building too when you're training with the same folks, and when they're moving in a certain way, and you're confident in doing what you want to do or need to do because the man or woman behind you is doing what they're supposed to do as well. Let's go to Representative Patterson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Perdue, what is an incident commander?
The person who is in charge of the incident that is occurring, whoever that happens to be.
And how is that defined? I mean, who is the incident commander?
Well, if it is a preordained event, let's say that we're having a concert, then there will be an incident action plan put together, and there will be an incident commander assigned, and that person is responsible for all things related to that incident. Hopefully, it is part of a unified command where there are other people that are part of that, but ultimately there's one person over that. on an ad hoc or an emergency situation, the first one that shows up there that generally is the highest ranking of that initial response will take that role as incident commander until that role is relinquished to someone else.
Okay, so what if you can't get in touch with the incident commander?
From what perspective?
What if the incident commander doesn't have the radio on them or isn't accessible to the other officers on scene?
Again, I want to differentiate between what is occurring in the field where there is an actual incident going on. There is still an incident commander regardless of whether there is contact from that person back to the home base via radio, cell phone, whatever else. You don't lose your title or your role as incident commander just because you can't communicate back to some other off-site location.
So you're saying that you can be in charge of the entire incident without being able to communicate with the other officers at the scene?
Not the other officers at the scene, but back to your dispatch center or home base. There needs to be some connectivity or some communication to the other people there. Otherwise, it's just you've got 5 different incident command people going on because they each think that they're in charge of it. Ultimately, there should be one person. Everyone should acknowledge and recognize that there is a single person in charge of that incident. They're on the ground at the incident.
Okay, so for example, in Uvalde, the original shots were fired near the school, not on the school grounds, and so it seemed that not the ISD police, but the Uvalde Police Department folks were on scene first of the original incident. And so would they have been the incident commander?
Representative Patterson, I've only seen and read whatever has been published in the newspapers. I'm not privy to any additional information, and I want to be very careful to make it a judgment based on something I'm not aware of or not participating in.
Okay, let's say that there's an incident outside of a building and police responds, and then that person is then chased into or goes into a school. Who is the incident commander in that case?
Well, it's going to depend on because you have people who are actively engaged in following that individual or pursuing that individual. They typically are not the people who are assigned as incident commander because they're actively engaged in pursuing the individual. Generally, somebody who is following after that would take command of that situation. So in any active incident, there is always a little bit of a flurry of activity where and then it settles down a little bit generally, and then somebody takes command and leads that forward. Stan, do you jump in there?
So let's discuss the best practice. The best practice would be the first officer arriving on scene. He or she would provide what's called an LCAN. This is my location. These are the conditions. These are the actions I'm taking. And these are my needs. LCAN. This is Unit 100. I'm entering the west side of the building. Shots were fired prior to my arrival. I'm going in to isolate, distract, and neutralize. I have command. That's the best practice. The officer goes in, solo, 2, 3, however many officers are there. You go in, you press the fight, you neutralize. Neutralization can be an arrest. It can be use of force. When the threat is neutralized, you've stopped the killing. You then flip the coin over, and you stop the dying. At that point, command is ultimately going to change. Why? Because you're going to have what we call a room boss in charge of the casualty collection area inside the room. You're going to have to create a hall boss responsible for getting your firefighters inside the structure to triage and get the patients out to awaiting ambulances at the ambulance exchange point. So there are going to be various levels of command, coupled with the fact that you have, ideally, a supervisor pumping the brake, not going into the structure, establishing command outside the school and saying, headquarters, I have command, I will be forward operating command. Then the forward operating command is where I establish unified command. So whoever pumps the brake stays outside the structure, waits for the integration of fire, EMS, and the superintendent. So I have, so to speak, I have some command elements inside, but I also have a command element outside. That did not happen in Uvalde. Y'all know probably the reasons why just as well as we do.
So what you just described is how folks are trained in your line of work, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No, to clarify, some have been trained. We've already established the fact that not everybody has been trained on these issues because it's not mandated. If you're going to expect it, then we have to inspect it, so we have to require this.
So part of the basic training to become a police officer in the state of Texas does not have any training of a large-scale event?
It has
And who
incident
report to?
command systems.
Okay.
Or at ICS, or National Incident Management System, NIMS. As it relates to active shooter, which is what I'm specifically discussing, it's a very small section in the BPOC, Basic Peace Officer Academy. It's literally a couple of pages long, and that's it. It does not go into any detail. In fact, it doesn't discuss what I just said. Not to mention, I can't teach this just in theory. I've got to actually go out and do it, which is
So every police officer then is trained to have a commander or someone in charge of a site?
that would be an accurate statement, yes.
Okay. And so if that police officer is trained that certain scenario is supposed to take place, and that scenario is not taking place, is it incumbent upon that officer to find the incident commander or the person in charge and find out, ask questions, or figure out what's going on, and figure out who is in charge and what's supposed to be happening?
I would like to say yes.
Okay. So the officer has the responsibility to find the incident commander to find out who is in charge?
Yes, if the officers self-deploy into the structure, they need to ultimately find out who's calling the shots inside the structure to find out the LCAN, location, conditions, actions, and needs. What are the needs? Where do you need me? What do I need to do? That's correct.
Okay, so somebody is in charge of the scene, and then it's disseminated from there, and folks are told what to do and how to react and all that. But if someone is not at the top of that pyramid in charge, then somebody else everyone else's responsibility is to figure out who is at the top of that pyramid.
Eventually, but I want to clearly point out, and John Kernut's in this audience, so he's the assistant director of Alert. He and I will tell you that leadership in the initial stages of response is more organic.
Mm-hmm.
It is not like the fire department that arrives on scene and they build the ICS model from the onset. In law enforcement, it's remarkably different. The first person arrival on scene has command until they relinquish command. And it's very organic inside the structure until you have stopped the killing. Then when you work to stop the dying, then you start to build out your command concept.
So if the incident started outside of the school and the city police responded to that event, then it would be safe to assume that the city police department was the incident commander, or someone within that department was the incident commander.
I don't think it would be safe to assume. It just depends on who all is there.
Okay, so if you're there on scene at an incident, and would you, I'm trying to think how to phrase this, would it be overstepping bounds for a city police officer to then overtake an ISD police department's responsibility inside of a school, even if there is no communication with the ISD police chief?
I don't want to get I don't want to get drugged into the after action of Uvalde until the after action of Uvalde has been done and disseminated, and we all operate from a common operating picture. What I'll simply say is the best practice is, and I've already explained that, the best practice is the first person arrives on scene, assumes command. They go into the structure if driven by shots fired or driven by intelligence. They go in to isolate, distract, and neutralize. It's very organic. Follow-on responders arrive. They decide to go in. They assist in isolating, distracting, and neutralizing. At some point, somebody has to pump the brakes outside the structure and say, headquarters, I'm assuming forward command. I need fire, I need EMS, and I need the superintendent now. That didn't happen.
Thank you.
Representative Patterson, one addition to that is we are as you know, we're a very paramilitary structured environment. We believe in the chain of command. We follow it very religiously. We also try to honor local jurisdiction, local control. If we were to show up at an ISD, we would always probably the first instinct is to defer to the local jurisdiction. It is their jurisdiction. It is their responsibility. If that's not being done, then it becomes incumbent upon the peace officer to then follow their protocols and to make sure the actions are done correctly. But we always try to defer to the local jurisdiction first.
Okay.
And I think, like Chief Noakes pointed out, is these things need to be done. If we're talking best practices and not a specific incident, best practices, there should be a relationship between those entities before this happens. That these things should be worked out by having those practical training exercises, not PowerPoints or tabletop exercises, to go over these details. If city's there before ISD, if ISD is there before city, and so that goes into that planning and control of the preparation.
Absolutely. You know, this event, my feelings and thoughts about this event are very much like the aftermath of 9/11 to me, and my concern is that with so many different jurisdictions in one specific location, it could be easy to not know who's in charge, especially if you can't communicate with the person that is allegedly in charge. And so my concern is that, you know, in the training or in the lack thereof, or, you know, hopefully every school district in the state of Texas has on their summer agenda to get their situation straight between either their ISD police or their sheriff's office or their marshals or guardians, whoever's, you know, over these types of situations. But I just can't for the life of me understand how difficult that may be with Border Patrol, Sheriff's Office, constables, ISD police, city police, and so many different people involved. I want to switch gears a little bit. The shooters that we know about and that have been publicized in recent events in recent years, do you all see, from your professional opinion, any common theme between the shooters? Any personal situations, any political philosophies, anything at all?
So I'm going to provide some data. The data is from 2000 to 2019. There were 347 active attacks, of which firearms were used 317 times. Vehicles were used 7 times. Multiple weapons were used in about 33% of these, pistol being the most predominant. Pistols accounted for 182 active attacks versus rifles 89, shotguns 44 times. The attacker, this is an important statistic. They're normally alone. 98.27% of the time they act alone. When they do not act alone, they're together. They feed off each other. The attacker profile doesn't typically know a specific race. African American, 28% of the time. Asian, 4%. Caucasian, 55%. Latino, 10%. The attacker/victim relationship, 55% of the time there is no relationship. It's truly partner or stranger violence. Location of attacks. We talk a lot about schools. Schools are not the #1 venue chosen for active attacks. Your businesses are. We've all heard of workplace violence. Your businesses are actually attacked 49% of the time. Schools are attacked 19% of the time. Victims. We've talked a lot about victims. And so when we talk about victims within the alert, the methodology is we use median versus mean. Median being the most often occurring number versus the mean, which is the average, because you can have an outlier that statistically causes deviation. So the median number of victims shot in an active attack is 4. The mean number of victims killed is 2. I hope that answers your question.
It does. That's great information. Thank you. It does to a certain degree. What about the personal life of the shooters? Do we notice anything? Do you have any information about the personal lives of the shooters, what's going on in their lives, things that may trigger this type of, because we've talked a lot about deep societal issues, and I believe that that's true. I believe that there is a government solution to some of the things that we're talking about here today, like hardening schools and training and those sorts of things. I also believe, quite honestly, that there's not a government solution to everything that is wrong in society. And from my own research, I've seen that fatherlessness is a huge issue
especially with these shooters, without having a male person in their life, without having a father in their life. And I don't necessarily mean a married mom and dad. I mean a dad in the picture. Do you see a common theme there as well?
I think every chief here would testify that crime is almost always reflective of socioeconomic factors. So you have the social issues, you have the economic issues, you have educational issues. We would fully concede your point.
And thank you. And we've talked a lot about the age appropriateness. You mentioned handguns was the most common thing. Is it lawful for an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old to carry a handgun in the state of Texas?
Oh, I can't remember. 21.
Okay, so the most commonly used weapon in these shootings are handguns, and the age for that, you have to be 21 to carry a handgun in the state of Texas. Is that correct? Okay. And did you have an average age of the shooter or median age?
I do not have an average age. That'd be a great question to ask John Cornett when he testifies.
Okay, thank you. Seems typically maybe less than 21, but I'll find out later on. Social media is something that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about today, and certainly I know that you guys aren't on the board of Facebook or social media experts probably, but we've talked about banning certain things, and in this legislature we've banned adults from being able to buy cigarettes or vape or what have you. Do you think that children should have access to social media?
I'm going to take my uniform off a second and talk as a parent and a grandparent, and I think that the age by which a lot of children have access to that is way too young. I think that for a lot of the same development reasons that we restrict from a lot of things from them are the same reason they should not have access to social media earlier on in their lives. But again, much like we talked about the school districts, that's a local issue. There is a parent issue. There's a parental decision to make of when their child should have access. I believe that there are tools available to any parent who wants to access those tools that can limit the access of their children. Children are very resourceful, though. They'll find ways around it, but the parents have got to be more resourceful. So it all goes back to what you said, Representative Patterson. Parental involvement in the children's lives is the greatest indicator of success for that children in the future. And I believe that's what it comes down to it. I would like to cover one thing, if kind of to address what you said about, I absolutely agree that it is not the government's, it's our position and my personal position that it is not the government's role to intervene and to create a law for every situation that occurs. We've got to make sure we differentiate between the violence that is going on within our entire country, along all the major cities in this state, in this country. The gun violence is rampant running. We've all seen the reports we hear on things. The situation that is going on there and the situation happening in Uvalde are two different situations. We need to make sure that we are targeting and specifically addressing those issues that are going to focus on the issues of Uvalde, if that's the issue we want to focus, while we still are addressing those larger issues. But we are not going to solve those larger issues with any legislative measure. That is a much deeper societal issue that must be addressed on a more long-term basis.
I agree with you. Would you say that social media has had a positive or a negative?
Excuse me, Representative Jerry. The social media charge, it's in 4 and 5, and we're going to come back. And I know Chairman Lozano is working on a piece on that. So that's really in 4 and 5. We're on 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Okay. So.
Are the police chiefs going to be back on those other panels?
Well, I don't know what Chairman Lozano, he's working on that. You can get with him.
Okay.
And work with him on
so I can't ask questions about.
Well, I would just say this: if that's in charge 4 and 5, let's just leave that for 4 and 5, and maybe the chiefs will be back. They say they want to come back.
Okay.
I wanted to come back a couple hours ago.
Okay. Right.
Chief Standards, you mentioned earlier that kind of a definition of an assault weapon. And I want to drill down. I think what I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think what I heard you say is that a military-style assault weapon, you would differentiate between that and a hunting rifle by saying that a hunting rifle would be a single-shot rifle. Is that correct?
my response was to Representative Goodwin, and what I said was we would be glad to work with her and you all to actually define. We typically, when we refer to these rifles, we do not call them assault rifles. That's the lexicon is typically used by the media and or legislators. And so I don't want to, without careful examination, to define what we consider these weapons to be. So we will be glad to be at the table, but for right now, I think my answer will suffice.
I heard you say that earlier, so I just want to make sure. So it's not necessarily, you did not mean to say that that you should only be able to purchase a rifle that is a single shot rifle for hunting.
That's not our position.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And then you're saying that the association doesn't have necessarily a definition on what an assault rifle would be, right, as of right now today?
That's correct.
Okay, so is there another definition of assault rifle that you've seen somewhere else, maybe outside of it, or is it just a term that is used, on social media and elsewhere that is used to describe a certain look of a gun?
I think the conventional lexicon would suggest that it's a rifle platform of a 5.56 or 7.62 or comparable that has a high-capacity magazine, and it's akin to a military-style weapon.
Right. Would a military-style weapon be more likely to be a fully automatic weapon, or would it be a semi-automatic weapon that, quite frankly, almost everyone carries a semi-automatic weapon if you carry one these days?
My military days ended in 1993, so I have no idea what they currently issue, but I think you'd probably see both.
Okay. I'm just trying, because military style is a term that I hear a lot as well. I did not serve in the military, so I'm not necessarily aware specifically with my own experience. But I just want to make sure that we're not talking about the plastic that is around a weapon, that we're actually talking about how the weapon performs, correct? I mean, we're not talking about because it's a black gun that has plastic parts on it, you can attach a flashlight or a laser. We're actually talking about the performance of the weapon, not whether it has it's a black weapon or a brown stock, wood stock weapon.
You use the word pronoun we. I don't know how you all are describing them. I can simply say that we believe in reasonable changes to include raising the age to 21 for these style weapons.
Mm-hmm.
We also readily agree that we have yet to define what that is, to Representative Goodwin's point, and we're willing to sit at the table with you so that we could truly have a we definition.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, and thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate your time.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me, something you said kind of stuck with me, and that was in response, I think, to the last last questioner about whether or not government can likely solve every problem. But I think the question was about this particular problem that we're facing and whether or not government what should government do about that? And what occurred to me was that when I look back over the history of government's involvement in this, while we're not likely to solve it, what I'm concerned about more especially is we don't aggravate it. And let me tell you what I mean by that. As the chair of the House Public Education Committee, when we start talking about arming teachers, 350,000 or so teachers that we have in the state, I have a concern. And one of those concerns is this. If there's an active shooter and you show up in response to that active shooter, and around the corner comes a teacher with a gun who's firing back at the active shooter, you won't know that. You'll have no idea that that's the teacher. All you know is there's an active shooter. And even when you say stop and put the gun down, if the teacher turns toward you with the gun still in her hand, what do? You probably take the teacher down. And that's why I'm concerned about arming teachers and aggravating a situation that we don't do enough to otherwise to help resolve, but we do make the situation worse.
So, Representative, one of the, I know that several of those want to respond, but one clarification, early on in our testimony, we said that if the decision was made by local school district to arm or allow teachers to be armed, that we advocate there be both training as well as identification that teacher would have to show or to possess if they were to have to pull their weapon and do that. Obviously, much like everything, there's no guarantee, but I think we need to put things in place that would minimize the exact incident that you're describing. Scott, did you have something?
No, I was going to reiterate what you did, is that was part of our position, is that that's a local issue, but if it's approved locally, then we would like to have those things in place where there's that training, there's that identification method to help alleviate some of the things that you just mentioned. There's always a risk in that, blue on blue. You know, there's no solution, 100% solution, but we would like to be part of determining the best practices to make that happen.
What would you do? What would you have us do as a legislature if we decide to arm teachers? What would you have us do in terms of?
I think it's important to recognize, it's a great question, and it speaks to the tension that every school marshal currently in the state of Texas feels. So recognize these incidents are typically over within 3 minutes. Coincidentally, the national response average for a peace officer on scene is 3 minutes. So if the average is 3 minutes, that means that sometimes it's much longer than 3 minutes. So if they're over in 3 minutes, we don't get there for 3 minutes for an average. What are you doing to mitigate the loss of life? That's where the school marshal program is trying to say, okay, there has to be a stopgap measure. And to Chief Perdue's point, that has to be locally decided. So if you decide at a local level you want the school marshal program, during their 80 hours of curriculum, they're going to get a ton of instruction on that very thing. What do you do after you've isolated, distracted, and neutralized so that you don't become the next casualty as a marshal? We talk about how do you identify yourself. We talk about buying sashes. We do all of those things. We talk about holstering your firearm as a school marshal so that when the cops get there, you don't have your scenario. So that your scenario has been well contemplated, but it's already been addressed in the curriculum and the actual practical application.
Well, sometimes, and I'm familiar with a case where the law enforcement was actively after somebody and someone else joined in to help them, who was also law enforcement, but he wasn't with that particular jurisdiction, and he was the one killed.
We can only give you best practices. There will always, you all know statistics and you know people as well as I do, there will always be outliers, but we have to identify the best practice and work to adopt those standards.
And that's what concerns me, is trying to make sure that not only are the teachers trained, but the law enforcement is trained, so that the example I gave you where the teacher's coming around the corner and they're trying to get away from the active shooter, and they have their gun, the teacher has their gun in the hand, shooting back at the active shooter, and you show up at that point and see them coming around the corner, the first thing you do is what? You tell them to drop the weapon.
But remember, Representative Dutton, it took us 3 minutes to get there. That school marshal, teacher, coach, associate principal, they have likely already mitigated the threat in 3 minutes. By the time we get there, they're trained.
Where that doesn't happen.
But that's why we need to train together, sir, so that we need to have these techniques down so we can work together. So that they know, we know what their training is, they know what our training is, and we need to cooperate on that training to be effective.
That's my question. And will you all provide that kind of training to teachers so that teachers identify themselves to you and you respond only after? And of course, you got to, I assume the training is so like law enforcement. So you train so that in a situation where you need to do something, the training causes you to respond, not your emotion.
The muscle memory, yes, sir. And so, but I think so what the school marshal program, like Chief Standridge talked about, is adding in, requiring that extra curriculum for the level 1 alert training, which is the same training that the officers have. So you're building on that foundation where we're responding with the same techniques. We know what each other is going to do. And through whatever mechanism comes up, I think, Teak, there's sashes, there's already things that are in place to help us identify friend from foe.
And hopefully the teacher, though.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
The teacher is trained to the point where that training causes them, when a situation arises and they're, the one I gave you, the example I gave you, the teacher is trying to get away from the active shooter, but yet firing back at them. And you show up at that point, and the teacher has the gun in their hand. I suppose the training would suggest that the teacher should start yelling out that I'm the teacher to you. And I don't know, I just don't know how that would work, because typically law enforcement shows up with somebody with a gun in their hand. Their response is not to start asking questions.
So you keep saying teacher, I'm going to keep using the language of marshal because I want to differentiate. The marshals are taught, if you respond and you isolate, distract, and neutralize, that's going to be over before we even get there. What do you do then? You take out readily identifiable garb, attire, whatever you have. You holster the weapon. You position yourself in a way that you can be easily seen and discerned. And when you see the officers, your hands are up in the air, and you're saying, school marshal, I need support here. They're already trained to do that, sir.
Yeah, but that's the scenario where typically it's ended before you got there. What I'm talking about is an ongoing situation that's still occurring at the time you arrive on the scene.
Then the officers are taught what's called a quick scan technique. The officers are taught when they go into a structure, we look at the whole person first and then the hands. The reason being is you may also have off-duty officers inside the structure. Let's say this occurs at a Walmart, not just at a school. The officers are taught to differentiate people based upon what's called a quick scan technique. Whole person, hands, waistband, lunging distance, then demeanor. We drill this into the school marshals so that they know what to anticipate as well as the officers.
That troubles me because there have been people killed in their car who were unarmed and killed by law enforcement. And your technique for identifying people hadn't worked in that situation as much as it should have, I think. And so to have these others, this kind of active shooter taking place, that raises even more questions about what and how you would respond, and whether or not it tends to not solve the situation, but aggravate the situation when we have even teacher, as you call them, teacher monitors.
My encouragement to you is you're only 45 minutes away from the Alert Center located in Maxwell, Texas.
Right.
I would highly encourage any member of this committee to interface with John Cornutt. John, raise your hand. Interface with him. We would be glad to have you on site to show you actually how this curriculum is delivered. Remember, we have to be careful with the fidelity of the delivery. So come out and see for yourselves. Inform yourselves before you have to make these tough decisions.
Right, okay. And I hope that same invitation applies to teacher marshals.
They already have to do it.
Well, okay, I think it's, my trouble is not assuaged by this argument, but I'm glad to know that before a teacher becomes a marshal, they're going to go through certain training. And I'm hopeful that that also heightens the training for law enforcement as well in those situations.
Yes, as part of the training for law enforcement, we talk about the very thing that you're describing, how to encounter it when you encounter a marshal or when you encounter someone. And again, this is part of our daily routine. Again, we it's in every department here, their policy talks about if you are off duty and you encounter a situation, how do you act? Because you're not going to be readily identifiable. And as we do have, as you call, blue on blue incidents that occur, it is tragic, as tragic as any other loss of life that we have. But we have 78,000 peace officers in the state of Texas. I can't tell you with definitiveness that every one of them is going to act exactly the way that the training we described today, but we have got to talk about best practices. We've got to talk about what we want the profession to be and how we are going to improve it constantly going forward. Your points are well taken, Representative Dutton, and we will continue to include those in our training going forward.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Dutton. Representative Harless.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to go back to chain of command. I want to make sure that we know what we're talking about on chain of command. My concern is if we don't have an established chain of command at the scene when it happens, that we may get a small agency wait. And Chief, you said 3 minutes is the actual scene time normally. 3 minutes. This was over an hour. So if we don't have, and I think we use the National Incident Management System manual that we all go by, until it's relinquished, the first one on scene has chain of command. Is that correct?
Has incident command, yes, sir.
Incident command, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Incident command, okay. I just want to make sure that's clear because I don't want these small agencies thinking, well, we can wait until the police department get there, or we can wait until the sheriff department gets there, or we can wait until DPS or Border Patrol gets there, and we have a huge waste of time.
Yes, sir.
Time is critical in something like this.
I would tell you, as a small police agency, we want to own it. It's ours.
Right.
Those are our people. Those are our kids. This is our city. We want to own that.
Yep. And I know I have some very good school districts in mind, and I'd put their police departments, Klein and Cy-Fair, against anybody as far as handling a situation like this. But to me, time is critical, and I don't want some small agency thinking that they don't have to respond, and time as being a critical aspect of it.
I hope you include spring in that as well.
I do.
So to respond to as well, is incident command starts, as my colleague says, for the first officers who take control of the scene. We need to make sure, as we mentioned earlier, that it's also exposure to the training. It's more than just doing the 8-hour class. It's having the opportunity to do repetition and also combine with your local agencies and make sure how we handle these specific situations. If a PD was to show up 2 minutes before my guys show up, how do we handle that? And so those are opportunities for us to work through those, being exposed to the material and the situations simultaneously versus keeping everything as a tabletop and everything as a phone conversation.
Well, thank you, and I just want to make sure we were clear on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Representative Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you all for being here today, and you've been very insightful and helpful. And I'm very optimistic you're going to help us draft some legislation that's going to set up some guardrails or deterrents for future conduct like this. But I need to ask a broader question, I guess, or statement that's a frustration. It's still going to be a deterrence or a guardrail, and we're just talking about continued activity. And it raises the frustration, and I know it's a frustration in my community, and the question is why? Why do we continue to have these incidents? And I know we've heard several comments about what's a societal issue. And I know you all, and I don't mean you individually, but law enforcement's been one of the constants through all this. I know when I was growing up, and I know that's been a while, but when I was growing up, none of this occurred. When my sons were raising our sons, none of this occurred. So why? And what do you see from that constant role that maybe we're missing? And I don't mean to get into some mental health yet, but is there something that we're missing? And I fully agree that we shouldn't legislate everything in the world. But is there something you're seeing that we're missing that we can get back to the good old days?
Well, Representative Allison, I share your feelings, and I wish I had a definitive answer to give you. I too, grew up in a different time. I grew up in out West Texas, and there were we carried shotguns in our racks and our pickups, and that's just, we grew up around them, and none of this stuff happened. And so you do ask that question, and we ask that question as a group all the time. Why does this continue to occur? And I believe that some of the things that you mentioned, the larger societal issues have led to that. I do believe that one of the comments that was made about social media has an impact, and the notoriety that people seek through social media to promulgate these sort of events, and they want to be known. They want to be famous. They want to get out of their mundane life that they're in and do something, and this is the thing that they have. I think you can go into video games. You can go into the lessening of the sanctity of human life. I mean, we can talk a lot of things, but I have to be careful that I don't sound less like a police chief, because I've got to make sure I stay in my lane and understand the role that I have, because I believe that's been one of the challenges in law enforcement, is we've been asked to do a whole lot of different things over the years, and we are doing our best to try to provide input, provide information, because we are out there, and probably more than anyone else. We interact with more of the public than anyone else. We are the community. We want to be representative of the community, but we want to make sure that we're providing the people who make those decisions the information to go forward. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a silver bullet to fix this problem. I wish I did. But I think that the thing, and again, just because we can't do everything doesn't mean that we shouldn't do something. And I think there are reasonable measures that we can put into place, guardrails is your example, that can help mitigate this from happening in the future. Unfortunately, it is probably going to happen again. If somewhere in the state or in this country, a school shooting will happen again, and that is very unfortunate. But we've got to, I want to make sure that we can all sleep well, that we did everything we possibly could to try to minimize the likelihood of that happening again.
Well, I agree with you. I appreciate that. You know, and that's a sad state of our society, too, that we have to acknowledge that it's going to happen again. And it's not just the mass shootings, and not to minimize that at all. That's horrible. I know we've all suffered with the Uvalde situation. But suicides that you all experience also, even having to cover them, or I know law enforcement, retired law enforcement, the suicide rate is through the ceiling. Veterans, it's through the ceiling. Again, why? It didn't used to be that way.
There are other people on this panel that I know have a longstanding interest in that topic, dealing with the suicide, both for veterans as well as for officers. And you're right, the rate is too high, but it's specifically too high for our profession. And some of it is a cumulative effect of the things that we see, the trauma that we see over the years. Again, I've been doing this now 40 years, and you know, I have my own stories, the own thing, the people the faces that I see, the stories that I know existed in calls that I went to 20, 30, 40 years ago. They don't go away. But if you have a good, and that's why we have done a better at the job as a profession recently of understanding the impact to the individual officer and providing assistance and help to those officers. The last legislature, there was a critical care, a mental health care for a peace officer bill passed, and we appreciate that more than you know, because we need to make sure we're taking care of the first responders who are trying to take care of the community. So it is a complicated issue, but one that we are committed as an association, as individual chiefs, to try to resolve.
Yeah, well, it's a frustration that I think we all share.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Representative Leach. Chairman Leach.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I want to make a couple quick statements, and I want you to tell me whether what I say is accurate or not. And if I have a misunderstanding or if I'm wrong about this, then tell me. You mentioned earlier, Chief, that the vast majority of gun violence incidents are the victim and the shooter, there's no relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, 55% of the time.
Okay. And so if I want to try to get into the mind into the psyche of the individual, Chief, you just mentioned that wants to go out in a big way for whatever reason. They want to make a statement. They don't care how it ends, but they want to inflict mass casualty. I'm trying to get in his or her mind. Is it safe to say that that individual that wants to commit mass violence with a firearm of whatever type is not going to go into a location where there is an active law enforcement presence?
I think the likelihood is much less if that person knows that there is an active law enforcement presence at a location, that they're going to pick to use the term, a softer target, one that is more easily accessible and less protected, if you will.
And they're probably also gonna think through, Chief, how much time will I have before someone fires back?
I would say that's giving them a lot of credit. I don't think they think more beyond going in the door and what's going to happen after that. Some do, but most simply are just wanting to get it and cause whatever mass casualties they can.
But if I'm choosing between two locations, and I know there's one location where there's not going to be any returning fire, there's no law enforcement presence there, I'm going to have at least a few minutes, maybe it's 3, maybe it's an hour, but I'm going to have time to inflict mass casualty, mass damage before I'm met with resistance.
Yes, sir. That your scenario is correct.
So in the scenario where there's 2 schools that are close by, one school has adopted to have a school marshal program or to arm staff pursuant to Texas laws we allow, and one school has not. One school district has not. Maybe one school district has. In that situation, if that shooter is, and maybe I'm giving him or her too much credit, but they're not thoughtless. They're being strategic, and in many cases they're unfortunately effective in that. So which school or school district is that shooter likely going to choose to go to?
While I'm going to back up a little bit and be careful of trying to put myself into the mindset of an active shooter going into school, I think I go back to what I said before, is that I believe that anyone who is bent on causing mass disruption, mass damage, is going to go to the softer target, the one that has the least amount of security on it. And under your scenario, that would be the school without the marshal program, assuming that information is available and that person knows that is in fact the case.
So in my house district, most of the school districts that I represent do not have armed staff, don't have school marshals, and that's widely known, and that's how the school board has decided to proceed there. There is one school district in my district, Melissa ISD, that has opted differently, and in front of every single one of their schools, their elementary schools, their secondary schools, and their high school, and in all buildings, all school district buildings, are giant signs, bigger than these huge TVs. I mean, giant signs outside of each location that say, "Attention, please be aware that the staff at Melissa ISD are armed and may use whatever force is necessary to protect our students." My final question: what is the deterrent effect of the policy and of the notice to someone that might want to come in and inflict harm on those students and teachers?
As a local police chief, I would not be opposed to and would actually support if my district wanted to put signs like that up, because I believe it creates a deterrent effect on somebody who wants to cause damage inside that school. But again, I go back to it as a local decision to what they want to do on there.
But there is a deterrent effect, correct?
Again, it's hard to disprove a negative because why did they not go there? Was it the sign or something else? But under deterrence theory, if I remember back to my master's degree years ago, that would be a deterrent for somebody that wants to cause damage. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Chair recognizes Representative King. Okay. Chair recognizes Chairman Bonney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to say, I appreciate your endurance and your focus. You guys could be surgeons. You've been amazing through this whole time. So I'll try to be brief, but I have to ask this. Currently, it is statutorily required for a school district to have a school safety committee, and it's actually defined in the law that on that committee must be a representative of law enforcement, and if there is a school district police force, that they should be represented as well. And that school safety committee is given the responsibility of adopting the emergency operations plan for the district. And part of the concept is that some of what this conversation has been about which is there coordination of effort? Is there training and planning in advance of an incident occurring, that this would bring that about? And so my question is, because you guys are all obviously either in the school police or municipal police, what has your experience been since that's been in the law? So do the districts that you are affiliated with, do they have a plan? Are they coordinating with law enforcement? Are the municipal police or the sheriff's department and the school, district police, are they planning in advance? Are they coordinating and training in advance? Or is this something that's sitting in the law and there's some paper filed away somewhere and nobody's doing anything?
So I'll speak to that. So
go ahead, sir.
So the committee itself, we most of my neighbors that I communicate with, ISD wise, the process is in place. The process was in place prior to SB 11 making that mandate. So the collaboration was already in place. What it did was it allowed us to pull in superintendent, school board members, and community alike to know what was going on. And so that's also very important to make sure if there's roadblocks or barriers, they can help us remove them. But the process has been in place and remains in place that we have been collaborating with law enforcement, our law enforcement partners. I could speak again specifically to my jurisdiction in Harris County, the little piece of pie that we have, that we are in constant communication with those other agencies and work with them, as well as our ESD1s as well.
So if an incident were to occur in Spring ISD, today you feel as though you are properly prepared and that you would have adequate training and coordination with the area other local law enforcement agencies in that response?
In our portion of the world, I feel like we are, yes.
Okay.
And Reverend Bottom, I would agree with that, but I would also say that, go back to earlier comments, as big as the state of Texas is, that is probably not, there probably are places where that does not occur, and there probably are conflicts. In fact, I can tell you that emails that I've received from other chiefs where there has been a conflict. One specific one that came up is a chief that wants to have access to the cameras in the school, and the school district will not allow the police department to have access to the cameras because they're concerned about whatever they're concerned about. So every aspect of what is described in the school safety measure is probably not being universally done. But I would say on the whole, in talking to the other chiefs, I would say on the whole, it's more being done than not.
Well, I appreciate that. And the reason is that when a tragic incident like this occurs, unless you've been through it, it's almost impossible to understand how fast everything happens. And we've heard talk about muscle memory, for example. Preparation, training, already knowing what the plan is. If you don't have that, it's chaos. And in part because people want to help, but then you end up with literally hundreds of people in a building from literally half a dozen agencies trying to react to a situation. And so the part of the purpose of having this requirement in the law is to mitigate that, so that it's been determined up front that we're organized, we understand who's going to respond, we understand how this is going to go down in advance. And so I'm encouraged to hear that in your locations, your experiences, that you guys are actually assessing that up front, and we pray that nothing ever happens in your communities. But it's really important that we understand that nobody thinks it's ever going to happen to them.
Right.
And we become complacent, and then it happens.
Right.
And so I can't emphasize enough how important it is that we can put all that we want into the law or into regulations, and if it's not done, then it doesn't really serve the people of the state.
I'd agree with you, and to put a period on that, using my jurisdiction as my school district, there are 4 jurisdictions that serve my school district, and so when we do active shooter training and all 4 jurisdictions are involved in that training. They're involved, they come to the meetings, the security meetings you're describing, and so we already know each other because we assume that we're all going to have to share each other. So while we are a metropolitan area police department, we do the same sort of sharing that they do down in Blanco in a smaller area. So I believe it is, for the most part, being done. There are conflicts from time to time, but we tend to work through those. But there are some measures in the list that we gave you that I think could help mitigate some of that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairman Bonin. Chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked a lot about the school marshal program and the training requirements and things around that. We also have a guardian program in the state of Texas, and so could y'all kind of specify for the committee the difference and maybe some advantages and disadvantages?
The Guardian program also requires rules be promulgated by the school board of trustees, and the persons have to be appointed as guardians. The biggest difference is a guardian can be a teacher, a coach, a principal, etc. They are not a licensed peace officer pursuant to statute. They also do not undergo any formal or required training unless the school district specifically requires it. And the Guardian program was designed under the concept of if you have a licensed handgun holder who may have been former military and now they're part of your staff, you could designate that person as a guardian as long as you had the rules promulgated. And that person would serve as a guardian and be allowed to lawfully carry a firearm onto campus. It's a remarkable stark contrast between that and a school marshal. School marshal being recognized police officer, psychological, required training, required biannual training, etc.
To get specific, do they both actually carry a firearm on their person? Or
it depends on what the school board allows. Some school boards require that if the faculty member is in close proximity to kids, they still require that the firearm be locked in an actual gun safe. Other school boards have said, no, the law changed, so now you can actually have it on your person. And so some school boards have said it's actually probably safer to have the firearm on your person. We have a professional opinion on that, but hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, now we've got Representative Cook. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very quick. First of all, thank you for representing Tarrant County well today,
Yes,
Chief Perdue and Chief Noakes. Thank you both. I'll be very quick. The Chairman has talked about these specific charges, and so I just want to read aloud real quick most of charge number 3. It says, evaluate the preparedness and coordination between state and local agencies, non-governmental entities, and law enforcement for the prevention of and response to mass violences, including the content with regard specifically to active shooting response training. And so hypothetically, if we were to assume that an ISD police chief is, I forget the exact words I'll use, but basically where you were maintaining control, maintaining command, what was the exact phrase y'all used?
Incident command or unifying command?
Where you don't until you relinquish it?
Incident commander.
Yeah, so the incident commander. And as a former mayor, I'm very familiar with the different equipment and the tactical units that you have access to versus an ISD squad would have. And so I just want to know, I mean, I've sat here for several hours now, and I think what I'm being told is that even though there's a major difference in what you have, let's say if a SWAT team is necessary, would you feel comfortable letting an ISD police chief command your SWAT team?
Well, you have two different, it's a lot, let me get a little deeper into it. So my SWAT team is going to be called out because they're not full-time, so they're going to be people who I'm going to call from home, so their response time is probably 30 or 40 minutes.
Well, in this instance, we had over an hour. So let's say hypothetically that you had over an hour. And so my direct question is that it seems like, because we're looking for future legislation, I just want to make sure that y'all are sitting here telling us that y'all are okay with, this seems like a military standard, that you maintain command until you relinquish. But to me, the abilities of a Fort Worth Police Department versus a small ISD police force seems very significant to me. And I keep hearing y'all talk about, I want to make sure the superintendent's involved. Well, I want law enforcement making those decisions, not a superintendent. I know that's for collaborative purposes, and maybe the superintendent's just telling you, where you are in the hallway and things like that. But it seems to me that the most qualified as far as the tactical units and the equipment are going to be the larger police, police departments. And so I just want to make sure that, because this is y'all's opportunity to tell us, from a command, because to me that's the most, with regard to charge number 3, in my opinion, the most important piece of legislation that could come from it is the order of command.
And as Chief Standard talked about earlier, we implore y'all to not go down the path of having a single mandatory, this entity, whether it be DPS or other, is the people that show up in there automatically by proxy in command, because it is such a fluid situation when you're involved in those sort of situations. And again, when you first get in there into a situation like that, the person who knows the situation best, and if it's a school and there's a school district ISD police department, a police chief, they're probably going to know the situation best, and they're going to command the officers that show up there to do that.
Someone else's, you're saying that the ISD is going to command your officers?
Let me give a good example. We have our
police chief behind you saying no. I just want to know, yes or no, do you think it's a good idea to relinquish your control, your officers to an ISD police chief?
I don't want to try to defer to say that an ISD police chief is somehow less has a less ability to perform than I. It's going to depend on the circumstance. It's going to depend on what the situation is going on. If they are in command, I have no issue giving them officers in order to help the situation. If I take it over as a SWAT incident to where there is now a command and control situation over that SWAT incident, I'm going to have control of that.
So what if that person, that commander, will not relinquish? You have a squad, or excuse me, a SWAT team ready, but this other ISD police chief hypothetically would not relinquish control.
It would depend upon what the danger that we're impacted. If it is a barricaded person to where there appears to be no danger, no immediate threat that requires immediate action, then I'm probably going to say then we'll stand ready to assist you. If there is an active threat going on or active danger to somebody, my expectation would be that some action be taken to alleviate that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting to. Is what I hear you saying is that y'all are not asking for any change with regard to that ability to step forward and say we are taking control of this.
That is correct. We're not asking for anything on that.
It's amazing to me. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the testimony, and thank you for answering all of our questions. Chief Standridge, I'll start with you, and this is really for anybody if you have any information. During the last legislative session, the legislature enacted a law that established an active shooter alert system, and I'm just curious if that has particularly become part of the training within the alert curriculum or anything like that. Now, it's a very new law, only been on the books for a few months, so I wouldn't expect it to be integrated into various department operations yet. Just curious how familiar y'all are with that, and if there's just kind of want to understand what the status is and how helpful that can be as a tool.
You're talking typically about using technology as a warning system.
Yes.
Okay.
So in other words, the one that's been set up is very similar to, or is modeled after an Amber Alert system, right, where the public can be notified in the event of an active shooter. Well, and I say an active shooter situation, very specific types of active shooter situations.
Right. So the principal goal of Alert is to train first responders, police, fire, EMS, on how to mitigate the loss of life, how to respond. We had a paradigm shift at some point when we were teaching, and we realized regardless of how good we get, we will still have the loss of life if we don't train our civilians on what to expect. Mm-hmm. So we rolled out an entire protocol. We call it ADD, Avoid, Deny, Defend. In the conversations during our civilian response courses, which are free to any community, we teach about all of those issues. We teach about the expectations you as a teacher or a shopper or wherever the venue is, what you do in response if an active attack occurs. And it's during those types of discussions that we talk about also how to leverage technology.
Thank you. And for the other chiefs, is that something that's been discussed at your various departments by chance?
Well, that would come from the school district.
Well,
so to speak, Chief Colbert, to speak again locally for our area, we have mechanisms. Again, we're already moving in place with those things, and so your legislation just really helps stamp what's best practice. And so I know, again, for our area, that is a feasible option. There may be smaller school districts who may not have the funding to support that, so that may be something that legislation may definitely take a look at. But the tool itself and the the philosophy itself in practice is sound.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiefs. Thank you for your time and your all of your suggestions. You know, we've got the top suggestions that
Yes, sir.
we should try to accomplish within the next 45 to 60 days. Thank you so much, and God bless you on your safe travels back home.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel will have Chair calls Sheriff Brian Hawthorne. And I believe you have some of your sheriff colleagues with you as well. Sheriff Buddy Mills, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Yes, sir. And thank you all for being here. Go ahead and with the routine, with your name and who you're representing.
Chairman, thank you. I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm the Sheriff of Chambers County, but I'm here as the Legislative Chairman for the Sheriff's Association of Texas. Sheriff Mills is with me. He will be sworn in next month as the President, so he will follow up after I kind of wrap up our position from an SAT. So first of all, I wish Chairman King was here, but bottom line is there's no doubt the Sheriff's Association believes that police officers should have taken bullets, not children. So there is a failure in what took place. Obviously, we don't want to armchair quarterback it from this point because the final reports, but from everything that myself and Sheriff Mills sitting in the Senate hearing 2 days ago, listening to everything that McCraw has been laying out in the timeline, there definitely was a failure from officers not pursuing the suspect into the school and doing exactly what Chief Standridge discussed, and that was drawing the attention. They should have been in combat with him. So that is what ALERT teaches us. The Sheriff's Association promotes and defends and hopes you will continue to fund ALERT, and you will fund it much broader than you already are. And we'll talk about funding real quick here in just a moment. Then the other aspect of the failure is going to be on leadership. And I think it's important for everybody on this panel and the two committees that are here to know that there's not a sheriff that I know of, and I know I can speak for the majority of us, and I know I can speak for the sheriff sitting next to me. We don't want one of our sheriff's deputies being the second or third guy on the scene and taking it over from the police chief of the ISD. We're there as a support role. So when I think about the events that took place 2 weeks ago, excuse me, however exactly how many days it was, I don't see any major issues or fault or blame when it comes to the troopers, to the Border Patrol agents, to any of those officers that were secondary that showed up because they heard the 911 call come out. We are taught, it's in doctrine. I'm a retired DPS trooper, retired Highway Patrol sergeant. We were taught in 1984 when I started my career that we follow chain of command. That's what we do. And it's important. In the business that we do in law enforcement, that chain of command is extremely important. We terminate people for violating chain of command or for dishonoring and respecting that chain of command and that authority. Right? So I think it's very important that we recognize those things. This is a leadership at the top from the ISD chief as I see it. Obviously, I don't want to armchair quarterback it until it's done. Let's move on. Let's talk about House Bill 11 real quick. It's going to be, Senate Bill 11. Sheriff's Association promotes hardening the schools. If we're going to really focus money, we believe it's hardening the schools. It's making it to where that perpetrator can't get in so easy. Inspecting the schools, doing something that is going to put a system in play to make sure all those doors locked, stay locked, the windows are secure, you just can't knock out or shoot out a window and walk through it. There's got to be a better way than what we're dealing with and the way that some of these schools are built, especially some of the older schools. The Sheriff's Association also believes in and promotes the school marshal program. We, like the chiefs,
think it's probably the most effective and the cheapest when it comes to the dollar amount of trying to figure out where you're going to focus money. Obviously, police officers are more expensive than a school marshal, and the school marshal can probably get the job done. So we definitely promote that program. Talk about school emergency operation plans. That was a big issue that was discussed. I have a feeling y'all are going to be discussing it tonight when you're talking to some of the other people that will be coming before this panel. I will tell you, I am the sheriff of Chambers County, and I have 4 school districts. 2 of them have ISD police departments, 2 of them don't. The 2 that don't, I provide school resource officers. Those school resource officers have not been focused or part of the emergency operation plan. I spoke to both of them last night, asked them if they'd even seen the school operation plan, and one of them had not, and one of them had. As the sheriff, I can tell you I've never seen either one of them. One of the things that we would recommend from a sheriff's association is that the emergency operation plan needs to be signed off by the agency head of the jurisdiction that will be doing the 911 response. So when that 911 call rolls and whoever is getting that first dispatch to that incident, may not even be an active shooter, who knows what it is, that chief or sheriff needs to have the ability to sign off on it and review it, let his staff review it before it becomes the school plan, since that is who will be responding to the 911. Training. We need to be training with the schools. There's no doubt that from a training perspective, let's talk about LEOS. Some of you on here have heard me speak about LEOS money before. Thank you, Chairman. I just texted my secretary and said, how much LEOS money did I get from the state? I get $50 per officer. And I think that's pretty well across the state. You all take it and you divide it. That LEOS money continues. That fund is there. You've never turned loose of the LEOS fund. You'll give us a little of it. All right, and I appreciate that. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate the $50 per officer that I got. Some years it varies. I've seen it as much as $69 to $70 per officer. But that LEOS fund, I believe y'all use it quite often to balance the state budget. We would love to see that LEOS fund come out, and let's put it and focus it on active shooting. Just thought process. I don't care where you put the money. But
I'm just going to break out of protocol just a little.
Sure, absolutely.
Could you explain what the LEOS is? I know what it is, but what it stands for?
Well, it's the law enforcement fund that there's some money that goes into it from, I think, comes from tickets. Those of you that deal with it, but it's I think it's like a dollar surcharge from traffic tickets and what have you that goes into a fund, and then that fund gets distributed per commissioned officer. So an agency normally, like Houston PD, will get a considerably larger chunk because of their manpower. Harris County Sheriff's Office, if they've got, say, 4,000 or 5,000 officers, then they will get that larger chunk. So I think my agency, I just got $5,300 from the state. Sheriff Mills probably testified that he got $4,500 from the state. It's pennies compared to what it takes to keep your officers trained and up and ready. Chief Standridge didn't talk about how expensive alert is. It's a very expensive course, and it's very expensive training, and needs to be. And part of the reason is it needs to be using simunitions. Simunitions, I don't know if anybody's ever described what simunitions is, but it's the closest thing that we have to a police officer knowing that bullets are coming at him. It's a very effective training, and I think simunitions is anywhere from 75 cents to $1 a round. So if I'm going to go train in one of my schools using my simunitions program, do you see how fast the dollars can add up when I am trying to train my deputies on how to defend children? All right? Just, if the money's there, please turn it loose. That's all I would ask. All right, the second charge. Let's talk about firearms. I will tell you that your Sheriff's Association is Second Amendment friendly. We will always support it. We worked hard with Representative Schaefer on 1927. We will always work with the legislature on any of the legislation, but I think it's very important for you to know that your sheriff and the citizens that elect us, just like the citizens that elect you, expect us to defend and protect their Second Amendment. And I think you'll find the Sheriff's Association will always be there. Do we understand there may be some limitations? Absolutely. If you'll remember, we asked for 11 amendments to the 1927, and we got 6 of them, and thank you for those 6. So I think it's, like I say, we will always work with you on it. All right, charge number 3. I've already talked about where I feel like the Sheriff's Association sees where the failures were. Well, let's talk about SRO programs and funding. So I'll use Galveston County as an example. Sheriff Trossett, Henry Trossett, has 70 deputies that are tied to school resource programs. I think he funds all the deputies in like Texas City and other school districts. Very effective program. The reason it's effective is because those deputies become part of the training cycle of the sheriff's office. So if we're going to do active shooter training, and I'll use the example of my SROs, when I do active shooter training, they're part of it. So they're training with the same deputies that are going to be responding to the 911 call. Because remember, we're talking only 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. We've talked a lot about unified command. We've talked a lot about command and incident command. Ladies and gentlemen, these things happen quick. They happen fast. There's not much time to set up incident command. That's the reason it's what we are indoctrined to. You look to the chief of that agency. You look to the chief of that jurisdiction. You look to the sheriff of that jurisdiction. Or you look to the captain that works for the sheriff, who's the captain over. I mean, it's not much different than the military. And so we need to be real careful. The chiefs are correct. Let's be real careful about trying to identify in law who needs to be the incident commander. Because I'll tell you, as a retired trooper, and now 10 years as a sheriff, I've got people that have less time and experience than me that are superb incident commanders. I've sent them to tons of training, and I would not take one of those 20-year captains that I have, or 25-year captain who has been running SWAT teams. We wouldn't want to turn that over to somebody of lesser ability. And you all, from making the law, will never have the ability to determine who needs to be that person on that scene. It needs to be the responsibility of the agency, of the jurisdiction. We need to hold school boards accountable, city councils accountable, and the voters accountable when it comes to the sheriffs and constables. All right? It matters who you put in command. It matters who you put in to lead your agency. And if you're going to continue to allow people to create police agencies, I'm not afraid to tell you, y'all got a lot of police agencies that the state has created. We'll call them created. I'm not real sure why a mud district needs a police department, but I'll let y'all figure that out. But what I do know for sure is that sheriffs and chiefs work well together. You could not have had a better panel, and I will tell you that the Sheriff's Association works well with them, and we are very proud to follow behind those men. Their leadership, their guidance, we use it quite often, and we work well. And so with that being said, remember this, multi-agency responses, like to an active shooter or any kind of a violent issue where the 911 call rolls out and multiple agencies hear it, they are unorganized. They just are. It's not really any different than any disaster that happens real quick. It takes a while to get organization. So the only way that organization is going to be quickly put together is when we work together and we train together. One of the problems that we have now, we all know each other. We work together on cases and investigations, and we have great relationships with our cities and our sheriffs and our constables. But the one thing that we don't do is train together. There are some agencies that have been very proactive, just like you heard from some of the chiefs, where some of them are doing some multi-agency training. But I would say that one of the things that you could probably do is work in the direction of maybe some memorandums of understanding, that you require the school district and the sheriff and the cities to work on memorandums of understanding, and that we try and put some training protocol together so that we can respond to these incidents. Because the one thing that we know, we're not going to solve them today, and we're going to have another one. We just hope it's way down the road, and we hope we're prepared for it. But the mental health issues, nobody knows mental health issues like a sheriff does. And we have a jail full of them, every sheriff in this county, in this state. And if we think those mental health issues are going to go away anytime soon, we're wrong. So we need to be prepared for those mental health issues when they come along. And I think I've pretty well hit everything that I need to as the legislative chairman for the Sheriff's Association. So I'm going to turn it over to soon-to-be President Sheriff Mills from Gillespie County.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Buddy Mills, Sheriff of Gillespie County, currently sitting first vice president, and yes, in a few weeks I'll become the president of the Sheriff's Association. And as I said the other day at the other hearing, I just want to let y'all know that I am dedicated as the incoming president, that I will be here to help y'all, as our association will, along with all of the other representatives, to help you hopefully fix and mitigate our way through some of the problems that we have here with very good laws or rules or regulations that we can all live with, and of course don't cost an arm and a leg. Just to give you a little brief background on myself, I was a state game warden for 27 years, retired, and have currently been the sheriff for 13 years. Not all of it was spent there in Gillespie County. As far as being around guns, I was around them all the time as a game warden, saw a lot of different deals, spent a lot of places, a lot of time across the state on various assignments, so I'm well versed in what all happens and how fast things happen. I'm, again, glad to be here. I'll just say that I agree with everything that Sheriff Hawthorne has said here, and I will, when we have our convention here, of course, we will have some more information coming forward as a more unified group. But with that being said, I'd just like to say, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Yes, we have some questions. Before I recognize my colleague, I just want to get something clear, because, you know, something that's effectual and can be done right now. And I got two from you, Sheriff Hawthorne. One is that the ISD's emergency plan? It needs to have some inclusion, some sign-off from the law enforcement agency. I guess that would be original, a primary jurisdiction. Is that what you stated?
And it's my understanding, Chairman, that SB 11 is part of the intent. It's supposed to be in it. And I will tell you that in my case, I can tell you I had one agency, one school district reached out to us.
Okay. So the deal is, if it's an SB 11, then the question is, you know, who does this and who's accountable? So who should we go and say, did you check this off with your agency with original or primary jurisdiction?
Correct. And it needs to be the jurisdiction. So if the school district's in a city, and the city doesn't have a police department, then it's obviously going to be the sheriff. Okay. But if the city does have a police department, then it obviously needs to be that chief of police. Now, I'm always reluctant to discuss the size of agencies, because if it's a very small police department, I mean, we have, like they were saying, most agencies are 10 or less. Buddy and I just happen to be sheriff's offices that are a little bit larger than that, but we're still considered small rural sheriff's office. Well, I'm losing my rural side, but ultimately, I would say if it's a very small police agency, then they need to also include the sheriff, because any of these responses are going to be multi-men are going to be, and women are going to be arriving to this scene. So it's going to be multi-agency. So I would say you just kind of have to figure out how you're going to
fix it. We'll fix that up.
Correct.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairman Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And following up on that, Sheriff Hawthorne, in your comments, you referenced that you had asked some individuals if they were aware of the plan or had signed off on it, and they hadn't. Could you just remind me again what you said?
Sure. We were also involved in the Senate hearing a couple of days ago. So in the midst of the Senate hearing, when they got to talking about emergency operation plans, I texted both of my SROs that are assigned to schools and asked them if they were involved in the emergency operation plan. And both of them had said no. And then one said that he'd seen it, because then I followed up, have you ever seen it? One said he'd seen it, and the other one said he hadn't. And I don't want to identify the school district by any means, because they're both fine school districts that I have no problem putting my children in. But I think there's a little breakdown somewhere in that.
So we're talking about school resource officers.
Correct.
That are actually part of the sheriff's department?
Correct. They're deputies that work for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is that it's already in the law that the local police department or sheriff's office has to be part of the school safety committee. So I'm trying to understand how you'd be part of the committee and not have signed off or have knowledge of the plan.
I think there's just never been an invitation for that meeting or that opportunity. So I think you're going to find that's probably pretty common across the state.
Okay.
So that sounds to me like an enforcement issue, not a statutory issue.
I would probably have to agree. From sitting in the Senate hearing, one of the agencies that was before them, I think that was pretty heavily identified, that there's a breakdown somewhere in the system.
And this is, in a later panel, we'll talk about who reviews the plans and who's responsible for oversight of whether there's compliance or not. But it's already in the law. And I do appreciate your comments, and we're saying the same thing, which is that there needs to be training where the multiple agencies that could be involved, or whoever is primarily assigned the responsibility of responding, understands that, and there's a preemptive plan so that it's not unorganized in the moment. But to, again, to reinforce one other thing that's already been said is, in the first 3 minutes, most of what's going to happen has happened.
It's going to happen.
And I mean, that doesn't mean that what happens after that is unimportant, because it's deeply important. But if you're talking about the damage that's going to be done, we can talk about 911 calls all we want, but by the time, if they're not on campus, by the time they get to campus, it's over. I mean, at that point, it's containment and mitigation and in recovery.
So I wouldn't disagree with you, but I will say this, that that 911 response, even if he's already into the school and he's already inflicting damage, that 911 response and what alert training does, and there is a provision in the alert training that's called solo officer response to active attack. And it's very important. That's probably the single biggest thing that we should be training, is that solo officer response. It's that first officer that gets on the scene that tries to immediately mitigate what's taking place, whether it's in the school. It doesn't have to be school. It could be the hospital. I think about all the places that we have traumatic, high-stress areas where mental health seems to have a lot of impact. I will tell you that there's probably no place in the county that we have more problems than emergency rooms at 2 o'clock in the morning. And a lot of mental health. Would you agree with me on that one, Sheriff?
Yes,
Right. So it's not always just a school that we may be, that 911 response is happening to. That could be somebody with a gun in an active shooter scenario.
Yeah. And this is the last thing. It's more of a comment.
Sure.
But, in the experience that we had in Santa Fe,
yep,
I think the number was 23 people were shot in less than 3 minutes. And the teachers and the students were no longer injured or killed once a law enforcement official engaged the shooter. Now, the incident didn't end at that point. It was another half an hour or more before he surrendered. But the harm to those innocent lives that were in that area stopped when that shooter was engaged. But it took less than 3 minutes to shoot 23 people. And that's why time is so critical if we're going to talk about the response to these events.
No, absolutely, Chairman. And there's no doubt the part of the problem that when we try to take that big look at Uvalde, it's because there wasn't immediate engagement. And that is exactly what alert trains us to do. It's what we learned after Columbine. There were 2 breakdowns.
And just a quick follow-up on that, on our school plan. I'm involved in the ones, but as I testified the other day, I did not sign off on it. And, we discuss it, we create it, but the final product does not have my signature on it, which might be something that will come up later on through some of the actions that are taken in regards to how that should be. So therefore, there will be a checks and balances that, yes, that did come in, and I see where everybody involved in it that was on the committee did sign off on it on this date. Might be something as simple as that for some verification.
Thank you for that, Sheriff. Chair recognizes Representative Frank.
Yeah, just a quick question of clarification of who's responsible for what, not necessarily in point of time, but sheriffs, county, you're responsible for law enforcement in all unincorporated areas, right?
Unless, like in my county, I have 4 cities that are incorporated, but they have no police departments, and so the sheriff's office manages those law enforcement operations.
With agreement, I guess, with the city councils, or
well, I think it's because
without it.
They don't have anybody, so we respond.
Okay, but they're in your county.
But they are in the county, yes, sir.
So, the police department, anybody in the city is responsible for that, or
Correct.
they're responsible for
Correct.
any of that. So these, like school districts, how does that work? So a school district just creates a police department that is now all of a sudden, like the police were responsible for I assume the police are responsible for any school district that doesn't have a police department, right? They're responsible for law enforcement in the whole city. They're responsible in my business.
Sure,
They're
yes, sir.
responsible in
That would
all.
be
They're
correct.
responsible everywhere. And then all of a sudden we get a school district says, I'm going to create a police force. Are they accountable only to then the school superintendent and the board?
Yes.
Is that who that policing authority is now responsible for?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And so where does that end? So like if I commit a crime on the school grounds, now only I really am kind of serious. I mean, who can intervene there? It seems extremely confusing.
So I can only give you the personal experience, and I'm sure Buddy can give you some too. And so in my case, normally the ISD Police Department will handle any charges of something that takes place on the school grounds. All right, so like if they have an assault between students or a teacher or something like that, they handle it, they file the reports, they file the charges. They discover some kind of a crime, or maybe there's some family violence or something that's outside of the school district, but it's in the city or it's in the county, then they call us, and then we will go out and check, if there might be a student that never comes to school. They may check a truancy issue, and they find out there's other crimes or other issues, they'll defer to the jurisdiction. So it's just kind of like that building block. I mean, somebody who's coming from DPS, I will tell you that, you've got your DPS covering the state, and then you got your sheriff covering the county. And you've got some precincts that the constables may be elected, that they handle different things inside their precinct. Right. And then you've got the city, and then you've got the school board. And the school board creates that police department. That superintendent does. Not any different than the hospital district that creates their police department, and the municipality district that creates their police department. I could go on.
Right.
So,
yeah. Okay.
But you're thinking
But it's
it is convoluted.
Because you were talking funding earlier, and the state should do this, and the state should do
Correct.
that. The counties are responsible for law enforcement in the county.
Correct.
Cities are responsible for law enforcement in the cities, except where a school district decides to use funds that were set aside for education to set up a police force.
Well,
but that's more a comment. You don't
yes,
need to answer that.
I understand. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Hawthorne, good to see you, and thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
the time you have spent with me and the law enforcement issues that we've talked about. We've always had very good conversations, and there are 2 things that are just bothering me.
Okay.
One is we don't know what happened. I look forward
Correct.
to the day that we do get facts, but there is this frustration with the fact that we are literally talking about hundreds of law enforcement good guys on scene, and we're going back and trying to point fingers. That bothers me or worries me that that's a distraction. The other thing is, you talked about the Second Amendment, And I know our chiefs said earlier that I believe they said they recognize the need for maybe extreme risk protection orders and something like raising the age to 21 on getting an assault rifle. I talked with them as well, and I know y'all were sitting over there and heard it, about difference between mental health or threats on Twitter that don't rise to the level where you can have legal intervention. And so if the facts are that there is a young man that everybody knows is a risk and everybody's worried about and everybody identifies as being a risk and potential harm, and he's allowed to walk into a store on his 18th birthday and buy an AR-15, that now we're sitting here having hearings, literally doing a postmortem to say what could we have done differently. I can't imagine that the Second Amendment really stands for the concept that that kid needs to be able to go in and get an AR-15 on his 18th birthday, and we as a population are powerless to do something rational and reasonable to prevent that tragedy, rather than come together to talk about it after the fact. And that's what's just tearing my gut.
And I don't disagree with the concept of what you're saying. So here's what I will tell you from a sheriff's association, and obviously I will always yield to the president, who is the final decision on our positions. But we will definitely work with you, because we see some problems in the law too, all right? But I think it's very important. We definitely want everybody to know that your sheriff and the Sheriff's Association are definitely protectors of the Second Amendment. But understand, we know that the Second Amendment may need to have some limitations, and we are on record for needing those limitations. We've asked for amendments and things to protect the citizens.
So is it fair to say that we can all protect the Second Amendment and honor our history and Constitution and Second Amendment, and all come to a rational place of recognizing that in this moment there are limitations or things that could be done to protect elementary school kids?
I think the answer to that is yes.
Okay. And so I would love it, and I would love to talk about school safety. I mentioned earlier, I'm afraid of the idea that hardening means it has to equate to traumatizing kids as opposed to finding out rational ways. And I hope that we can equally have the same conversation about the fact that we need to have some rational conversations around not who did what, who called what, who's on command, who's not on command. We have not talked about the fact that this kid, who was probably a risk, probably a well-known risk, waited till his 18th birthday, waltzed in, by an AR-15, and probably more ammunitions than any of our military providers would have had in an active war zone. And that's not the biggest thing we've discussed for the last 5 hours. So thank you for your presence. Thank you for keeping us safe. I think Chairman King said it earlier, definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Thank you.
You bet.
Sheriffs, thank you so much for your
Absolutely.
service to Texas, and extend our, what do you have? Chair recognizes, hold on. Chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
Need your glasses, Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've heard of some examples around the state where some ISDs are not very welcoming of outside law enforcement coming into their ISDs and helping them out. Are you aware of any issues like that? Have you all had any dealings with ISDs that are uncomfortable with the city or the sheriff's office or anybody coming in?
I'm not personally aware. Fortunately, at least counties and the ISDs that I have, the superintendents, I'm personal friends with all of them and are very welcoming. And we run programs. We have, great and DARE programs inside their school districts. So I would say that would probably be a rare thing. And I think at that point, a chief and a sheriff probably need to find an opportunity to spend some time with that superintendent and the school board. I can't imagine, personally, a school board not welcoming law enforcement to have some form of a presence in their school.
What if we have an ISD police, small department, and we were talking earlier about the safety plan and how they're supposed to be involved in that. What about having an outside agency that kind of does an audit in a situation like that to ensure that they are involved in those safety plans and that those things are being implemented?
Really? I think it's probably critical in the same way that sheriffs and police chiefs are audited for our standards that we meet through TCOL. So I mean, I'm assuming, I just always assumed that TEA and other state agencies or Safety School Center or somebody did audit school safety plans, but I'm learning otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Niave.
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that the Sheriff's Association in the past has been on record, while you protect the Second Amendment, but for putting reasonable limitations, I think was your word. What are those? What are you on the record?
I can get them to you. We had 11 amendments that we tried to work with the House and the Senate on.
Off the top of your head.
Well, we got 6 of them, so I don't want to get confused, and you were going to say, what 6 did you get? And I wish I'm prepared, but I promise you we will have something at your office. But they were mostly dealing with people that have been involved with family violence or somebody that we felt was a risk that did not need to be carrying a weapon. And so we had 11 proposed amendments that we tried to work with. And like I say, we're not complaining because we got 6 of them. So
sure,
we're, you know.
I hear what you're saying. And apart from those amendments on that bill, in general, has the Sheriff's Association taken a position with respect to extreme risk protective orders, universal background checks, and things like that?
So it's nothing we've ever taken a position on. All right. So I will tell you that when it comes to protective orders and stuff like that, obviously that's a no-brainer, right? So
extreme risk protective orders are a no-brainer?
Well, yeah, somebody's that's got a protective order on them, that we have no problem with them not being able. There's a reason there's a protective order been placed on them. Mm-hmm. If it was placed by the court system, okay?
Thank you.
So absolutely.
Yeah. All right, I think I can do it this time. Sheriffs, you've been great. Yes, sir. Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
Could I just say something in regards to, we all understand that schools are places where young people and our children go to learn, to be educated. And currently, if we look at some of those places, I haven't been there in quite a while. I remember the day when everybody had a gun in their window. But I haven't been at the schools lately, but I've got a lot of grandkids, quite a few of them. And in today's school environment, at those critical stages of their lives and development, a lot of times they have anger, they're hurt, there may be something going on in their family life. They may feel unloved. They take actions against themselves. They feel hopeless. And if it's not identified or it's not brought to someone's attention that no one ever says anything, then therefore they never receive the help that they need, and that we, and I'm going to say we, it's all of us involved in this plan, as parents, we failed them. So in listening to some of the other things that y'all may hear later today, I would just say that it begins at home, it transitions to the school, it then goes into adulthood on where our society will end up, and the question of why we have happened what we have happened, I believe all the way, it goes back to the root of family and how people were raised and brought up and what experiences they had in their life. Now, how does government fix that? I don't really know, but I think it's good food for thought when it comes to making recommendations on where we're going to end up and how we're going to try to resolve this. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriffs. Chair recognizes Chief Nim Kidd from the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Thank you so much for being with us today, sir.
Thank you, Chairman and representatives. For the record, my name is Nim Kidd. I am Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Thank you for allowing me to be about 3/4 or 3/5 of what a local response should look like. I've been a career firefighter, almost 30 years now, emergency medical technician, hazardous materials technician, and trained in multiple aspects of technical rescue. My previous experience in the San Antonio Fire Department as a 5-year member placed me as the lieutenant in charge of the technical rescue team, and in many times I would pull up on a scene where incident command had already been established and become in charge or responsible of a sector of that incident command in order to be able to take care of a specific hazard, whether it be a rescue or hazardous material incident. And we work very closely with our law enforcement partners. My testimony today is I hope it honors the victims. I hope it does. I hope we take something from this. It's been powerful hearing the testimony this morning. Having the family members sit with us was a little overwhelming. It'll be in 2 parts. One is an overview of current federal and state law and local laws as it relates to the coordination and preparedness between state, local, and non-governmental entities. And then the second half, hopefully, will be some recommendations that you'll find helpful. I have to go back to 2003. Homeland Security Presidential Directive number 5 implemented the National Incident Management System, commonly referred to as NIMS. No relation. A few years later, Homeland Security or Presidential Preparedness Directive 8 in 2011 created the National Preparedness Goals. The framework and the goals in these guidelines are so that we have a unified response to all disasters, large and small. At the state level, you have promulgated Chapter 418 of the Texas Government Code, known as the Disaster Act of 1975, that outlines how entities should work together at the local and state level. We have Executive Order RP 40 back from 2005 that outlines all jurisdictions in Texas shall adopt the components of the National Incident Management System and the Incident Command Systems. It's written in the law that allows that and the executive order that mandates that. The State Emergency Management Plan also has provisions for all jurisdictions in Texas, and I've got to quote the jurisdictions here, for that plan is primarily related to cities and counties, not some of the other interjurisdictional organizations. But that the organizations not only plan together, they train together, they respond together. They must exercise together. Key components of national incident management, of local incident management, are communication and coordination, identification of the roles of leadership, the processes that will be used, the organizational structure that will be employed, and the support roles. Flexibility, standardization, and unity are key components of 4 critical structures. You've heard a lot about incident command and the first arriving responder on scene to establish that. You've heard a little bit about unified command. I've not yet to hear a conversation about incident management or the pure emergency management roles that employ all of those. I will tell you, in all of these major incident response where lives are lost, you need law enforcement. You also need firefighters. You need EMTs and paramedics. You need somebody that represents the facility, and you must have expert connection and communication with your closest hospitals and trauma centers. That being said, we sometimes leave out the other first responders in the planning and training and exercising for something that is an active shooter. It may surprise some to know that we've heard a lot of testimony about breaching tools. Every fire truck in a paid fire department in the state of Texas is required to have forcible entry tools and have members that are proficient in training. Every firefighter, paid firefighter in the state of Texas, is required to be an emergency care attendant or higher, meaning an EMT or paramedic. The other components that we need to not only neutralize the bad things from happening, but bring those life-saving resources into the situation are far often left out and forgotten when we talk about law enforcement planning for these responses. I want to tell you some of the things that our agency supported specifically in Uvalde. One is donations management and a call center, lodging for the victims' families, for those that came in for out of state for the funerals, establishing the Family Assistance Center and supporting that with the local officials. Our volunteer organizations engaged in several of the assignments to help support the families there. Coordination between local government and other agencies, we still hold weekly, several times a week, conference calls with the mayor, the judge, the district attorney, school districts on from time to time. Our disaster behavioral health coordination, and this really, is confusing about some of the overlapping right now between the local jurisdiction having authority for disaster behavioral health. They can be counties away. Finally, our community recovery, short and long term. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of the Texas Emergency Medical Task Force. You hear me talk about it a lot. 20 ambulances were sent to the scene, 9 aircraft, 2 AM buses, and then a 5-member incident management team. Whole blood was rushed to that scene. And so many times we have not talked about the golden hour. And that is known for the trauma and healthcare professionals from the time that the trauma has been initiated. You have an hour to get that person into definitive care and surgery. So we cannot go forward talking about how we're going to make this response better if we do not include our local fire and EMS agencies as well. And finally, as I start moving towards the things that we can do better, the things that we may need your help with, I need clear identification. There are no more single jurisdiction and single disciplined responses. There are not. There's not a car crash that happens in this state that multiple disciplines are not responding to. Yet sometimes when we look at a district or a city or a county, we think the only things that can happen in that are single jurisdiction or single discipline. We have to ensure that planning is not the end. A plan alone does not equate to action. You must follow up that plan with training, and you must follow up that training with exercise, and you must follow up those 3 things with continuous communication. The one-and-done mindset does not solve this. One of the recommendations that I would submit for you is, before the school year begins, that each superintendent convene a meeting, and our agency will help with this. We want to list the disciplines and the entities that need to be in contact with every one of those school district superintendents. And as you've heard today, there are many levels of law enforcement support to every square inch of Texas. But sometimes we just talk to one of them. And the worst thing that I have experienced in my career as an emergency responder and emergency manager is those that self-dispatch or self-deploy to the scene. We don't do that in the fire service anymore. We only come when we're asked. And if the incident is so big that we decide to respond without being asked, we go to what we have been trained and used as levels of staging. When the incident commander arrives on scene and establishes command, and one of the police chiefs did a very good job of articulating that for you this morning, maybe this afternoon, that command is established, and then level 1 staging for fire service is set up. We stop a block away from the incident and the direction of travel, and we wait for further instructions, because you can overload a command system quickly with too many resources without being able to organize them. As additional resources are requested or brought in, they go to level 2 staging. It's usually several blocks away, in order to be organized to make sure the right tools, the right resources, and the right people are employed and not wasted. We've got to continue to make sure that anybody would even think they should respond. And we're talking about schools today. We should talk about theaters. We should talk about malls. We should talk about houses of worship. We should talk about all those places where people gather, where we have seen previous attacks. We bring these responders together in front of the school district, and then we talk specifically about a list of actions that need to be taken. Now, I know the School Safety Center has put together plans and actions that are out there that people are to follow. I think you've heard testimony today that may be to a smaller group, and my suggestion, my recommendation is that we open that to all local and state and potentially even federal law enforcement, as well as other first responders and the hospitals that cover those areas. You've heard a lot about all hazards and multi-hazard plans, and the last thing that I would leave you is sometimes we use the word safety and security synonymously, and I don't believe they are. I believe we can very well secure property from a threat and still make it less safe for other hazards. And so I would ask that we do not group together safety and security, but as we look at this, we have to take all of those factors into play. There are places in this state that do not have a fire marshal. There are places in this state that don't have paid fire departments or paid EMS agencies, but we still have people that are going to respond and take care of those actions. And my request would be that we get with those superintendents and with TEA and the School Safety Center. We help come up with the list of all entities that should be sitting at the table, and we come up with a few checklist things that they need to talk about, and then we should have them exercise their plan together within the first 30 days of school opening. Chairman, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Members, any questions for the chief? Chair recognizes Chairman King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief Kidd, for being here. And I want to thank you also for you in the wake of this tragedy. Of course, people from all over the world were wanting to send in financial contributions, and so one of the banks set up a fund, and some other banks have set up a fund, and it quickly became obvious that the response was going to overwhelm our ability to manage it. And you have, because you've dealt with different crises in the past, you have it was a call center type team set up just to manage the calls and the volume and coming in and direct people to the right places. And some people needed a 501c3 organization, and the governor's office had one of those and everything. So I know that the folks that were in charge of that were very grateful for what y'all did for helping them do that. And that question, other question that I had was, and you may not be the best one because it might not be right there in your wheelhouse, but one of the issues that we had, and I'm embarrassed to tell you it's a long-standing issue in our part of the world, is the issue with the radios. Whenever Colonel McCraw said that they went back and tested it when they had control of the site, that the only radios that actually worked in the building were Border Patrol radios, DPS radios, and none of the state and county or city radios did. And we have had and they've been trying to get a new radio system for years, and I think different people have worked with them and everything. And so can you talk to us a little bit about it, to the extent that you are aware of it, the operability of the radios around the state, and then the cost for replacing them? Apparently it's a really high ticket item.
Yes, Representative, and I will say I think the average radio that we buy today is somewhere around $8,000 per handheld radio, so they are incredibly expensive in order to be able to talk on the multitude of bands and frequencies that are out there. As we talk about interoperable communications or operable communications, I would submit to you there are two factors that we must consider. One is the technical ability of a radio to be able to transmit or receive. The other is a cultural capability or the mindset of the responders. Across this state, we still have people that can talk to each other and don't want to talk to each other. And I think that's something that we're going to have to address as well. That problem is less solved by money, more solved by getting in the same room and working things out. As it relates specifically to the radio system in Uvalde, I know that the Middle Rio Grande Development Council has asked many places to try to find additional money. I don't want to be quoted on this just yet, although I know I'm on the record. I believe that radio system's tied back into the city of Austin. And I believe that part of the radio system in the state is tied back into the city of Austin, what's called a gator system. And really, to have this conversation, there are some experts that we should bring to this table. I can tell you that not having communications on a scene or the ability to communicate as a first responder is, one, dangerous, and two, it's very frustrating. And I hope that we will find the right organizations to manage the right funds in order to be able to ensure first responder communication, operable and interoperable, and make sure that culturally we want to talk together. As many billions of dollars this nation has thrown at this since 9/11, it is still not solved.
Well, and this system, I read some quote in the paper where the man that was brought back out of retirement to work on this just a few years ago, and you know him, and he does a great job, but he said, the system was designed for rural areas. I mean, that's because that's where we needed it back when it was designed. I mean, in the buildings we had landline telephones and things like that, but we didn't have that out in the country, and we didn't have cell phones, and so that's what it was designed to do. And they've been looking for money, like you said, forever, and and I don't remember the amount of money that was involved, but it was out of their reach, and they were trying to figure out a way to make it sustainable so that each department had some kind of subscription cost, because it's not just initial acquisition, it's the maintenance of the things, and then you have to have a central dispatch or some type of station where everybody's on the same wavelength, and it's a bigger deal than people think, and the amount of money is to do it across the state, make sure everybody can do it, is in the billions of dollars.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
So thank you for addressing that.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman.
I saw you reach it.
Chief Kidd, first of all, I know you're such a busy person, and thank you for sitting with us all day long. I know you have like a million things to do, so thank you. And this might be a sensitive question, but I do think it's critical for us to have a deeper understanding, not to put you on the spot, but you did talk about how there's some law enforcement agencies who don't want to communicate or don't communicate, especially in emergencies. Shouldn't we all be communicating? And as if you were making recommendations to policymakers, what would that recommendation be?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. And it may be a little uncomfortable to answer, but I can tell you that when...
And you don't have to answer.
No, I will.
Okay.
I will. When the Division of Emergency Management was a division of the Texas Department of Public Safety up until a few years ago, our responders, our local people in the field that respond to support incidents like this, were afforded the luxury of being on many of our sheriff's radio channels because we would all respond together. Now that we are not in the Department of Public Safety, I've had, I'll go and say hundreds of sheriffs deny us access to their radio channels. And I think that needs to change. We are expected to come and respond and support local government, yet we have police chiefs and sheriffs across this state that are refusing our employees access to the radio systems.
And in your professional opinion, do you feel that not allowing our TDEM folks to have access to the radio, does that put people's and Texans' lives at harm? Or
Yes,
risk?
yes, ma'am, it does.
Can you help me understand why, as not a law?
I can't.
Okay.
I wish I could. It makes no sense to me.
No, not why they aren't giving it to you, but
Yeah.
why people's lives are at harm and or at risk by not sharing.
Well, you charge us with coordinating multiple disciplined, multiple jurisdiction responses and making sure that the right resources are in the right place at the right time. Without being able to communicate on those radio systems and have our people safely get there and help establish formal command, that makes it really difficult for us to communicate.
I know it's a very difficult conversation. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I appreciate your honesty and transparency.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Dutton?
Thank you. Is there anything we can do as policymakers to help you overcome the problem of communications between agencies?
Yes, I think there is, sir, and thank you for asking that. I think it gets a little gray in the responsibility of public safety radio systems across the state of Texas. On one hand, there are many cities and counties that pay for their own radio systems on their own. The state has a radio system as well that the Department of Public Safety uses, some of our game wardens use, the Texas A&M Forest Service uses. But it's hard for me to see where one place that we can all come to make sure that we are coordinating our radio communications and our radio systems actually exist. It seems to me back when I was in San Antonio in the post 9/11 world, there was a push out there to catalog all of the radio systems, and there were big binders on paper of every channel and every radio. Yet today it doesn't seem like that we've kept up with that very much. And some radio systems have been added to, some have been expanded, some have gone from UHF, VHF to 700 or 800. It just seems to me that it's a time for somebody to be charged with a complete refresh of that system and bring it back up to standard and par, to be able to cover areas like Representative King's talking, where we know we have a lot going on, and we know the radios there don't communicate with each other.
Well, but what specifically do you think we could do?
I think task somebody to get it done.
So, well, I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Kemp? Chairman King?
Yeah, thank you. To follow up on that, Chief Kidd, I think somebody in law enforcement told me in the last few weeks that there's some kind of technology or app where you could take a cell phone, assuming you have good cell phone connection, and basically turn it into a radio. Is that something that's realistic?
It is, and we use that on some of our cell phones today. It is a helpful tool. It is not an end-all, be-all tool. And for administrators, it's a great tool for situational awareness. For the responders in the field, I don't know that it's the exact tool that I would want to be using if I was still on the end of a hose or forcing a door. that radio is a very good tool to use. I would not ever want to see us switch over only to a cell phone-based system, because I can tell you, in practically in using that system, if I'm listening to radio traffic and you call me, I'll lose the radio traffic. It's going to get your call. So it's a great situational awareness tool. It's great for administrators, but for the men and women that are on the streets doing the real work, I would not switch over to it. Thank you.
Members, any more questions?
Yes, we got, Chair recognizes Representative Guerin. Oh, Representative Darby.
We look a lot alike.
Well, one of you is a little better looking.
Chief, thank you for your comments. And again, the more time that passes, the things don't change. I'm looking back at the notes. Representative Landgraf knows this, that one of the problems in Midland, Odessa was the lack of communication. There was a lot of misinformation out there, and law enforcement agencies were not communicating with one another. They could not communicate with one another, and one of the recommendations for a statewide tactical radio channel that is operational over the entire state. Has that happened?
No, sir.
Why has it not happened?
I think we get back into the two components. One, technical. There are multiple bands of radio that are used, multiple towers, multiple repeaters, multiple antennas, multiple brands. Part of that, again, going back to the 9/11 report and the things that we needed to change about interoperable communications. In many places of the state, there's great progress that's been made. I don't want to paint everybody with a bad brush. It's not a one-size-fits-all piece. But there are plenty of places where we still have communities that will not talk to each other, and where police officers and firefighters and EMTs going to the same incident are not able to get or talk on the same channels. It still happens today. The other is cultural. We just choose not to talk to the police officers because we're firemen, or we're police officers and we just choose not to talk to. We don't want them on our channel. They may not need to know exactly what we're doing. Now, there are provisions in place once an incident is established that we get into common radio channels. And there are plenty of technological capabilities out there to patch radio channels together or to join them together once an incident command post is established and the right communications folks have arrived. But in the beginning of a critical incident, that does not happen.
I think Representative Landgraf may have filed a bill regarding kind of a statewide Amber Alert that, and again, forgive me, I can't recall the outcome of that. That passed? So we now have a statewide method to notify people on their cell phones of the occurrence of an event, correct? Good.
Yes, sir. That's managed by the Department of Public Safety, and they're doing a great job managing it. I will tell you, the technology still has not caught up to where we want it to be. Meaning, if we wanted to put out what's called a WEA, a wireless emergency alert, under the IPAWS system, the Integrated Public Access and Warning set up by the feds, if we wanted to put that out in this building, the majority of our phones would probably get notified unless we've turned off the government alerts on our phones. But there are places in rural parts of the state where fewer towers mean that you don't have the exact same coverage that you're looking for. And if you don't have one of the smarter phones, you still won't get that notice. And so it's a great tool. It's a useful tool. It's not everything that we want it to be at the end because the technology is not caught up yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Kemple.
Mr. Kidd, thank you for being here. It's, I think, kind of unfortunate sometimes. Most of the times we're talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Is under circumstances like that. So outside of that, we appreciate the job you do on a day-to-day basis. Thank you. We're having conversations up here that, it makes me hurt in my gut that we don't have the communications between jurisdictions and different, whether it be emergency management. Are there, I don't know, speaking of technology, maybe you don't know or could direct us in the right way. Are there ways that if there were emergency declaration, I think this may go back to Mr. Landgraf's legislation as well, but in technology, if somebody can declare emergency, there's a technological switch we can flip that just overrides everybody's cyber barrier to make sure that everybody is hearing the same thing at the same time? Because the fact, I don't, you know what, going forward and what we just saw, I'll lose sleep at night knowing that somebody had an ego that stood in the way that wouldn't let somebody else hear what was going on. Everybody in this room, everybody up here elected, everybody up here that serves would agree with me. That is unacceptable. And I'm just asking you, maybe you can direct us, in no way am I trying to say that it's your department or your responsibility. But if you have ideas going forward that we can certainly introduce as legislation, certainly we can help guide some of these misguided jurisdictions through, let us know.
There's a group of what I think are real experts in the public safety radio communications world that I'd be happy to send your way.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd, because again, that is completely unacceptable.
Chair recognizes, you through Kidd? Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kidd, for being here. And you know, what you've talked about a lot is kind of what I mentioned earlier about harking back to 9/11, both in terms of how I felt in the aftermath of the event, and then also some of the what seems like coordination issues that we had here between different agencies. Of course, this one's in the aftermath. That one was leading up to the event. You mentioned something earlier. I just want to get clarification on what kind of seemed like a throwaway statement, but you said in an area where there's a lot going on, talking about Uvalde, and it's been a while since you said that, but I wanted to just kind of go back to that, if you recall what you meant by that statement.
Yes, sir. I think we heard earlier in some of the testimony about the school children there go on lockdown frequently because of police chases through there. Well, it wasn't mentioned, but the police chases are usually the Border Patrol running through there. And so there is a lot going on in the Uvalde sector in Uvalde County. I have a great relationship with the county judge and the mayor, and we talk frequently. And I know that we know they have a lot on their plate right now as it relates to law enforcement issues, even before the shooting.
So is it safe to say that when, and I forget the term, but law enforcement is pursuing a vehicle that is considered to house a number of illegal immigrants, or for whatever reason, but illegal immigrants are in this vehicle, they are stopped and folks scatter and they run off wherever. And if that's in proximity to a school, they go on lockdown. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, and that happens quite often in this community, especially, as was the testimony earlier today.
It'd probably be better to have one of the local officials say that, but based on my knowledge and conversations with the mayor and the judge over the last 3 years, as well as the testimony that we heard this morning, I think that's the conclusion that I drew as well.
So with the ongoing situation at the border, the invasion of folks streaming across the border, the law enforcement response to that, pursuing individuals into the communities, them being stopped and then maybe fleeing from there, forcing schools on lockdown more often than they should. Do you believe that that would cause both teachers, administrators, students, community members to start to kind of tune out some of these lockdowns, some of these alerts, some of these situations that are going on?
I think
I'm sorry to interrupt. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting.
Well, excuse me. Let the chief finish, and we're going to come to you. We're going to come to you. Thank you. No, I get it. We're going to come to you.
I think there's plenty of research out there, the disaster psychology, that the constant alerting or the constant use, which is one of the reasons that people turn off the alerts on their cell phone, is because they don't want to hear it. It creates an environment of, I think I want to use the words that you used as well, where we don't take it as serious.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly don't want to interrupt. And I know there are other ancillary issues that we don't see eye to eye on. But I just want us to be very careful, representative of the language that we use, like the word invasion, which is language that was used to drive the killing of Latino people in El Paso, for example. So if we want to work together, that's just what I wanted to mention, okay, Mr. Chairman, is let's just be very careful of using that word, invasion.
And point well taken. Point well taken. All right. Deck is clear. Chief, thank you so much. And, on that checklist, if you could, get back with us on the refining on what that checklist should be on your recommendation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, members, now we have several coming up here. Chair recognizes Commissioner Moraff, Kathy Martinez-Prather, John Kernut, and Dr. Fuller. Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with the Commissioner of Education, and sir, you know the routine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. My name is Mike Morath, Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency. In front of you, you should have this. I'm going to walk you through this document. Today, I was going to provide an overview in 3 different areas. One is a synopsis of the public policy of the state with regard to school safety, predominantly as promulgated by Senate Bill 11. 2 is to talk about TEA's specific role in that. And 3 is, given what we know now, the operational areas that we are most focused on, both immediately and longer term. I apologize if the overview of Senate Bill 11 is remedial for this group. I'm happy to skip through that section as I get started if you think it's unnecessary. But let me get into it. So the first slide that you see, the first picture, is kind of a visual of the pieces of the public of the safety ecosystem that impacts public schools. So TEA is on there, Texas School Safety Center is on there, TCOL, HHSC, alerts, and others. And they play different roles as spelled out in statute. I think it's actually very wise that you have a panel of us, because each of us has slightly different roles and responsibilities in this part. So slide 3 gets into the first major component of how Senate Bill 11 works. It established a multi-hazard emergency operation plan requirement. Every school system in the state has to have one. The School Safety Center, who of course is staffed with pretty extraordinary experts on school safety, creates templates and sort of the requirements associated with that framework. They also have oversight authority. They can request and review those plans and approve or disapprove them. If they disapprove them for any extended period of time, they can force a local hearing on that, or they can call me, and a conservator can be assigned. In addition, you have a security audit framework. This is contemplated, the way that statute works is that districts audit themselves. There's not necessarily contemplated in statute a state level or third party security audit posture. The audits are required once every 3 years. The School Safety Center provides really a bunch of best-in-class guidance on the way to conduct those audits, the things to look for. They also approve audit providers as well as other service providers that folks can use. If there are audit findings, they have to be reported to a school safety committee, and actually have to be reported then to the School Safety Center as well. If that has not happened, the School Safety Center can force public hearings locally related to security audit issues. There are facility standards in state law. The agency has, the Texas Education Agency has the ability to create minimum facility standards for how to build schools. We have done so. However, we've only done so in ways that apply to new construction, and that's fixing to change. I'm going to talk to you about that. They're solid standards, but again, they only apply to new construction. There is, in addition, a Safe and Supportive Schools program that was established under statute. School districts themselves have to have these interdisciplinary teams of folks that are reviewing sort of student conditions. Is Mike coming to school? Is Mike not coming to school? Is Mike having some issues? And then intervenes with those students accordingly. We have rulemaking authority related to that, and we have data collection requirements related to that. Senate Bill 11 set up a requirement to go beyond safe supportive teams generally to create a threat assessment protocol. This is modeled off of Secret Service sort of national best practice finding. The Secret Service built a report in conjunction with the Department of Education on how to maintain and mitigate threats as they are surfaced in schools. That is called the Behavioral Threat Assessment Protocol. And that is required to be executed in schools all over the state of Texas. School Safety Center provides a lot of training on that. In addition, Senate Bill 11 significantly created, and there's some other bills related to that, House Bill 18, House Bill 19 passed at the same time, related to statewide mental health access. TEA built a statewide plan for accessing mental health resources, built a way to build local or regional plans in terms of accessing mental health services, and in conjunction with HHSC publishes a registry, as it were, statewide registry of where to access mental health supports. The legislatures established something called the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium. This is administered through the coordinating board and several named higher education institutions, and they run a mental health services consortium. You may be familiar with the acronym TCHAT. That is run out of that unit. In addition, there were requirements in the bill for school districts to engage in trauma-informed practices, both in terms of teacher training and general operational practices, and then there were required curriculum changes at the State Board of Education. Senate Bill 11 did a lot. It came with 3 different funding buckets. One was recurring, related to school safety. It's a school safety allotment, so we administer that. It's about $48 million a year, so that's $9.72 per kid per year. So that has been part of the Foundation School Program since Senate Bill 11 was passed. There was also initial funding and now recurring funding for the Texas Child Mental Health Consortium that, again, goes to those universities and the coordinating board, about $59 million a year. And then there was one-time funding set up under Senate Bill 500 that passed alongside of this, what we refer to as the School Hardening Grant. And so that was to allow schools to upgrade their facilities. As of June of this year, about $14 million of that remained unspent and unallocated. We are, having received letters from the Speaker, the Lieutenant Governor, and authorization from LBB, we are extending that $14 million for another full year and making sure that school districts have another chance to use those funds. TEA's role in school safety, again, Senate Bill 11, you've got players including TEA, HHSC, School Safety Center, and Coordinating Board and universities. There's a bunch of different folks involved in this. We were given 1 FTE. It was not funded. It's okay. We had enough. We've dedicated 6 full-time staff to this with other funds. Because Senate Bill 11 set up a requirement for us to administer Safe and Supportive Schools program. So we actually have a fairly small team devoted to school safety, and it's actually, that team is a combination of school safety and all student mental health, that team of 6. We are, you may be aware of this already, but I am hiring a chief of school safety and security to report to me directly, and we are looking at some short-term funds that we have access to expand this school safety team, at least in the near term, but in order to sustain that, we'll probably need a little bit more admin appropriation long term. With our team, you can see on slide 7, we write rules, the aforementioned facilities rules, the Safe and Support Schools rules, safety drills, threat exercises. We administer the school finance system and all these grants. We do have, where you would say the buck has to stop somewhere, we have investigative authority and the ability to install conservators and boards of managers and monitors in the event that school districts do not comply with any aspect of the Texas Education Code, and that includes the school safety requirements in the Texas Education Code. We're collecting data. We do a small amount of incident response, mostly coordinating through our service centers that provide counseling teams. We've had a service center counseling team in Uvalde since the day of the incident. I want to thank all of our service center leaders and our regional school leaders. And yeah, I've been to Uvalde twice since the event. It's a terrible situation. In addition to these roles, TEA also is involved in technical assistance to school systems around the state and their safety practices, mostly in what you would think of as mental health or behavioral practices, not necessarily say what they're doing with their police departments. We provide some training associated with counselors and trauma-informed care. We provide a healthy amount of training to principals and district leaders on creating campus cultures that are open and loving and appropriately disciplined. We support the State Board of Educator certification with the educator certification process, and the rules, the sort of certification requirements for what it means to be a principal now include several components related to maintaining discipline and a proper campus culture, so that's a part of it. And then we also oversee special education, and the only overlap here is some students in special education have what are referred to as behavioral intervention plans, and we will review that as part of our overall special education oversight. So, again, that's background on Senate Bill 11, and then TEA's targeted role in the area of supporting school safety. Let me now share the investigation in Uvalde is obviously still ongoing. Not all of the facts are fully understood yet. I personally have spent some time there. We've had a team in Uvalde. There are some themes that we think are important in how we strengthen safety for the roughly 9,000 campuses that are in the state of Texas. And so I will bucket those areas of focus in three categories, and you can see that on slide 9. Incident response, facilities or access control, and then the behavioral threat assessment protocol. So let's talk incident response first. This is slide 10. There's been a great deal of media attention and other attention to the nature of incident response. If I learned anything when I was a student at Garland High School, lettered in football, because I wrote them a software package, it was that championships are won in the off season. And so much of the incident response is the preparation exercises that you go through. What do you do to prepare? The drills, the training, these sorts of things. So you have actually two of the best in the business, in the world, really, on the kinds of planning and preparedness exercises that districts can go through, sitting to my right. And what we know we need to do is make sure that we expand our district's use of these sort of best-in-class resources in terms of the preparedness exercises that they go through. We also have, as I mentioned, rulemaking authority on the drills that districts are required to do. Now, as a general caution, I would say you don't regulate your way to excellence, but regulations are an important part of the equation. So we do want to try to update our rules to better reflect best practices in incident preparation. There are some aspect of incident preparation that is relevant to staffing models, and so do you have the ability for force to meet force quickly? This is really what you think about in terms of staffing models. This is where the concepts of school marshals and other law enforcement officials are of relevance. And there's often a lot of, I think, politicization of this issue. But we have 700,000 public school employees. About half of them are teachers, half of them not. A lot of them former law enforcement, a lot of them former military, and they may actually be willing to serve children in one additional way. And so there are districts that are exploring that opportunity to, again, expand their staffing ability to respond to incidents. What we are doing immediately is supporting the School Safety Center's audit framework to ensure that all school districts in the state of Texas before the start of the school year engage in a review of their security practices. This would be a sort of a streamlined version of the once every 3-year security audit. And to ensure that their safety committees meet and review and do that. And we're doing that in pretty tight coordination with School Safety Center. That is where audit findings get reported. So some of these issues are happening like as we speak this week, today, immediately to prepare, because the school districts, schools start in like 45 days. Some of these are more ongoing activity. Let me now shift away from incident response into access control. So as I mentioned before, we have rules. We have rulemaking authority, I should say, on what are the appropriate facility standards in the state of Texas. And our historic approach to those rules has been to have rules that apply to new construction. We are in the process of essentially crafting rules that would apply to every single school in the state as a minimum standard, regardless whether that building was rented or owned, whether it was built this year or in 1900. And so we will be going out to proposed rule probably in July on that to establish appropriate minimum facility standards. We will also be asking our districts what it's going to take to come into compliance with that. And then I will be telling you how expensive that is. And I anticipate that being pretty darned expensive. And what pretty darned means, I won't be able to tell you for a little while, but pretty darned is pretty darned expensive. So we also, as part of the capital improvement review, we're asking school districts to do an immediate maintenance review as well. So you got ballpark 340,000 exterior doors in the state of Texas. They can be reviewed. We have 700,000 employees, so that's half of our employees looking at one door. But it won't work that way. But that's, again, in terms of the time. And we want to make sure that the doors close and they lock and the locks work. So this is in fact happening before the start of school. There are some procedures. When you think of access control, it is a combination hardware and human system. You have the best hardware system in the world. Somebody takes one of those wooden triangle things and sticks it on a door. It's open and anybody can walk through it. So this is why you have to think of it as a combination of hardware and human system. There are managerial practices that you can engage in to ensure you have a sort of a culture of security, a culture of safety. And you got to remember, schools are like institutions of love. They need to be open and engaging for students. But the only people that need to be in the building are people authorized to need to be in the building. So there's a way that you can keep it focused on education while also making sure that there's access control that's in place. And so we're essentially working on our rules posture as well, obviously, but to provide some technical assistance to schools so that this will be an expectation with every campus in the state starting effective the new school year to ensure that doors are in fact closed as they should be when they need to be closed. Last thing that I'll talk about is on slide 12, sort of third area focus is improving threat assessment practices. And so again, the Secret Service is well documented. What is appropriate practice is needed in order to identify students that are at risk. And it's worth, again, taking a step back and just describing this for, 90 seconds. Mike comes to school. Mike says something really weird. Teacher hears it. Teacher needs to be able to say it to somebody else. That somebody else needs to then reflect on it with a small group of people. And then somebody needs to decide, what do we do about Mike? That is, in its essence, what we're talking about here. And sometimes what you do with Mike is somebody needs to give Mike a hug. Sometimes what you do with Mike is somebody needs to give Mike a talking to. Sometimes somebody needs to reach out to Mike's parents because maybe the issue is Mike hadn't shown up to school 2 days in a row. Or somebody needs to talk to Mike's parents for other reasons. Sometimes Mike needs to be set up to talk to our school counselor each month, each week. Sometimes Mike needs to be referred to outside counselors each month, each week. Sometimes outside psychiatrists. Sometimes Mike needs to be institutionalized immediately. This is the discipline of threat assessment. What I would tell you is what I have just described is a function of state law. It's not a function of policy. But school is very hard. We educate 5.5 million souls across 1,200 independently governed school systems, 9,000 campuses, and we employ people who love kids. This is what they signed up to do. They want to do the right thing, but it is difficult to do everything that we ask them to do and to do it well. So we think that there needs to be an expansion of what I would call the coaching ecosystem to help schools do this and execute it at high fidelity. And you would likely hear more from me from that in, say, a legislative appropriations request and otherwise to try to stand up and effectively support a system like that. So anyways, that's my overview. Thank you, members.
Ms. Prather. Good. Ms. Prather, introduce yourself with your name and who you're representing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could I ask the commissioner a question?
I was going to kind of let them all go through, but with that said, because I
This one
remember,
relates
yeah, I get it, I get it, because when I really originally had this set up, I was gonna have Mike on just by himself. But, so, let's do this. Go ahead. The chair recognizes Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for working with me. One of the things that this committee has to do is not only in coming up with new systems, but evaluating the systems we have in place now that have failed, that caused this tragedy to happen in the first place. One of the biggest things that, and you mentioned it last, it's the behavioral threat assessment.
Yes, sir.
What? And I've been trying to figure out what, if anything, can this committee do to improve this whole capability of behavioral threat assessment? Because when you look at all of these incidents, one of the things that jumps out at you is there may have been some quiet notice about that person's behavior, but there was notice to somebody, and yet somehow or another that notice didn't get transferred to where it should have been. And how do we improve that? What can we do that enhances that?
I mean, I think this is a question, it's potentially the most important question. If you think about these three areas that I cited, behavioral threat assessment stops this from occurring in the first place, when well executed. The policy framework is properly described. There's excellent training that School Safety Center provides on this. But, you know, I think about the discipline of performance management. Many of you all are, are business leaders in your actual paid vocation, because you don't get paid much to do this. What is, you know, it takes a very recurring, consistent focus on constantly evaluating your managerial practice and then constantly ensuring that you're executing against it. So you think about what are the routines that campus principals, that school district leadership have on a weekly basis that ensure that this is sort of consistently done. And I don't know how many of you are former principals, but having been a former sold my business in my 30s. It was actually much easier running my business than it is running a school. This is a really difficult managerial task that we give our 9,000 mortals that we employ as principals. And so ultimately, I think that the improvement, the best way to improve is the kind of coaching and support that we provide to district leadership teams, campus leadership teams, on executing with some degree of fidelity. And that's not like you go to a training in the summer and then have a nice life. What kind of ongoing sort of coaching infrastructure can ensure that this is then happening? The approach, the training that's provided in terms of like how does it work and how can you pull it off? You generally have your staff to do this already, because it's not like you need new staff to do this work. You're going to have some counselors, you're going to have one or two teachers that are involved. If you got a parent engagement specialist, maybe that person's involved. You got a campus principal. If you got some kind of law enforcement official, they may be involved. It's a fairly interdisciplinary team. Those people are all working for you now, but you got to have like dedicated time once a week to contemplate all the information that's coming in. That meeting has to be held, has to be kept on the calendar. You got to go through it, and then you got to do stuff as a result of that meeting. So Mike needs some kind of ongoing case management. So do we have the technical capacity to sort of engage in that ongoing case management of whatever issue is Alan Mike, try to keep him from regressing. So,
and I don't want to cut you off, but that seems to me to be the thing we ought to arm teachers with, is the ability to do the behavior threat assessment, do that correctly. And it seems to me that arming them with that is better than arming them with a .38. because that's only after something has happened. What this behavioral threat assessment will do is give us the ability to respond before it even happens. And I'm not sure how we aware, given all the things we've asked teachers to do, where in the whole scheme of things do we get teachers equipped with the ability to do behavior assessment? Because like I said before, one of the things that jumps out at you is quickly in evaluating all of these incidents where we've had these school shootings is that the person committing the act has already exhibited certain signs that would have told you or should have told you that this is going to be the end result if we don't do something, if something is not done.
One of the things you would look at is absenteeism is clearly something that this team is dialed in on. If a student is absent from school 2 days in a row, some effort should be taken to figure out what's going on and intervene. And that, when conducted well, can also potentially uncover other issues that maybe the student needs some support with.
But we don't need any new laws for that. Teachers can do that now.
That
right?
This is, I think this is, if you look at the 1, 2, 3 that I've laid out on slide 12, none of those are necessarily, 2 of those are not policy changes. The third one we already have rulemaking authority on and can try to improve clarity in rulemaking. But the 2 of them are practice. This is about implementing with fidelity.
Right.
And it is just hard when you think I got to make sure the kids are learning how to read, write, do math, grow in character. It's just very difficult.
Well, and that's what I guess and this is my last question, Mr. Chairman.
No, go ahead.
The thing is, have teachers been accessing this behavior threat assessment?
What I would say is that the threat assessment team is not. This is a different. This is basically think about everyone else on campus needs to have a positive, healthy relationship with the students, so the students will come and talk to them.
Right.
Then they also need to be encouraged. If you see something, say something. So this kind of if you see something, say something ethos needs to be communicated broadly to teachers, to students themselves, to the community. The question is, who do you say it to?
Right.
That is your threat assessment team. That is who you say it to.
And do we have somebody?
Is that and so that's not every teacher in the state of Texas that we're asking to receive these comments. Right. It is a small group of people on each campus that receive and reflect on these comments and then decide to take action accordingly.
And has that been working, or has that not been working very well, or?
So again, you've got some of the best folks in the country that train around this. It clearly is working. I talked to a superintendent from a large district in the Houston area earlier today about the sort of managerial practices that are being engaged and dialed in on. But it's 9,000 campuses, and it's just difficult to execute with fidelity consistently everywhere.
Well, that's what concerned me is this whole behavior assessment threat assessment, and whether or not it's something we ought to engage in or try to improve or do something that helps it end up where we want it to be.
It is clearly something we need to try to improve, using whatever best thinking we can to help improve it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morath, Chairman Dutton has had a lot of really good points, I think. The fact that teachers are really overburdened in our school system. And I want to talk to you about counselors a little bit in the school system. So what is the role of a school counselor?
It is a pretty broad role. If I to try to simplify it, it's partially advisor, and I use that term specifically to what is the future of your education. So I'm giving you academic or career advising. It is partially what you think of as a kind of psychologist style, a mental or emotional counseling role, and then it is partially anything else under the sun. That's essentially the 3 key roles of counselors in the state of Texas.
I've spoken with several. I've been working on some public education items in the off season, and I've spoken with several school counselors, and including some of which that are close family friends. And it seems like less and less of their time is being able to be spent on actually engaging with the students on that important piece.
On that middle piece, the emotional or the sort of psychological state of the student.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I mean, I know testing and standardized testing is a big piece of that, that they play a role there. I mean, would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, the state standardized tests only come at the end of the year, so
Yeah.
they are often used to help supplement testing duties, but again, that's like a May duty.
Towards the end of the year, kind of when stress may be at the highest even during the school year with the emotions around that. And so do you feel like we have enough counselors in the school system, that they have enough resources to spend the time that they need to spend on that critical piece of their job, which is just being a voice and sometimes, quite frankly, possibly the only adult in that kid's life that is willing to hear them out?
So it's a fantastic question. I would, if we broaden the definition of counselor to staff that are devoted, whether employed by the district or available to the district, to service the students' say mental health needs, then the answer is we do not currently. We have a set of slides that we use that show data on counselors, say social workers, folks that are in this space. There are a decent number of people that do this work for school districts that don't show up in their staffing pattern. They may have a MOU with some community organization. So it's a somewhat difficult picture to get an accurate appraisal statewide. But there's kind of a recommended counselor to student ratio, and then there's the actual counselor to student ratio, and there's a pretty big delta between those two.
And the recommended is from TEA?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's from us or not.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, American Counseling Association.
American Counseling Association.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they have a recommendation, and then we're pretty far off of that, is what you're saying.
That's correct. Yes.
And,
yes, sir.
we're pretty far off of that when our counselors also have all these other duties.
There's duties as assigned. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Frank.
Is it more of a comment than a question, but just you mentioned some things you were going to add it by rule. I don't know whether that's training. I think some of it may be with the building, and I would just ask you to consider as you add things, that's adding more and more things that the teachers need to do, the superintendents need to do. You could also probably remove things by rule, and if you can marry those one-to-one, I think everybody would acknowledge there's things that need to be done here, but I know there's also things that we're already asking people to do that don't need to be done. Be a really good time while we're adding things that everybody knows need to be done to at least take those off one for one, and heck, go crazy, go 2 for 1.
Yeah, that is very wise counsel.
So, and the other thing I would say is while we're wanting to harden schools, we don't want to keep parents out of schools.
Right.
And so if you could maybe add some language in there if you think it's appropriate to, we're not trying to keep any parent from being out of school. We just want to control flow.
Yes.
Because I think many schools already kind of operate that way, and I think that's very dangerous in and of itself for other reasons.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner Morath, for being here today. I have a statement and a question. To Representative Patterson's questions, just so you know, Representative Patterson, myself, Representative Huberty, and Senator Lucio passed SB 179 last session, which requires school districts to allow for, basically mandates 80% of counselor time needs to be done on counselor duties. There is a waiver for that, especially for rural schools who may not be able to, but I think it's important to know that we worked for a decade to get that passed because there is a recognition that counselors are being spread really thin, and ultimately the consequences students aren't being served. I would like to, there's other counselor bills I'm working on, so I'd invite you to work with me and together, because I like it when we agree and not disagree. On this counselor's issues. Second, quick question. In your presentation, you talked about creating some additional standards for facilities.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that going to be required for all K through 12 facilities, or will there be any exceptions for any K through 12 institutions?
We'll need to go through the rulemaking process to determine whether whether it would be appropriate to create some exceptions. At the moment, we're thinking it's going to apply to everything. So you lease a storefront, you have a 100-year-old building, you got a brand new building, all applies equally.
Just to know, if you do create any rules on exceptions, my office would like to know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good. All right. Chair recognizes Chairman Lozano.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, one of the things I think I heard earlier, or it might have been in the Senate testimony, that you were planning on having, I forgot how many thousands of doors checked.
Ballpark 340,000.
340,000 doors. So
we don't have a precise estimate. That's decent swag.
Okay. So that's critical. And the other thing is right now that I feel is critical, especially as we hopefully are getting out of this pandemic, is the amount of children who are, I fear, ticking time bombs. Like this little boy that committed this atrocity. His grandmother stated that they had a good relationship, and then it got bad during COVID. And he was missing a ton of school already, but whatever was eliminated from his social life, whatever he did have was now eliminated, and he's at home. He just went into a downward spiral. That's possible. But there are, it's plenty of science that shows that the mental health impact on our children is pretty severe as a result of COVID. And so we have you have a massive endeavor to check 340,000 doors. How about we also have every school identify students that may be at risk of mental health challenges, and they don't have enough mental health counselors on campuses already. We know that. We just talked about it. But we issue an alert all across the state of Texas, all hands on deck. Local practitioners, LPCs, students that are in current graduate programs to be LPCs, deploy them to these school districts and have in-services in the gyms with these students, play games outside, do things that will at least help these kids open up to someone. Checking doors is important, and I think that we should also identify who's in trouble right now. And it could be just one student that's caught early enough, and it might just make a difference in the school.
Yes, sir. Again, I think that's a good push. I'll go back to my team and figure out what would make
criteria,
logical sense.
You know, what's considered at risk in terms of mental health. But like
there are ongoing obligations under state law to sort of identify risk factors associated with students, but I think your push is specific to as an episodic. If we're going to check all the doors, let's potentially also check other things too. So it's good counsel. I'll follow up with my team to figure out what makes sense there.
Because schools know, especially small communities, but teachers know of students that are, you know, this kid was potentially carrying dead animals in a bag through town. I mean, communities have kids that we know are in trouble, and
yes,
even if it's just identifying those extreme cases. Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Chairman Bonning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Commissioner, thank you for the work that you've done, up to this point. And my question speaks more to kind of where the rubber meets the road and implementation of what we currently have in existence, and then making sure that there's actual implementation with some accountability for that. So in your overview, which was very good, and you described well the requirements, the basic requirements that are currently in the law. And of course, we have other subject matter experts who I'm anxious to, for us to hear from as well. But you get to wear the hat largely of enforcement. They review plans and provide expertise and counsel, but you are the vice principal in charge of discipline in many respects. So where I'm going with this is you can certainly, under your current statutory authority, intervene. The law contemplates a requirement for a public hearing potentially back in the district. But when I think about other professional realms, for example, and there's a place where I'm going with this. In the healthcare realm, we know that at a hospital in which we work, there's going to be an on-site inspection pretty much every single year, period. And they don't tell you when they're going to come. You kind of know because they usually come roughly the same time each year, but within a matter of weeks or days, you can't tell what day. You don't know what time. And they don't surprise you per se. They don't sneak in the back door. They're going to walk in the front door. They're going to introduce themselves, identify themselves as who they are and why they're there, and then they're going to do a full assessment of your facility. It's the same thing in the banking realm. You may have a state charter, you may have a federal charter, it may be the state, it could be the OCC, but you're going to have an on-site banking exam, 12 months, every 18 months. Now, we have over 1,200 districts in the state. It's a lot of districts. Perhaps it's not realistic to do an on-site exam every single year, but there could be on-site exams, and frankly, I think there should be on-site exams in some schedule, and that would require more resources. It would require, more work on the part of the TEA and the School Safety Center. And the idea is not to get anybody in trouble, but rather to see that the best practices are actually being implemented. And then we wouldn't just be checking all the external entrances after the next school shooting. And when people know that somebody's going to come by and is going to validate that they're performing, they tend to comply.
Right.
And when they're cited for not being in compliance, they're not automatically in jeopardy per se. They're asked to offer a plan of correction to address the deficiencies, and then there's follow-up. You have to approve the plan, and then there's follow-up to see that it was actually done. That, to me, would be a best practice in terms of seeing that what we've already got in place is actually being done. We've already heard testimony today that we have school resource officers who've never seen the emergency operations plan, which is just kind of hard to fathom from my perspective. So that may be a little bit of a comment, but I would appreciate any feedback that you guys would have in terms of, would that be on the right track? Is that ridiculous? Does that make perfect sense? And then you got to think about, if it makes sense, what resources would you need to implement such a program?
Yeah, so I think my colleague over here and I would very strongly agree that that's probably a wise improvement in the policy framework. Again, the policy framework as it's set up at the moment is largely here's the framework, execute against it, and there's not any kind of recurring oversight. So we just as an example, we have authority in special education and a requirement of special education to monitor are you executing your requirements in special education effectively. So we have a team of about 30, depends on who you count in it, 30, 36 folks. There's 1,200 school systems, so not everybody gets an on-site visit in a given year, but you might. There's also because we've had a pretty extensive experience with this sort of kind of a risk-based tiering based upon some indicators that come up, and do you look like you're at higher risk of noncompliance or not? We do the same thing when you think about DNF campuses. So again, that's kind of a risk-based approach to student achievement. And DNF campuses, I got a team, roughly 30 or so, and their job is to project manage support for those campuses to get them to C or higher. And so that kind of state oversight structure it doesn't fully exist under statute. We can kind of cobble some stuff together, but it's not really contemplated by statute. Also, I would need a team of 30 to, you know.
Well, and I'm not suggesting it is currently contemplated under statute. I'm suggesting that it may need to be.
It is. I think it is wise for y'all to consider that as, you know, potential updates on a go-forward basis. And I think it would be, I would be doing a disservice if I didn't ask Director Martinez-Prather to comment on this point in particular.
Okay, you just want to comment on that, but you'll still have to introduce your name and who you're representing. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My name is Kathy Martinez-Prather, and I'm the director of the Texas School Safety Center at Texas State University. And a couple of the recommendations that I was going to offer up to the committee here involved exactly what you're just saying. You know, we were reviewing these plans and hoping that they're implemented as intended. And so I do think that if we want to move the needle a little bit more, we do have to, with the goal of helping schools do what they need to do to be safe. To be able to go on site, as you've mentioned, with some coordination, some expectation of what we're going to be looking at, to review drill logs, review training records, even go as far as witnessing a lockdown take place or some sort of drill take place. I think those are important things, looking at climate surveys that these school districts have done, policies and procedures, interviewing substitute teachers to see if they know what to do in the event of an emergency, talking to students. I think that this is sort of we can get as comprehensive as we want to be, but I think this is the next step.
Well, everything you just described happens in other arenas. Is a matter of and nobody complains per se because they understand it's a normal part of life. It's a normal part of working in that professional realm. The districts are going to complain. I'll just go ahead and be candid and say they don't want it. But it's really intended to be collaborative. And even in these other areas, that's typically the way it's seen. It's not intended to be antagonistic. It's how can we help you to be better? And by the way, it helps them in their implementation when they can say, now, you know, the school safety center is going to show up one day. And so we want to do well, right? So you guys want to get on board with what we're trying to implement here. Whereas if that's never going to happen, it can be a little bit harder sell.
And I would add, where we have this authority currently, what I have attempted to do for the last several years is to make the review process as much of a value add as possible. I am certain everyone in this involved in this committee hearing has been involved in some sort of audit process that could be characterized as somewhere between stupid and soul-sucking. So the question is how do you make that review process something that is actually operationable? It's got you can act on it from a management perspective.
Right.
And so as we think about any time that we create this sort of oversight apparatus, I don't want to, I'm with the government, I'm here to help kind of response. This needs to actually be a value add in the process. So I think as long as we're very thoughtful in implementation, it can be quite effective.
Well, so the goal would be value added.
That's right.
And collaborative. Inconsistent.
Right.
That's the other thing people don't like is moving the goalposts. Tell us what you want us to do, and then that needs to actually be what you're assessing.
Right.
Not you change your mind about what the standard is every time you show up. So I think consistency, value added, and collaborative, it's actually a best. It's a best practice.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Representative King.
I use Representative Guerin's mic. There's not one down at the end.
Okay, so that's what's going on.
But Commissioner Morath, do you, after the Santa Fe shooting, which of course is Dr. Bonner's place there, did the legislature, I think they gave you some money to start doing some of these things at the schools? Is that correct? Reducing
depends on
points
the-
of
depends on who the
entry,
you- Yeah, depends on who the
hardening
you is in that
schools.
sentence. So the legislature created a school safety allotment. So we distribute that as part of a foundation school program. The legislature did a one-time funding for what we refer to as school hardening, about $100 million. And then the legislature set up money for mental health services, and that has largely gone to higher education. So again, it depends on not knowing who the you is in that sentence. There was some allocation of funds to support school systems generally in Senate Bill 11.
Was that all distributed out and spent and supervised and?
So the foundation school program money is distributed every year and is spent basically every year. The Senate Bill 500 money was $100 million one time, and as of June, $14 million of that has not yet been spent, or allocated, but the rest of it has been spent. And I can't speak with any degree of knowledge on the money that went to for TCHAT and higher education.
Well, I know Uvalde ISD received some, and I think that might be when they started their police force, actually. One of the things they did, and I think they built some fences with it and did some other things. And so has there been any real discussion about reducing the number of entrances into schools and those types of things? Is that something that y'all talk about?
Yeah, so again, I think the short answer is yes, and the sort of who the y'all is in that sentence. So you've gotten a large number of school districts as they've gone through bond programs in the last several years. They're making changes to their physical plant to improve access control, which generally involves narrowing the number of facility entrances. So that has been a trend that we have seen in construction work all over the state. And then some of them, with the $100 million one-time allocation that the legislature spent, they use that money for the same kind of thing. On the facilities rules that the agency promulgates, in terms of all new construction, there's a lot of very specific language in there about limiting primary access and sort of designating, controlling access control. So yes, the state has generally moved into that direction, but there's not necessarily there has not historically been a requirement that retroactively applies to older facilities. And the only state money, to my knowledge, that was in this space was that one-time $100 million.
So you're going to go check how many doors? 340,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, doors. And you're going to make sure they all work right and they lock like they're supposed to. And these are standard. Most of them nowadays are what was referred to as a Columbine door to me.
Most of the doors are, from the hardware of most of the doors is what you would expect, push bar, kind of metal.
And our doors are the same way here
Yes,
in the Capitol, by the way. I mean, you can only lock them from the outside.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of the way they're designed.
You just need to make sure they're functioning.
And they don't all close, until somebody opens the door at the other end of the hallway, and then the
air conditioning kicks in.
Right, and so then you'll hear it close out there unless somebody went to the trouble of closing it. And then what are we going to do down the road if there's anything we can do to ensure that people actually use the locks and they don't cover up the strike plates and all those kinds of things that normal people do just to make their life a little bit more convenient?
That's right. So I would say there's two things. So one, we are looking at practice recommendations that we can actually implement as a rule requirement related to the procedures that a district executes to make sure the doors are actually closed as you intended them to be. But then back to Representative Bonan's point, the question is who's in charge of verification of that. So at the moment, it's going to be districts in charge of verification that
Right.
they are in fact complying with that requirement.
And
we have
I have no doubt that for a while they'll be very diligent about it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's human nature. So anyway, if I was repeating somebody else's questions, I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
No, you actually asked one that I was going to ask, so thank you so much for that. Ms. Prather, do you have anything else for us? I know you weighed in on one question.
Yeah, I think she's got her testimony.
Yes, you have testimony, yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, committee members. Again, my name is Kathy Martinez-Prather, and I'm the director of the Texas School Safety Center. So just wanted to briefly describe our role in supporting schools and enhancing their safety and security posture, as well as what school districts have been directed to do this summer before the start of the school year, and enhance a little bit upon what we see in terms of recommendations moving forward to move that needle a little bit further, knowing that we did make significant enhancements with SB 11. So the School Safety Center was actually established in 1999, shortly after the Columbine school shooting. So I think it gives you a sense of where the state was at that time, and knowing they had to put together sort of a resource for school districts to go to, which has now become such a complex issue 2 decades later. So the center is legislatively charged to serve as the central clearinghouse for the dissemination of safety and security information to K-12 districts, charter schools, and junior community colleges to provide training, technical assistance, and research. We provide training annually, develop resources for school districts in areas covering emergency operations planning, school behavioral threat assessment, drilling and exercising, specialized training to our school-based law enforcement officers. In addition, the center is also charged with collecting school safety and security data from schools and reviewing their multi-hazard emergency operation plans. So since 2007, school districts have been required to conduct safety and security audits of their district facilities. And since 2005, districts have been required to have a multi-hazard emergency operations plan. Some of the things that we are charging, as the governor has directed for school districts this summer, is to ensure that, which is required in law, every school district has to have a district safety and security committee, charging them to come together this summer, meet, review their plans, identify any gaps, make recommendations for corrective improvement, and implement those before schools start. School behavioral threat assessment teams are being required to meet before the start of the school year. One, to ensure that every member of that team is trained, and also to ensure that they're reviewing their policies and procedures. And we are providing that training throughout the summer to ensure that those folks who haven't been trained do get that training before the start of the school year. School districts are also being required to ensure that all staff and even substitutes are trained on their specific district and or campus safety procedures, and that all drills, which are now required in law, are scheduled before the start of the school year. School districts, sort of in alignment with what TEA is asking school districts to do, they are being charged to assess all of their access control procedures, such as single access points, locked instruction room doors, their visitor check-in procedures, exterior door locks. So making sure that all hardware is working, doors are working, there aren't any issues there. So making sure that they are doing a campus by campus sweep, in addition to their non-instructional facilities as well. We are going to require every school district to certify that they have done these activities, which they have to complete by September 1, before the start of the school year. School districts across the state are on a generally different schedule, but we will be requiring the superintendent and the board president to certify that those activities have taken place. A couple of things here. We've talked about threat assessment, and I do want to touch on that a little bit more because, you know, especially when it comes to SB 11 and what was passed, because I think that this was pretty significant legislation that was passed. And the School Safety Center really works in the world of prevention, mitigation, preparedness. It's really sort of where we focus a lot of our efforts on. And so SB 11 required each school district to have a multidisciplinary threat assessment team available to each campus. And multidisciplinary means they had to have a background in counseling, behavior management, mental health, substance abuse, classroom instruction, special education, school administration, and law enforcement. And that's important to really highlight here because you're having individuals from all different aspects coming together to figure out how we're going to triage a particular situation, to manage a situation over time, to ensure they're providing the most appropriate intervention. So what we know, and the center is actually providing this training to our school districts across the state of Texas. And research of U.S. school shootings has shown that these violent events can be prevented because these acts, and what we've known from case studies, is that they're planned in advance, sometimes days, months, years. The actors tell others beforehand about their violent acts, And the acts are often carried out because there is some level of desperation, a grievance, if you will, and the view that violence is the only option to solve their problems. So all that to say, behavioral threat assessment provides a very proactive, evidence-based approach to identifying those individuals who may pose a threat, not just to harm others, but themselves, and intervening with appropriate resources and ultimately improving the safety and well-being of the individual in crisis, the situation, and the school. So the Texas School Safety Center, as I mentioned, is required to provide threat assessment training, which really sort of covers this four-part process. How to identify students and situations that have raised some sort of concern, how to gather additional information about this individual, how to evaluate and assess and gather this information to determine if this individual poses an actual credible threat. And then I think the most important piece here is developing and implementing a plan to manage that situation over time and get that individual off a pathway to violence if they're identified to be on a pathway to violence. And so I think one of the recommendations that we have right now, these teams are required to take a threat assessment training, but there isn't any sort of frequency with which they have to take that training in. And I think that's very problematic because as we've talked about training today, similar to this is a perishable skill. And it is critical that school districts are constantly engaged, constantly training on this process so they can make sure that they're implementing it with fidelity. I think when we think about behavioral threat assessment, we often focus on threat. We're waiting for the threat to happen. And that's really not what threat assessment is about. It's really about focusing on what are some concerning behaviors before that individual even gets to that point. And I think we've trained well over 28,000 school personnel since the implementation of SB 11. And I think we're still trying to ensure that school districts understand that we're not waiting for the threat to happen. We need you to be engaged, and not only schools, but the community, engaged in the process of identifying these individuals.
Question there. You've trained 28,000 people since the implementation of SB 11?
Yes, sir.
So this has been around for how long? The threat assessment graph.
How long has this graph been around?
Yeah, this graph probably came from us, but I think the question you're asking is how long has threat assessment training been around generally?
Yes.
With respect to SB 11 and these 28,000.
So it wasn't required and effective until September 1 of 2019.
So since 2019, we've trained 28,000. Does that include folks from Uvalde?
It does.
It does? So this failed. This wasn't adequate enough.
What I would say to that is taking this training once isn't enough.
Okay, how many times is enough?
Annually.
Every year. Have we looked at what other countries are doing, like Israel? You know, that's probably the elite when it comes to neutralizing aggressors. I remember in the 90s, there were bombings, and I was in high school, but there were just bus bombings going on left and right. And to this day, some of the world's preeminent experts, the best of the best, are the Israelis when it comes to neutralizing terrorists. Have we consulted with anyone as to whether or not this can be improved or whether or not the training provided can be improved, or are we still doing the same thing that we were doing in 2019?
So I would say that our training is based off the U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Department of Education model, the federal model on threat assessment. Really working with school districts, one, on how to go through this assessment process, And the training is focused on, and we also have a basic and an advanced training, each 7 hours each, where we spend a lot of time working through different case scenarios, because the intention is you come with your team, the folks you're going to be doing this work with, to work through different situations. And we throw different things at them, give them a little bit more information about a student. Johnny, who used to be a very outgoing student, has now become very recluse, isolated. There's a change in his behavior. What do you do? Johnny has now posted something on his social media, picture of himself with a gun. What do you do? Because I think that's the important piece to this training, is you're not just sitting down having someone lecture to you on a PowerPoint. It's really important that we're having them to engage in critical thinking about what the next step is to determine whether a threat is credible, and what would the interventions be according to all of these folks who we now require in law to have different perspectives. Because it's not just the responsibility of the law enforcement officer or the campus administrator. And if we're talking about students that may be in crisis, we need to have a mental health expert on that team to determine what the most appropriate intervention is going to be.
I think I should have asked, was there a threat assessment team in Uvalde?
Yes, sir.
There was. Were they aware of the Facebook post of him saying 10 more days?
I have not spoken with the team directly. Okay. I know as much as you know of what has been shared in the public.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's the first time I actually heard that there was a threat assessment team in Uvalde. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on what Chairman Lozano was talking to you about. Do you all get a report of any kind from school districts about threats?
We do not.
So you have no way to know whether or not the training you do for school districts is effective at all?
So, as was mentioned before, TEA collects threat assessment data in terms of who's been trained, who's on the team, how many threats have been...
But you provide the training, right? And what I'm asking is whether or not, since you don't get a report yourself, how do you know whether or not what you're doing is effective?
Well, you can look at it two ways, I suppose, in looking at the data that TEA is collecting. We have school districts that may be reporting high cases of threats. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's a bad thing. Could be a good thing. They're going through the process. I think we measure success by how these things are handled. One of the things we do look at, and TEA looks at in their data collection, is the disposition of these cases. If we have a majority of these cases, I would presume 90% of them are resulting in DAEP or expulsion and no intervention, that's probably an issue.
But do you know that? I mean, what do you know about what TEA has? TEA has the data, but do you take it and use it somehow or another?
Yeah, so we do have to work in, our two agencies have to work in close collaboration. Thank you. Our two agencies have to work in close collaboration to really evaluate our joint efforts successfully. So as data comes in, they can review the data. They've got emergency operation plans. It's probably an area worthy of some additional policy consideration, because some of the information is sort of confidential, as it were, and some of the information is not. And making sure that we're both sort of unified under the confidential tent would allow for easier information sharing of some of this stuff. But I want to just emphasize the part of the if you look at data once a year, sort of summative performance data, it can tell you some information about what's going on, but it can't tell you a lot of other things about what's going on. So discipline data is another great example of this. You can have a campus that has a high degree of disciplinary referrals, and then over the course of 3 years, a significant reduction in disciplinary referrals. So the question is that good news or is that bad news? And the answer is it depends, because there's two ways that you can see a significant reduction in disciplinary referrals. One way is I've improved my campus discipline. Folks have higher expectations, they're communicating, we're nipping problems in the bud, the teachers are supported, the students are loved, the ambient discipline environment has improved. Another way I can reduce the number of disciplinary referrals that are reported is I can tell my teachers, don't refer anybody else for discipline. We need our numbers to go down. And so one of those is good, and one of those is very, very bad. So this is it makes it somewhat difficult to assess from afar efficacy without more involved research studies.
So you would never know whether or not the program that you're implementing is doing anything.
Well, I would say it's hard to prove a negative, what you prevent.
It's hard to prove a positive in this case.
Well, in talking with school districts over the last 2 years and that have gone through this training, and in many cases, we're sort of doing this work already. We just sort of formalized it for them in terms of who they needed to have on their team and the training that was required. Have in many cases, many stories of school districts who were able to have a touch point with a student before they got on a pathway to violence, or avert something from happening in the first place. I mean, we saw that in 2018 in Uvalde, where 2 students were planning an active shooter attack. Someone reported it. Someone did something. The process worked.
So that was part of your process, right?
No, it was 2018.
It was 2018. That's what I was wondering about. So how does that relate to what you're doing? And the reason I'm asking is because of this. I look at it this way. All of our systems failed in terms of Uvalde. All of our systems failed. I mean, I don't think there was just a law enforcement failure. I don't think there was a school district failure. I think all of our systems failed. And what I'm trying to do here is determine from this committee's perspective, what ought we be looking at to improve the whole process? And threat assessment seems to be at least the top of the thought process, and saying, if we can identify a child who's in trouble or who has leanings toward committing certain acts, we'll be far better off than we will at arming teachers, for example. And so I'm trying to figure out what we need to change, or if there's anything we can do to change your processes.
Well, I'll just comment and then I'll give it over to you, Commissioner. Yes, that event happened in 2018, and context is important because after Parkland, we were talking about this whole idea of threat assessment, and then we started providing training that summer. But to your point, I think annual training is necessary to keep these concepts embedded, for school districts to be able to understand this process and how to implement it with fidelity. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're depending on the school districts to act to their training. And that's what it really comes down to, is that you're trying to change an entire culture in hearts and minds, to really think about when you see a student who is struggling or in crisis and there's behavior that is questionable, that everybody is empowered, not just the threat assessment team, students, the community, to be able to say something.
Okay, I think I understand, but let me ask you this. How much time do you spend on training? I mean, is it a 15-minute, hour, 2 hours, or what?
We do a basic 7-hour training, and then we have an advanced 7-hour training. But the law does not require school districts to take it more than once. You take it, and then you're done.
And so you go to a school district and you provide 7 hours of training for every teacher, or the threat assessment
It's
team?
the threat assessment teams.
But so every teacher doesn't get that.
So part of the legislation requires threat assessment teams to go back, that's part of their role, to educate school staff on the threat assessment process and how to identify warning signs.
And do you know whether they do that or not?
We do not.
So somehow or another you have a practice that's not
Evaluated.
well, I guess arguably you could say it's effective, but you're not sure everybody who needs it is getting it.
Correct. There are lots of trainings that teachers are required to take, mental health first aid being one of them, where they get this training. So there's a lot of
What training do they get?
mental health first aid,
No. You said they get this training. What training were you meaning?
mental health first aid.
Okay, but yours is more than that, isn't it? Your training is more.
We're training behavioral threat assessment teams on how to conduct a behavioral threat assessment.
Right, and that's what I'm concerned about. Since all of the teachers don't get that, that seems to be at least a crack in our armor, because all teachers aren't getting it, and yet.
I think the next level of training to expand upon this for everybody in the school community is to focus on concerning behaviors. To your point, absolutely. So they can be a part of that process. Maybe they're not a part of conducting a threat assessment, but they need to be a part of knowing what to do when they see concerning behaviors. Absolutely.
Well, and what I'm wondering about is, you all coming to us to tell us that these are sort of cracks in our armor and we need to fix it. But we don't know that unless you tell us that. And I think, well, I'm not sure I speak for everybody up here, but I thought all teachers were getting this training. I didn't know that it was doing it for a certain number of people at the school, and our expectation was that they would get it to everybody else.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think the crack in the armor that you're highlighting is the same sort of accountability framework that Chair Bonin was sort of referring to.
Right.
If you go to a training, and that training is unbelievably effective in terms of its design to get content to understand the sort of behavior change. But what you have to do as a result of that training is conduct weekly meetings and then broadly communicate. The next question is, are you doing the weekly meetings? Have you broadly communicated that? And so we can verify that folks have gotten trained, but the mechanism to ensure that they are actually executing the statutory requirements, sort of evaluating, is the system as described being implemented? There is actually no oversight system for the state to do that. That's the thing that is missing. Everyone is being asked to do this on their own, and the buck stops at the local school board. That's and so that's the sort of current structure that you have.
Well, I just think that's something that we have to change. I mean, I don't think that's acceptable, and I think that's, I know for me, it just sort of creates a problem to know that, because I thought when we were creating the school safety center, my thoughts were that we were instituting a process by which we could ensure that all school districts and all teachers were going to have a way in which, or a place in which they could come and there could be an interchange so that we could at least have school safety to its maximum, so that we could ensure that every child who goes to school is going to come home that evening.
To that, I would say that the center is providing the training, the resource, the guidance, the best practices, and even reviewing plans, but depending on school districts to do that work.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think that, Mr. Chairman, for us, we've got to do something to improve this.
Well, any type of instruction needs to be, it should go through an evaluative process.
Right. And if you don't evaluate it, it ends up where we are now.
That's right. Okay, and so that's something we need to put down on a sticky note that, you know, if we've got an evaluation piece out there, or no, excuse me, if we've got an instructional piece out there, there needs to be an evaluation. Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Next up is Representative Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to be involved today. And thank you all for being here. I also have a question about the threat assessment and the slide on page 14, the flow chart. I see under number 1 where it poses imminent threat, where under there it talks about make notifications and includes parents. And my question is if you could kind of explain this, the flow chart, because I kind of struggle to understand why parents aren't notified either before or as the assessment is taking place. 1, they should have a right to know what's going on with their child. 2, they could provide very important and helpful information. And so I'm seeing, is that taking place, or is it like this, how it shows under number 1? And then on 2, 3, and 4, if it doesn't fall under number 1, it doesn't say that the parents are even notified at all. And so that, if I would want to know that there's, concerning behaviors with my child, and
Yes.
if I could do anything.
I think this is probably, it's not a weakness in practice, this parental notification throughout. It's a oversight on the slide, as it were. So you have parental notification throughout this process.
So can you explain when that takes place, when that first starts, the parental notification?
It's required in law that parents be notified. It defines it as immediately in legislation.
But not prior to the assessment, after the assessment.
No, that's incorrect. As soon as a threat is identified and made, parents are notified.
So the reports that I have been told was that it was taking place after the assessment. So you haven't been told that that's been happening?
We would, essentially, someone would need to file a complaint if there's a violation of state law. We have a complaint review unit and take steps to ensure that state law is being followed as required.
So, okay, thank you. So you're saying on where it says on number 1 that yes, y'all are notifying parents there, also on 2, 3, and 4, but prior to the assessment even taking place in general?
That's the statutory framework.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Leach. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to Representative Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions about the Safety and Security Committee and also the Threat Assessment Committee. And you answered one of them by saying, my question was, how are you going to enforce or know that the districts are doing it? And you said you're going to require them to file a certification that they've done it, correct? My next question, though, is, and I know that we have districts and teachers on beyond overload, and my concern is that they're not doing it, and I think they will now. I think Uvalde's heightened everyone's awareness. But the language in Senate Bill 11 concerns me a little bit on both respects, in that it seems to give districts an out where they have to use their best efforts in one, and I think in one of them it uses the may word, that they may include these people on the threat assessment team. And you pointed out earlier that the importance of having a mental health person on the threat assessment team. And I've been spending a lot of time with the districts in my district, and then earlier this week met with all of the districts in Bexar County, and came with that same concern that they're not fully staffing either one of those committees as contemplated by Senate Bill 11, maybe because of that out language. Do you see any merit in maybe strengthening that and putting a stronger requirement in there? And I know some, like on the safety and security, I know there's in some of the rural areas, for example, I think it'd be impossible to get, or very difficult to get certain members. But then it struck me this morning, if I heard the law enforcement testimony correctly, they commented about, my impression was that they're not included. And the safety and security specifies that they need to be a member. So any thoughts there how we can fix that?
I mean, I think, there's lots of challenges at play, and what we've learned through this process, and certainly over the last couple decades, if we require them to have a mental health professional on that team, then they need to be resourced to have that mental health professional on their team. And if it's not at the campus, then that district needs to tap into their local mental health authority and establishing those memorandums of understanding beforehand so they can figure out how to access those resources. All that to say, some school districts still struggle with getting access to those resources. So it is a challenge. And as far as the collaboration, it is required in law that plans are developed with your local first responders. That should be happening. I hear it from both sides of the spectrum. School districts reach out, they don't hear anything back, and the other way around. You know, and I think that, you know, to your point in terms of, you know, what can we do to have more of an impact is, you know, everyone's attention on this issue is very current and very fresh, but we need to make sure that the intensity is like this 6 months from now. And so finding a way to evaluate, to make sure that the purpose is helping them to do better and going on those campuses and making sure that they're doing what they need to be doing and also know how to do it right, I think is important.
Well, and that kind of leads to my next question. I've heard, not complaints, just observation, they speak very highly of the training, but there's continued concerns of a continuity nature. People will go off the threat assessment team and then won't have the training, or they'll have to retrain, and they lose a lot of continuity and really effectiveness of the team. Now, again, maybe that's going to change because of the
it's been a challenge.
Emphasis because of Uvalde, but
well, I think you bring up a really good point of where we're sort of at right now, and just even seeing sort of the landscape of the work as we've tried to implement what we've been charged to do is there's now more than ever, because it's always been sort of an issue, is there's just been a lot of turnover. So you're constantly re-engaging, re-educating. People are coming in and out, and so you know, that is a concern and something that we have to have in the back of our minds is, you know, and also importantly, making sure that these efforts are supported from top down, because it's those folks that are on those campuses that are, have those first contact with those students and being supported in doing the work that they need to do.
Great. Commissioner McGrath, if I could ask you a question about the allocation of the $100 million.
Yes, sir.
If I understood the testimony this morning correctly, it ranged from a minimum of $25,000 for smaller schools up to a maximum of $3.4 million.
That sounds right.
And was that done on a request basis, or was it just across the board? If you're such and such as have so many students, you get $25,000.
I think we gave everybody essentially a formula entitlement based upon student enrollment, and the small districts had a floor of $25,000.
And maybe there's no other way to do it other than on that formula basis, but it just struck me that $25,000 wouldn't do much. And for example, I understand Uvalde received $67,000 or $76,000. What could they do with that?
Yeah, you can put in strike plates and peepholes. I mean, you can do hardware upgrades for it, but you can't do a lot for that.
And particularly with older campuses.
Yes, sir.
Like I know I've got one of my school districts has a building that's 100 years old. It's going to cost quite a bit to do anything there.
Yeah, again, in order to, if you're thinking about applying a minimum standard to facilities across the state, I don't know how many schools I've visited, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. There's a huge degree of variety in physical plant, huge. And so you'll have situations where District X, in order to get into compliance with the minimum standards, has to spend a pretty significant amount of funds, and District Y might actually already be there.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily a reflection on management. Sometimes that's just a reflection on this district's in a very recent population growth area. All of their campuses are new. And this district, they built the campuses in 1920. And so this, it's a, so when we contemplate what we want to do on a go-forward basis, we're going to collect specific needs broken down by district, isolated for their specific needs to get in compliance. And we would likely have a different distribution model than just the pro rata formula that was used for the $100 million.
Great, Great. Thanks very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, thank you, Representative Harless.
I just got a couple quick questions.
Yes, sir.
Who's responsible for the school districts doing the inspections that we're all asking them to do? Is it the specific individual school districts, or or are y'all responsible for it?
Are you speaking to the safety and security audits? It's the school districts are the ones charged to conduct those audits.
And how often do they do them?
Once every 3 years.
Once every
3 years.
So, in essence, some school districts may not have done it since Santa Fe. Is that correct?
So the last audit cycle was from 2017 to 2020. The current audit cycle, which I mentioned is every 3 years, will end August 31st of next year.
And do we know how many schools fail? They don't have a good safety plan?
So the safety and security audit assesses a variety of things, the multi-hazard emergency operations plan being one of them. It's self-reported assessment where we're asking school districts, do you have a plan in place? Does it address all the 5 phases of emergency management, things of that nature? And so in Senate Bill 11, sort of moved it a little bit further by now asking districts or requesting districts, charging them to turn in those plans to us. And so we started that initial review process in 2020 and have been working actively with school districts to get plans in place. And now every school district in the state of Texas has a plan in place. This is supposed to be an ongoing process. So we will be doing another review of all of those plans and requesting them next month again.
And my last question, did Robb Elementary School have a plan in place, and did they pass their school safety plan?
So Uvalde, CISD, had a plan in place and an active threat plan specifically in place yes, there was a plan in place for the district for an active threat.
And how about an inspection on Robb Elementary School? Did we do an inspection to make sure they were compliant and they were secure?
An on-site follow-up inspection? Yes. No, we do not have the authority as of right now to do that.
So if somebody wanted one, who would do it? The specific school districts would do it, and then would they report back to y'all?
So sometimes we have school districts, very rarely, request us to go out and do this work for them or go out and provide technical assistance to them. That is part of our training, is we are training school districts to do this work themselves. Some districts will hire third-party vendors to come out and do their safety and security assessments. We see that quite a bit with larger school districts who have an immense amount of facilities and the resources to do it.
That's done every 3 years as well?
Yes, sir. The law states that they're required to do these audits once every 3 years. But part of our education and our training to school districts is you don't wait to that third year to do this work. This is something you should be doing regularly, daily, weekly. You don't wait 3 years to fix a broken light. You don't wait 3 years to address a safety issue. This is something you should be engaged in daily.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Morath, and to the rest of the panel. I appreciate the value of a good sub, and I know we've had substitutes this year, whether that's being the principal, superintendents have been subs this year. And you mentioned, Director Prather, you mentioned about annual training. And I think that annual training is necessary, but I guess I'm speaking from the lens of a substitute who was more a long-term sub than a daily sub. Daily subs are going in and out of different schools. So my question is, who would be in charge of that, making sure that sub is connected to a teacher or the team lead teacher? The other thing I think that came to mind, I know, Commissioner Morath, you all want to make sure the TEKs are on the board. Where is this stuff displayed? And where is that information, if not every 3 years, should be every year. I agree with you. Where is that, how often is that given to that sub who could be on a daily job at a school she's never been to, she doesn't really know the kids, she's not connected. So like, who is going to arm those substitute teachers with the proper training and information on any given year? Is that TSSC or?
It's ultimately it's the school system's responsibility to do this. What the school system has resources that they can turn to, for example, training from the school safety center on safety-related practices, training from us on education-related practices. But it's the school district's responsibility to provide the necessary training and support to their substitute teachers so they're properly integrated into both the campus safety environment and the campus academic environment.
And before you answer yours, thank you, Commissioner Rath, but I mean a good teacher, we've got fabulous teachers in the state of Texas, but a good one has that manual. She's typed it out, and she says,
sure.
Hey, thank you for being in my classroom today, and here's the tools to have a safe day and an effective day.
Again, it's the district's responsibility to establish that protocol or that requirement, and there's a large amount of flexibility in terms of how they do that.
And it may seem like a simple thing, but I've got an example. I was a substitute in a classroom, and the student went hunting with his dad granddad or dad over the weekend. He comes in with ammunition on him. And I'm like, hello, I need help. I don't see a gun, but I do see the bullets. So
yeah, these are lessons learned from Santa Fe. I'm looking over at Dr. Bonin because he and I were there experiencing this in some time ago. But one of the victims in Santa Fe is a substitute teacher, at least one of them. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, sorry. This was a concern, and that is correct. It was 2018, and it was actually at least two. One survived, but if I'm not mistaken, we actually put into the law now. See, before there was not a requirement, and you could be a substitute and come into the building. You wouldn't even have, not only would you not have training, you wouldn't have a key card, you wouldn't even know how to operate in the space.
Right.
And that actually was addressed specifically as a result of what happened in 2018.
So again, you've got